what characters still might show up to Elbaph? That is the question we're here to talk about today, whether it might be big... Okay.
He's locked into who he wants to be in.
Because whether it might be Big Mom, or Kaido, Urouge, Enel, Shiki, or Blackbeard, or maybe even Dragon, there's a lot of different characters that seemingly could, or arguably should, have a stake here in the Elbaph arc. And to help me break down who will show up to Elbaph, I brought in Parvision, Sai, Kev DOG, Commodore Laz, and Randy Troy pops in for a little bit as well. And guys, this is genuinely one of the funniest videos that we've ever done on this channel, so I really hope you guys enjoy. Alright guys, the first one that we're going to talk about today is Big Mom, or as some say, Big Meme. So I think Big Mom is a pretty strong candidate because we know the Mother Carmel flashback and everything. You know, Elbaph hates Big Mom, but also Big Mom is kind of MIA because of what happened towards the end of Wano. So I'm curious for you guys. You guys think Big Mom is guaranteed to show up? Or do you think she's dead? Or do you think she's not going to show up?
All right. Well, okay. We gotta get the elephant out of the room amongst this conversation, which is raise your hand if you think Big Mom is dead.
What if you hope she's dead?
I think that answers it right there.
Okay. So, you know, there will always be like... You know, like, oh my god, the YouTubers they don't see how Big Mom is dead. Like, they're so content. I don't know what it is, but it's like, it's such a crazy thing to look at it that way, where it's One Piece. Oda doesn't like killing characters, and it's Big Mom. There's no. What was wasn't the chapter called like Top Billing, and then she was the top billing. Like, that, Oda literally said that. So it's like, okay, she's not dead. Now, getting on to the meat of it. Is she coming? Is Big Memes coming to Elbaph, right? That's that. I mean,
personally, I'm going guaranteed. But, I mean, I'm happy to be convinced otherwise. But for me, I can't see Elbaph happening without Big Mom showing up. If she's dead, then, I mean, like you just said, Par, I doubt it. This is Oda we're talking about. So if she's dead, that's a different discussion. But if she is alive, which I assume is true, I think it's 100%. Does anybody disagree with that?
I feel like a most likely sounds like... Oh, go, Saya.
No, go ahead.
No, I'll say like most likely, because I say if I, like, you know, there's no guarantees ever in life, and then even with the bodies and stuff, right? If there's no body, no death. But putting a guarantee on it also isn't a great look on my end, but I'll give it most likely just because of a lot of the things that we talked about before and stuff with the why Big Mom being back in this island, in this arc, what good it would do and stuff for her character, and just the conclusion of all of that. But if there's one character I won't do a guarantee for, it will be Big Mom, so... Yeah.
So you're going very likely. I'm going to go guaranteed. I guess we'll do a little bit of a vote. Sai, seems like you had a point.
I don't think Big Mom will come here to Elbaph, but I do think she's alive. And funny enough, I held a poll about the community's opinions on Big Mom and Kaido being alive. So only 31% of the votes believe that Big Mom is dead. And we had, I think, 14,000 votes on that. I'm looking at it right now. So that means that 29, you know, there's a low number of people who believe that Big Mom is actually dead.
That's good.
So, just to clarify, that vote, it was Big Mom and Kaido are dead in that poll. Like, they were
just
one
Big
choice.
Mom.
Oh, okay, separate choice.
There was multiple choices. 31% believe that Big Mom is dead. The rest believe that she is alive. And with Big Mom, the reason I don't think she'll come to Elbaph is because there's so many other things on her plate right now that I think she should deal with. Like Kuzan, right? Kuzan ran through her territory. A lot of her crew is pretty effed up. Pudding is kidnapped. Right, and then there's a threat of other people going to Whole Cake Island, like Cross Guild maybe, of course Sword. Like, anybody who said they wanted to go after the One Piece, they're now a threat to Big Mom, and she's not at 100. Like, if she did survive, which I do think she did, I don't think she's gonna be like the same Big Mom we last saw. Will she get stronger? Will she be weaker? Like, we don't really know yet, but I think Elbaph right now might be too much for her.
I think that's a good... I think that's a pretty good argument because, I mean, some of her family has been kidnapped and, like, they're all spread in different places right now. And, you know, she's got a lot to worry about. So would you say no chance, Sai, or would you say potentially for your choice?
hey, it's One Piece. There's never a 0% chance on anything.
Right. So
I
potentially,
think Big Mom, the chances that Big Mom comes to Elbaf, I think it's the same as Dragon coming to Elbaf. It's pretty low for me, but it's not 0.
Got it. Okay, so we'll go potentially. Pretty much anything
Yeah.
above 0, but you don't feel super strongly, I guess, would be this one. So
Yeah,
I guess that
down
works.
for that.
So
I think we'll
said,
get Big Mom backstory here, though, for sure.
Yeah, we definitely need that. The thing
Oh, yeah,
I want
yeah.
is Big Mom to learn that Mother Carmel wasn't a good person. That's, to me, that's
Yeah.
the biggest thing that I think has to happen, is she needs to learn, like, wow, this person that I've loved, and, like, she freaked out whenever the picture was broken. I just need her to learn, like, oh, she wasn't the mom I thought she was, right? That to me has
It's
to
like-
happen. And could that happen away from Elbaf, or maybe after Elbaf? Like she hears some of the aftermath from some of the giants or something. I think that's possible. But for me, the emotional moment of her being there and hearing it, I think that would be so powerful and a really good kind of like send off for her character. Not that she would die, but that would probably be like the culmination of it for what Oda's planning. So that's my big reason, honestly.
Yeah, I also think at the
Yeah,
same time too, when
100%.
you look at it with in regards to like her realizing that what she did to the kids and Mother Caramel as well, like because I think that's something I always feel like her memories are suppressed so much to the point that she doesn't realize she's the one who did it. So I think once she comes into confliction with that and actually tackles it, that's where I feel like she's going to get that full culmination after for her character. But whether she lives or dies to get that full resolution. Depends on Oda, but I do think if she was to survive the events of Wano, I do think she's a character that will survive all the way to the end of the story. Because if you're just gonna off them afterwards, I think you could have kept that immediate impact you could have gotten in Wano. Because even like with Kaido, we can even say there's a chance because again, Kaido and Big Mom are in the same place in that lava, whatever. So any chance the Big Mom has to survive, Kaido should be able to survive that too. And the only good I can see it coming from him is the stuff with Rocks. If we learn exactly a little bit more about him through being the time with his captain and everything, but. Yeah, with Big Mom, it's like I really don't want her to be alive, but I see a lot of good of why it could happen. So I'm for it if Oda's got an idea about it.
Kevin, Par, you guys got any? Like right now, we're on a very likely because I said guaranteed. Sai said potentially, and then Laz said very likely. So we're at an average of very likely. Do you guys want to move it?
I'm guaranteed personally because of one reason. Which is the kids' nightmares and how there was an old lady and a thundercloud nightmare. Like, that's literally Big Mom. So there's no way Oda's not going to do a fake out where they're like, oh, there's an old lady and a thundercloud over there. And obviously the thundercloud would be Hera and Big Mom in that case. That would be a crazy reveal for the end of the chapter or whatever, you know. And obviously that would be huge because, like what we've been saying, the Elbaf flashback potential, they've already mentioned her name at least like 3 times in this arc alone. And with Hyruden absolutely hating Big Mom, that'll make him have to make a decision. Like, oh, am I going to go after my brother, who I also despise with every fiber of my being, or Big Mom, who you know what I mean? But all I'm saying, if Gecko Moria was able to be alive, Big Mom is definitely going to be alive.
That's fair.
No, there's levels to this, though. Hold on a minute.
It's a little rough for me because, again, we're at a weird part with Elbaf in, like, you know, if we went back to Egghead, for example, and we paused at, like, you know, when they did not the flashback, like the jump to Mare Joie, or even in between when they're doing all the trader stuff, right? If you had asked me how much more elevated Egghead would have gotten, I would have been wrong 100%. Like, and, you know, I don't think anybody, even when Saturn showed up, was like, oh, all 5 Gorosei are going to be not in the same room on the same island, and they're going to teleport there, and they're going to have telepathy, and they're going to have like that. Whoa, right? So like I'm aware that potential exists, and Elbaf is a place that's like growing in importance for the lore and background of the story, the first world type of stuff. Like, this is the original place. We still don't even know what the Heaven Realm is. And so, like, you know, and then Lilith just discovered this lab, and like, I've been questioning it every chapter, every stream. Like, is Elbaf going to become another giant battlefield the same way? And I don't necessarily know. Like, even when you take in like what Scopper's saying, right? Like, oh, it's not safe, and it's like, you know, maybe that means that they have to leave and maybe return later or something. But all of that comes to kind of like what Louis Arnott was saying, was like, he said some mysterious thing about Elbaf specifically, and that might, like, but there's a few other things that's about Elbaf specifically that we don't know yet. And I don't know if Big Mom is intrinsic to that or just giants themselves. And so if I was to say, like, is she important to the Elbaf arc or is she important to giants? I would lean more towards the giant side. And if you're saying the Mother Caramel side is interesting because, like, the giants don't know the Mother Caramel side. So maybe it might make more sense to have Big Mom come in later. Surely the giants are going to be continuously relative to the story later on, and that at a point where the Mother Caramel point comes into play, like when we're starting to figure out the truth behind Herald. Who knows the truth? Does anyone on Elbaf know the truth? I don't. It doesn't.
Loki probably is the only one who knows it. It would be probably the one character that would, and he's the one being accused of all that stuff. So yeah.
Right. And so for me, I kind of like, I'm wondering, you know, like it does make sense that Big Mom would show up. There's so much stuff, like she was here, but when you think about what's like really important to her, I feel like, I mean, we don't even know, like, I mean, it's so silly with the whole, like, you know, she wanted to marry into the giants thing, and we know she could just kidnap a giant, whatever. She really wanted Lola to marry into the family, with Loki. But beyond that, there feels like there's something important to Elbaf. Like, is that why Scopper chose here, or was it really Ripley? Like, there's some things here and there, but Big Mom didn't even know any of those things. So it's kind of like, I feel like I'm leaning towards Big Mom is not guaranteed. And if she's not guaranteed right now, then I feel like it's not as likely. I'm not. I said something. It was like Dragon. Dragon's an interesting character to juxtapose to it, but like, yeah, I feel like Big Mom's not gonna show up. And if anything, like, I feel like we'd see her crew before we see her, really.
So if you're anything below guaranteed, then I feel like very likely might be a good
it's probably the safest
ground.
bet, honestly.
Yeah, because there's only a couple guarantees and a couple below that, so I guess we'll go there. I feel like that's, and it's kind of a good thing because kind of like you're talking about, Par, and kind of like why I'm doing this video is there are so many people that could potentially do it, that have a reason to be here, that we could easily look at the narrative of the story and be like, oh, that would make sense for them to pull up for X, Y, and Z reasons. But whenever you look at it holistically and you're like, well, we already have this many people here. Look how many options I'm showing right now on the tier list. It's like all of these people can't show up, right? Like, even if we thought of reasons to put everyone in guaranteed, we would be wrong if we did that. So that's kind of part of the problem, I feel like, and why I wanted to do this is kind of get everyone's thoughts. Like, I feel like Big Mom's definitely coming in some of these other characters, but I didn't really know how everyone else felt, so I think this is a good thought experiment. And kind of building off of Big Mom, I feel like the next person we should talk about is Kaido, because obviously they've been missing together. And you know, kind of like we talked earlier, if we don't think Big Mom's dead, I mean, Kaido probably has more reasons to be dead than Big Mom, because, like, you know, with the Elbaf and Mother Caramel stuff, like, we can think of reasons why Big Mom could be relevant. But for Kaido, like, he could be done and it could work, but I personally doubt it, since Oda had them both kind of disappear at the same time. I feel like he's he's telling us they both had the same fate, whether they lived or not, and I feel like they did. And for Kaido, I thought he was more of a potentially or no chance for a long time. But with the introduction of all the Oni stuff, the ancient giant lore that we're learning about, and the theory that Herald could be Kaido's dad, which I personally subscribe to 100%.
It's a good theory.
I'm going to go very likely. I'm not going to go guaranteed. If we knew that Herald was Kaido's dad, then it would be guaranteed for me, but we don't know that yet. So I'm going to go very likely personally, but I could totally get why people would go down here. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Anyone have any strong thoughts on Kaido here?
I think same resentment exactly when it comes to Big Mom. If she's going to be in this arc, I feel like he has to be in this arc, because it's like, for him to die and her not to die, it's just like, how are we going to pick and choose like that? Like, they're literally in the same spot where they ended off, and like, I listen, either they both live or they both die. So in this case, if I'm choosing Big Mom to be alive, very likely Kaido's gonna be here. I mean, again, it's even the stuff with Herald. I see the stuff too as well, so there may be another reason why Kaido could be in that arc, and it can make things a lot more sense there. So yeah, I'm with it.
It could even be in terms of a flashback too, right? Like, we're expecting a lot of Big Mom lore here in Elbaf because this is her island in a way. But I think the same could be said for Kaido. Like, if the King Herald Kaido theories are true, we could get Kaido there. Or, I mean, we need to learn why rocks came here, right? So I'm totally down with that too.
And and I also, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, maybe to you guys, but not the video. So I also have this category at the bottom that says appears during the arc, but not on the island. Because we saw during Egghead, right, where like we would go over to Hachinosu for a while, we'd go over to Elbaf for a while. Like, we bounced around during the arc, even though it wasn't all on Egghead Island. And so something like that, Sai, like a flashback, I think would be a good candidate for down here. So I don't know if you agree with that, or if you would want to move it up. But if anybody kind of feels that same way, this is maybe a good place for that. Because I think there will be a lot of people like that, where if Kaido doesn't show up, but Harold is his dad, then that's like the perfect flashback opportunity where we get a lot of that Kaido stuff we didn't get in Wano. And I feel like that would kind of count as him showing up, even though he didn't physically come to the island. But
yeah, and also, like, wouldn't that be Oda's way? Like, I don't want to call it an apology, but you know how, like, the fact that we learned in the SBS that, like, Queen was supposedly Frankie's dad and stuff, and let's say this is the case with Harold and Kaido, where, like, Zebeka's like, hey, I found your pops, Kaido, what do you want to do about that? And just, like, just getting to see, I guess, whatever interaction that's there between them. And then maybe, who knows, that maybe that Zebek had talked to Harold before and said, hey, listen, I know this is your kid. I can clearly tell by the horns or whatever. I'm looking after him. What do you want me to do about it? And then we kind of just see there if there's a talk between Kaido and Harold, or if there's going to be something after that. But I do think with Zebek just being in this arc, through possibly the idea of a flashback, especially with Loki's, I feel like with Loki's flashback, almost any character you can think of great importance to the layer of the story is going to be probably shown in it, even to like someone like Emu. So yeah, I think that will definitely be something I would love to see.
Yeah, I mean, with Kaido, I almost feel it's funny because the whole like as the arc goes on, you kind of like compare with Big Mom. And it's weird to say now, but it almost does feel like it makes more sense that Kaido would show up than whatever Big Mom. But yeah, if he were to show up, I think like it would just be we'd find out that he came here. As far as like his relation to Loki, obviously I understand the huge. I mean, he looks like Harold, bro. It's kind of just
it's crazy.
It's soul there, man.
It's like almost a 1-to-1. At least that's how it feels. Like the facial hair. I mean, it's crazy.
And people who don't see it, I'm more worried for their eyesight more than anything.
Yeah.
Right. And here's what I would say to the people who don't want to believe in that theory, but like you have to acknowledge the similarities. And the thing with One Piece is those similarities, as cartoonish as they are, they do matter. Like Oda is putting meaning in those things, and sometimes he's not, but like you can't not this one is like beyond it's like
it's gotta be there for a reason. There's no way he just said, I didn't like that design I did like way back, I'm gonna do it for this one now. No, brother. If you're doing that, if he's got the same structure, whatever, even the beard, for crying out loud, like you couldn't give me like a little goatee or something. Like how cute, like come on, man. Like,
and you also think, just real quick, I don't want to keep cutting you off, but just real quick, because I know you're about to cook on something. Also, Kaido was sold from vodka to the government, like he was trafficked, and we also know that Harold was he was like part of like global trade, like he started working with other outside countries, and we also know that Mother Carmel, who was on Elbaf, did a lot of child trafficking. So it kind of like fits into the same theme, like maybe Kaido was sold off because he wasn't pure blood, which has been a thing with Harudin also, right?
Right, and like this would be something that I would put a video out, but obviously I've been on hiatus and there's lots of videos to put priority. But when it comes to his appearances, and like we have to people have to take this into consideration when it comes to characters that look alike, especially if the possibility, yes, cloning, whatever, but there's also the route that Oda laid out that people can follow the same will. And so like we have seen characters where if like Zoro is in a good timeline or bad timeline, he looks completely different. Frankie's in a bad timeline, he looks like a battleship. There's like, you look at some of these characters, like I think Ace in a good timeline looks more like Shanks. And so it's like one of those interesting things. Like, what does that mean? Shanks, we know, doesn't want to go after set off the Shanks that we know that looks like the Shanks today said 20 years ago, I'm not going to become king of pirates. So what does that mean for a character, right? What kind of path is Shanks following? We don't really know. But if you were to look at Harold and Kaido and, look beyond, okay, maybe they're not related, but maybe they're characters that follow the same path. What can we maybe pull apart from that? Well, Kaido went to an isolated nation, and what did he do? He was working with the world government, and like it or not, he was angry at them and wanted to beat them down and whatever. I have this plan, the ancient weapons, all this stuff. Yeah, bro, but you're like in bed with them. They're literally in your red district. Like, what are you doing, right? And then with Harold, we don't know yet, but there's a growing sentiment along that front that, hey, why did the Holy Knights show up and be like, hey man, did you visit the grave? And it's like, that's so sus.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's
Like, is that your
almost
boy?
like it go back to Onigashima. Were the CP0 not invested in Kaido winning? Yes, they literally interfered with the fight so that Kaido wouldn't be the dead one. So it's like, as a joke, like, oh, did you visit Kaido's grave, right? Like, that honestly sounds like a Yamato cover story, but like that, you could very loosely, but it's there already, even though we don't know Harold at all. Hey, maybe they're characters that follow the same path, where they're trying to achieve something. We all kind of look at Kaido as like a failed person in some light. Maybe he was traumatized by the Rocks Pirates situation, or like King chose to join him because he thought he would fix the world, and then he didn't. He contributed a lot of to it, and maybe Harold was doing the same thing, and maybe it wasn't really intentional. It was just the way life went for him, and that's kind of what Oda's been doing with a lot of these villains like Crocodile, Enel, all these other characters, where it's just like it's like a Luffy, except one thing went wrong, So it's like, so as far as the Kaido part, going back to the thing, showing up to Elbaf, I think I is funny. I put him higher than Big Mom. I don't think he'll show up, but I think as we'll see a lot of elements from him. And as far as the flashback thing, I don't know if Loki if Kaido showed up to see Loki, because Oda did an interesting thing, because he made it Rocks was Loki's Shanks for Luffy, so it would be like Luffy meeting Roger. So in between Roger and Luffy is Shanks. In between Rocks and Loki would be a Kaido Big Mom. So maybe Kaido did show up to Elbaf, and maybe he did have some kind of.
To be fair though, they saw Whitebeard and stuff during that flashback of Loki when he got stabbed up and stuff. So there's always a chance that he purposely isn't he's not gonna show him getting stabbed and everyone just running by and just laughing at the kid or whatever. We're gonna see that for sure in the flashback itself. But I think that's definitely something we could see, because I think during that timeline too, based on the amount of years, because he would have been 20 years old if we have to go off Colin's design and stuff, because they say he was 20, so that would roughly be just about around the time of just before the God Valley incident, technically. Right. So this would have been when his
during that,
precisely. So that would have been his last trip that he had actually gone to Elbaf. And obviously, I think there's a lot of things that we're gonna see there too when it comes to Rocks and stuff. Because again, the whole thing about him being being the king of the world and stuff. We now saw that laboratory that's over there, and there's no doubt in my mind this guy knows something about there, the insides, whatever, or just found something in particular that was to his interest in terms of the taboos of the world and everything. But I do think Loki probably had some kind of interaction for sure with Big Mom and with Kaido, and obviously we know with Big Mom trying to marry off Lola to Loki and stuff, that's going to be addressed at some point in time. I think in the arc, I think that would be something weird, Oda just not putting it up there. I mean, there's a chance you can even bring Lola into this arc for all we know.
Oh yeah. We're gonna be talking about her soon. I got a big agenda with her.
He's got a lot with that one.
Oh yeah, I'm a big Lola fan for sure. Okay. All right, so it seems like we're kind of rounding near the very likely section here. Kev or Side, you have any strong thoughts to share?
I was about to say, I was just wanted to add on to what Par and Laz said, but I do think we will see Kaido and Big Mom in the Loki flashback as well. They're not just gonna beat this kid, and that's all we're gonna see, right? Imagine we get a. Yasop was talking to Luffy oh, my son is so great, and they're over here shooting ants in the head or something like that. We could get something like that with Kaido. Imagine Kaido being young and wholesome to Loki. Hey, buddy, keep up the hard work. Maybe one day you'll join the crew. I think we could get something like that in a weird way.
That would be cool, actually,
where they're just hanging out. We'll see a different side of Kaido. And that's why I like the Rocks flashback, because we see such different personalities from characters like Whitebeard. Whitebeard is I wouldn't say he's like subservient, but he's working underneath somebody else. I think that's what makes seeing Whitebeard so cool here, because Whitebeard's this hard ass old dude that we've always known and loved, but now he's like almost pacified, right? We had Rocks telling him to shut up, and that's such a different tone than what I think 99% of the characters in One Piece would have with them. So, see, bringing Kaido, bringing Big Mom, I mean, even hell, Shiki, right? Like, there's so many characters that I think
that would
would
be
benefit
great to
from
have
being in
them
that
introduced,
flashback.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
it like God
Then
Valley
just-
2.0 almost, right? 'Cause,
Exactly.
like, if we have Kaido and Big Mom pull up, Shiki pulls up, we already have Scopper. We're going to talk about this later, but if Bogard pulls up or anyone like that, then it just gets even deeper.
It's like a slice of life.
I will say, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if showing up in the flashback means guaranteed, then I would move it to guaranteed, because I think, well, actually, it doesn't need to be Kaido, but someone does have to, post God Valley, tell Loki about Holy Knights, because he confirmed that he did not see them on the sea, but he was very aware of them. So if he was on Elbaf that entire time, never saw them on the ocean himself, then that means someone had told him, and the only people that we know that knew about the Holy Knights would be the people at God Valley, because everyone else wouldn't know about them. So it would have to be someone from God Valley. Now, it could be like Roger's side, but like, if it was the news that, oh, Rocks died, your hero died, I would imagine that the messenger would be a Rocks pirate. Otherwise,
you'd want
maybe he
their
wouldn't believe him.
perspective.
Yeah, so
they'd be sad,
I
they'd cry over it and stuff, right? Probably
For sure, and I think there's definitely
Maybe.
a lot of meaning I see from Kaido too, because like also the best part about Kaido being introduced in this arc as well will help out with his backstory a lot, because I feel like the running joke, right? Little, medium, big when it comes to his backstory and everything, and like a lot of people have their own feelings on it. I felt like they could have been done a way better, but I think getting to see more of his life prior and stuff, like through the like different characters flashbacks and stuff, like it may not be the ideal thing, but at least it opens up more about a character and basically getting his idea and feelings of how he felt what happened with Rocks. Because that whole statement when he said like pirates betray each other at the end, we've heard that so many times through Robin, through Law and stuff, but like I feel like he probably witnessed his crew, when I say crew, like Rox's crew and stuff, basically walk away and watch their captain get slaughtered, and it's like that was an eye-opening moment for them. Like as Sai was just saying before, like Kaido could have been this wholesome kid for all we know that was cool with everybody and stuff. Yeah, he was a brat here and there, but that was a traumatizing moment that probably shaped eventually what became the Beast Pirates afterwards. So I think there's a lot of significance that could come out of that, not just even for what it could do for Loki and like what spins his perspective, but what gave us the Kaido that we end up knowing later in the story.
I completely agree. I think so. I wanted to go on to what I think it was Par who was saying about a Herald being like a very possible, like Kaido and Herald went down the same path, and I think it's kind of interesting because Herald, to me, like when you said him opening global trade, that's kind of like, it's not literally what Odin was saying with open the borders, but that is what he was doing. He
Very
opened the
similar.
borders of Elbaf.
Good point.
So it's like he's like a weird fusion of like Kaido and Odin. Like, oh, I opened the borders, but that led to like child trafficking and the possibility, obviously, of Kaido being sold off to the world government. And assuming, all this Holy Knight world government, tie and stuff is going to lead to something with Herald. Because a lot of people think he's sus, obviously.
Yeah.
Many people think people are still sus on Elbaf, dare I say.
Are you talking about Ange?
Possibly. I'm possibly referring to that. But I feel as though because of like all these possible building connections with Kaido, and obviously he looks pretty similar. Do I completely buy he's his dad? No, because we've seen characters that look like Kaido who weren't related, at least for now, like Oven and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, he might be related, he might not be, but still, the fact that we can think that immediately means there's a possibility of him showing up in the first place. So I think that could be fun. And obviously, the connections with him and Big Mom. And I think what would be really cool when it comes to people telling Loki what happened, I think it would be perfect if Kaido is the one to tell Loki that Rocks was killed, because they both admired him so deeply.
Oh, yeah.
And having Kaido, who's like, the youngest of the group, and seeing how like jaded he turns after this moment, I think would be really cool.
Yeah.
No, great points. It feels like we're kind of rounding near the very likely for Kaido. It feels like we all feel like it's a pretty strong chance. Because I agree. If we're talking flashback, then it is guaranteed. But then I would probably put it down to the bottom. But I feel like he's also him actually coming is also a good chance. So I think very likely is a good spot because he's going to be relevant one way or another, right? I think that's kind of the point. And I'm going to go out of order a little bit just because somebody mentioned it, but let's talk about Shiki next. I'm curious what you guys think about Shiki, because a lot of people who are watching this, I'm sure you guys have heard of Shiki, but we've barely seen him. So he's supposed to be working on his 20-year plan that he's been doing for 22 years. So he's a little late already on showing up. But I feel like Elbaf would make a lot of sense. Whenever we saw him in Chapter 0 / Strong World, which I know Strong World's a movie, but Chapter 0 kind of illustrated some of what we saw in the movie, so it's sort of canon. He was like on an island with a bunch of giant animals that the world had never seen before. And here on Elbaf, we have these giant animals that the world probably hasn't seen before also, or at least most of the world isn't familiar with, I should say. So there's kind of a little bit of a parallel, but also, we talked about this maybe being like God Valley 2.0, right? And if we have these other Rocks pirates showing up, if Rocks is going to be tied to this arc, the Gods Knights have shown up, who were also at God Valley. If we keep that theme going, well, Shiki was at God Valley, so it would kind of make sense for him to show up. Now, while I personally think it's very likely, I feel like potentially is probably a good place to start because he's probably a little bit less likely than some of the others. But does anyone have any strong thoughts on Shiki showing up?
Not all at once, guys.
I
had to think about it for a second.
I want to throw my hat into the ring because I have not seen the movie he's from, so I have no attachment to this character whatsoever.
Damn.
I hear the movie's good, but I just
It's my favorite one.
Okay. Is it the one with the weird Nami stuff, or is that a different movie?
It's
Wait, define weird.
Yeah, it is not
awful Nami stuff. That's what I'm saying. Awful.
I wouldn't say it's awful.
Okay.
I mean, she does get taken, but I don't know if it's
okay. Then it's not the one I'm thinking.
That's like the
of. The one where Sanji
Involved?
is actually terrible.
Okay.
That movie.
I don't remember any moments like that. I'm not even sure.
either.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what movie you're talking about.
It's weird. There's like some de-aging crap. Awful.
Okay.
Oh,
I think I know what you're talking about. No, it's not that one.
It's not that one?
Little spoilers, but Shiki kidnaps Nami because she's a great navigator and knows the weather and stuff. And then they go and get her back, and that I won't say anything else.
Okay.
I like how you say spoiler alert as if like somebody's gonna get spoiled by a 12-year-old movie.
Yeah.
It's like 3 time skip too. It's like before Gear Fourth, before Marine Ford.
It's actually 15 years old now. It came out.
If you haven't seen it yet, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
During Marine Ford.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Spoilers for the Bible, guys, but Jesus,
Spoilers for the Old Testament.
something happens here.
What I was kind of thinking, because I remember when you were talking about the weird animals, right? I think I saw like a Twitter comparison thing, and someone said like some of the animals were literally from that movie, and I was like, okay, that's pretty interesting. So there has to be some inherent connection there, and the context of it being like a weird jungle-like location with like multiple layers too adds for a lot of visual variety, of course, but the ice could have been like a crazy jungle location, but now it's just frozen over somehow thanks to the weird magical weather of the Grand Line doing its thing.
The tree blocking the sun.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Sai and I talked about that a lot the other day.
Yeah,
that's kind of fire, actually. I really.
Yeah, well, if the tree falls and the sun hits the snow, what's going to happen, Kev?
It's going to be a flood, and you know what it's all about the flood right now.
But then we'll see what's under the snow. But anyways,
true. But what I was kind of alluding to was like the fact that they had that little animal thing. I'm like, okay, that's pretty cool. The fact he showed up in the actual story in like a very important moment and like talked and had dialogue outside of the scene he had with Whitebeard, and I think wasn't that the Chapter 0 thing where he had the scene with Whitebeard and Impel Down. I mean, after Impel Down.
It's where he fights Garp in Sengoku. He loses, but he puts up a really good fight, so he's a beast. Goes to Impel Down, escapes. Yep.
Yeah. I'm because of those two compounding things, him actually showing up in the flashback and being like talking that talk with Whitebeard, and then the animal stuff. I'm gonna put it in potentially because I don't think it's impossible by any means.
Okay.
But do I think it will happen? No, but it's possible.
And one other thing I just want to throw in is there's a lot of like Skypiea connections to this arc, or at least that we're expecting to happen. We already have like flying ships and stuff, right, or whatever.
Yeah.
And Shiki has the float fruit, like he has a flying ship, like his ship, because he can just use his fruit to make his ship fly. So having the sky power guy, come in here during this arc kind of makes sense. Also, that might
That's
be why
interesting.
Oda's been saving him. So
Though I will throw a little bit of a wrench in that. Oda brought him up recently in the SBS to admittingly say that his power is maybe a little too broken. So maybe he looks at that like, yeah, like we'd have to retcon like his ability, which, I think that's fine for someone to do, because I made an entire video talking about about Strong World, but also like the second half of it was like, guys, I don't think Oda knew what he's doing with this power, because either this is not completely devil fruit and there's some other hockey shit that we don't know about, or this is the most insane devil fruit. And honestly, I'm still in between with it, because Oda was just like, that power is broken. And like, he didn't say what, but like, if you watch that movie, the second half of his display of power makes no sense. Like, it just doesn't work. Also, just to add, like you were saying, like he's floating islands. It's not think like Wanos. Like, it's not like Onigashimas. Like, no, these are massive his plan, by the way, was to take these lands, float them over the East Blue, and drop them on the nations as a form of like terror. And like, what the hell is that plan?
It's like Fujitora on steroids almost.
But second of all, Fujitora pulls out people thought that his sword had the devil fruit. That's how much emphasis he has when he activates his power on that sword. Shiki, meanwhile, is fighting Luffy to the death, and like, all of these islands, no issue, still floating. Like, even Oda went with Kaido and was just like, oh, the Onigashima, the one island sinking because he's getting tired. Shiki had none of that. Shiki could be sleeping. Once he got like knocked out and too far away, then whatever. But there was like no strain on him. He was out there boxing all the Straw Hats, keeping up all the islands afloat, and like doing crazy. He looked like the Avatar in the movie, straight up. There's no like.
Oda needs to nerf the power a little bit, because in the SBS he said that he is making the float fruit canon, like he does have that power, but like you're saying, I think he's going to add some limitations that weren't there in the movie, because it's like, Shiki should have already taken over the world if he was actually using his power correctly. You know what I mean?
Think about the money he could make. Like, hey guys, like the water's rising, it's flooding. I'll save your island if you pay me a celestial dragon tribute. That'd be cool.
And it just connects everything
Shiki's
together.
It extorts the world.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
It's pretty buggy.
You gotta ask yourself, that's probably what the Celestial Dragons did, right? Like something along the lines.
I agree. So,
I mean, it's a good business move.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So are we happy with potentially for Shiki? Is that a good spot? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Next, I gotta talk about a very special someone, and I will say I'm gonna very much push for guaranteed on this character. And Laz, I have a good feeling that you're gonna agree with me. So Laz, I would like you to cook first. We got the Mad Monk Urouge. I'm slapping him in guaranteed, and I'll fight to the death on this one. But Laz, anything you gotta say?
I mean, listen, I'm a guarantee too. I did a whole video with Dak and the Recon just talking about him for hours and stuff about why he needs to show up in this final saga, why he needs to show up in Elbaf. Just because, again, he's the last supernova. We saved the best for last, possibly.
Facts.
But just for a lot of the things, too. I mean, for his character, especially like I talked with Dak before, because he's on the older side of the group and stuff, he's the eldest of everybody that's in the supernovas. And I feel like he will tackle an audience in terms of what his character could be really about and stuff. Because we only know a handful of things. This guy's got a karmatic devil fruit that apparently if you hit him hard enough, right, he can hit you with 2 times the power back. And that just sounds kind of scary that your best attack can be hit back at you twice, whatever. But just a lot of the stuff there too with him possibly being a half Birkin, half like Skypiean that might know stuff about the sky races and just even the first worlds. If we look at the Harley and just like the the wall and stuff, and just seeing all of those pictures and everything that's there, and possible connections that we could see the Burka having there, which means he would have that too. But also the other things that was brought up in that discussion, but I have to bring up here as well. I believe this is going back with Burka, because the actual like Burka in real life was supposed to be like this trade center in like Scandinavian culture and stuff. And when I got the part of the trade, I'm thinking to myself, well, if Harlan was trying to have like Elbap be open to trades of all these other countries and places, who's to say he wasn't trying to do that with Sky Islands? And because of how old we know Urouge is and stuff, and Burka was still around during that time, it's very likely that Harold has some kind of connection maybe to Burka, and Urouge by extension would have some kind of connection that's there. I'm very much of the belief he is on the Heaven Realm. I do think that he's probably up there. He's just been chilling in the Sky Islands, recuperating, doing whatever, speaking to the avatars and stuff up in this like celestial kind of like space or whatever it's there. But I do think that the time has come, and Oda is waiting until this arc specifically to bring him in. How significant his part's going to be all depends on what Oda wants to do, but I do think that he has something to offer, and that place could in fact be in Elbaf. So yeah, he's my guarantee for this arc.
I completely agree. And a couple of things I just want to piggyback off of that you said. The Heaven Realm, you and I talked about this, but I'm in complete agreement. And I feel very strongly he's going to be like praying over Harold's grave because of what you just said. They were probably friends, or he had respect for him in some way. Now, if Harold is a bad guy, maybe he just doesn't know that information. But I think because of the trade, they may have worked with Burka because, like you said, they were a trade city. So Urouge may look at Harold fondly because they kind of work together, right? Yeah. And then also, now a cool idea that came up the other day that I just want to mention. So we don't actually know, Urouge's devil fruit name yet, but it seems like it's the karma fruit that, he has the karmic punishment attack. That seems to be it. But one thing that, I don't know if it was on your video or if it was on the other stream I did. I can't remember because I did multiple things that day. But on one of them, I talked about Urouge maybe having a dial power. Like what? Because he's a sky, he's a sky related, person. Dials come from the sky. If his power is built on like sending back the attack that he's hit with, or like getting stronger because he gets hit, that's sort of how dials work, right? Like they'll take in electricity, fire, whatever, and send it back and hurt the person. So with him being a sky person and having that kind of power, I think that'd be kind of cool. But regardless,
he's a dial man.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of sick. To be in, and this is supposed to be Usopp's arc, and he's kind of also the dial guy, kind of. So you never know.
Yeah, and just kind of even going back on it too as well with the Rouge. I think also the thing we have to also realize with Elbaf is like, the Gods Knights are kind of right now the antagonists of the arc, but I also feel like in a similar situation to what we saw in Egghead, where it's like, we know the Marines were the bad and stuff, and then the Gorosei dropped in, but we had multiple different parties. It feels like right now with just the Straw Hats, the Elbafians, the Gods Knights, it feels like there's one more group per se of people I think that could show up in this arc to really magnify the fact that we are in a war land, not just to keep it capitalized such as 3 groups. I think there's like one more possibly that's going to be in there, and maybe it could be a Marines or whatever, but I think Urouge being like an outlier to that, even if he ends up joining our side or so, I feel like this arc is just, it needs like more people to come into it, and I think a character like that would do pay dividends, man, especially going up against like crazy giants and stuff, and especially what else the Gods Knights have to offer.
Yeah, completely agree. Does anyone have any pushback on the guaranteed ranking? Does anyone think Urouge is not
No. The thing with the Rouge, I mean, you guys talked about it too, but like, we have to meet him eventually. It's the same mindset with Scopper. I know people get tired because we're crying wolf, like, oh, Urouge is going to be in Wano, Urouge is going to be in Whole Cake, Urouge is in Punk Hazard, Urouge is in the East Blue. But eventually it's going to be true. Same with Scopper. So I think there's nothing wrong with having Urouge here. Because the way I see it is that if not here, then when? Like, think about the future islands. Marie Joie, Lodestar, the One Piece, Laugh Tale. Like, would Urouge make an appearance there or here? And I feel like Elbaf is his best bet, because I don't know where else we're going to go afterwards, where he would be relevant.
Mm-hmm. And like, we've barely seen him, and if Oda keeps not showing him, we're going to start forgetting he exists. You know what I mean? Like you got to bring him in at some point.
Yeah, and I know there's the fear of like Scratchman Apu and Basil Hawkins, where it's like, they haven't really gotten fleshed out in terms of flashbacks and stuff. But like, I just feel like if that was going to be the case with Urouge, then like Whole Cake Island would have been the arc where it's like, Oda even teased like, by the time the time skip started, half of them would have dropped out by now. You would have just done that with Urouge. So like, I feel like the longer that they keep on going, there has to be a reason for them being there. Otherwise, it's like a waste of time. But I'm putting all my eggs in the basket that he will be relevant.
Yeah, Caverpar. Anything?
I feel like a lot of us were on the Urouge could be with Blackbeard train, because of how absent he was in the story and him talking about Blackbeard at Marie. Yeah, exactly. Him talking about like that was a very known concept, I feel, in the community. And the fact that now every single supernova except him has had like prominent showcase in the story, and exactly what Sai just said. Why would he show up in this endgame section of the story when, you know, we're already at the endgame, you know? We're not in the build-up anymore.
Yeah, how much longer can he wait?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say guaranteed, to be honest, even though, like, if he doesn't show up here, when? But we just had Egghead, which none of us expected was going to happen at all. So there could possibly be something after Elbaf before the end game. There could be. And then he'll show up, surely, right? But I don't know. For me, I'm not going to put guaranteed just because there's already a lot. And I don't know how Urouge would fully slide in effortlessly, because like obviously with Urouge comes all the stuff with Enel possibly, and all the stuff that could relate to him. The one thing I see is like if he's worshiping the sun god, which would be really cool and interesting.
Yeah, which I think he is.
That would be cool. I would like that a lot. But I don't know. I'm starting to think like, where can he fit more so than, because we want him to fit. It's like putting the square peg in the circle hole. It's like, okay, is he gonna fit? I hope so. You know, I hope so. Yeah. But if he doesn't, he'll hopefully find a place eventually. So.
Yeah, I thought that was a good point about Egghead, because like if we do get like another island after this we weren't expecting, like maybe we go to Sphinx after this or something, and then maybe there's a reason he could pull up there. I mean, Ace's grave is there. He also has the same necklace as Ace, which I always thought was weird. So could be something there. But Par, anything to add?
Yeah, with Urouge, like Urouge is a funny character because, you know, famously I brought to light, not brought to light, but shouted a certain name that had even less notoriety in the story, and then they showed up, and that, whether that shocked you or whether you believed it, it happened. You know, I'm referring to Bogard, and that like it's weird. Because, like, you know, I would say that I think that Urouge would show up to Elbaf, but it's not because of Elbaf. Like, the logic that I used with Big Mom, right? Like, why would is she intrinsically necessary to show up here? Or does the things that we want her to come to Elbaf for, or can they exist outside, right? With Urouge, it's almost the opposite with, like, you know, in the sense that, like, we don't know like what's after this laugh tale, right? Like we don't know much else, and I feel like what Sai was saying, it would have to be here. But then there's things like Burka, there's like the mystery, and like maybe it's associated with Elbaf, so he shows up here. And like I want to ride, and I think like Kev was saying this too, like I want him to be important. I think the community wants him to be important. And I think that if Bonnie, for example, is a testament to that like Oda saves the best for last, then you got something there. But on the flip side, right, and there's an asterisk here, but on the flip side, like I'm okay, you know, I wouldn't be, Urouge is like I would put him in a similar boat to Bogard in that like had Oda foreshadowed a great part of the story that Urouge would play a role in, not really, not like Kid, right? With Kid, like it's like, yeah, I feel like he's gonna show up. His power is magnetism. The whole navigation aspect of the show, it's built on his power. We don't know how the islands ended up the way it is. That's very different than Urouge. And you know, to the point that like, yeah, when people got Kid's backstory in the SBS and threw up the death flags, like I get the frustrations. Kid was a character set up and feels like he's going to be crucial to the story. And obviously I think majority of us, if not all of us here, feel like, yeah, he's back. He's not dead, like Kaido and Big Mom, and he's going to show up later, right? With Urouge, it's weirder because it's like, what do we know? Like, okay, he was like, sort of, like he got the poneglyph, but like he doesn't have the other ones. We know that he doesn't have the other ones. So it's like, is he really in the race? Like he's been in crucial parts. And so it's odd, and like to the point where like now that we have the Holy Knights the way they are, I'm almost like, is bro just a Holy Knight? Like, can we like take that out of the thing? And the problem is we can't. How it would be crazy if he was, but like, can anyone sit there seriously and tell me like, no, it's absolutely false that he can't be a Holy Knight? Why not? He has a crazy power that we don't know. It's not named by a devil fruit. And if we look at the arrow fruit and the dream manifesting fruit and the what was the other one, the thorn fruit, I feel like his fruit fits right in. On top of that, he was on top of a cloud praying for someone falling down to the lower realm. It's like, why is the guy need to be up there? You know, maybe he is a celestial dragon, maybe not celestial dragon, but like, you know, whatever. And you know, it's interesting because it's like, oh, is he a buccaneer? Is he something? Maybe he's a Dosundada. I don't know. Like Oda could put him anywhere. I feel like if he does it afterwards, then I feel like if Oda puts Urouge after Elbaf, Urouge is an insanely important character. Like, if
he's getting the One Piece, he's going to Laugh Tale. You know?
Yeah, like he's like the Ichigo of the series or some shit. Like he has to know, he has to be connected to everything. Like he has Enel on speed dial. He summons him with like the fusion ha or some shit, right? Like that. But that's where I'm like, okay, is he that important? No, I think he's not that important. So I'd rather him show up in Elbaf in the mix of things, give us a little bit of lore, a little bit of something, you know. But the what I would say is that Elbaf right now is an interesting arc in that it feels a lot like Egghead, that it's like an informational arc. We're like finding out so many truths of the world along this journey. And so if we were to like stay on that focus and keep on that focus, I think that Urouge would fit right in. I feel like Urouge is a character that Oda can give a lot of info in, to the point where he could easily do what he did with Stussy, which is like, she is X-Rocks God's not X-Rocks Mad's clone. Like, what? And Whitebeard lover, like, huh? And Weevil's mom, like, okay, we just made like 40 connections from that alone, right? He could easily do that with Urouge, just connect the dots. And I feel like if you were to do that on Elbaf, it'd be much better than if he did it later on. So I don't know if it's guaranteed, but it'd be whatever's right underneath guaranteed.
And even going back to what you were saying too, like with his epithet and even the crew's name, like the Mad Monk and the Fallen Monk Pirates, it's like it almost like tells itself without actually getting to know what it means behind it. So like it's just a moment in time. And too, he, for all we know, he, like, as much as I want him to be an Elbaf, it could be a Dorian Brogan situation, an Egghead, where it's like they could be like the passage to the next arc and get us out, and then we end up going to some Sky Islands or whatever for the moment in time before maybe going to wherever the next destination is.
And you know, and I agree with all that. And I think, you know, if Urouge is going to come in during this arc and kind of connect some dots for us, you know, explain some history or whatever, it might make some sense for Enel to also join during this arc, because he has quite a bit of information for us to learn as well. I'm going to put him in guaranteed for now, because personally, I think Urouge and Enel have to return at the same time, or at least in the same arc, because like, when else is that going to... It's going to be the Burka flashback part of the story, right? Whenever we learn what happened to Burka and the history of it, and we get onto the moon stuff, that's all got to tie to these two people together. And so I think by Urouge being guaranteed, or at least mostly guaranteed, or very likely by all of us, I think Enel is kind of just as likely. And one big thing is, you know, we saw the mural recently, and you know what Enel found on the moon? 2 murals, literally, like pretty much the same exact thing. It was just a story about the past of the moon city, not the Earth, right? And so I think by that connection alone, like, Enel, we're going to have to learn about the moon eventually, like the Straw Hats will, or the greater part of the world will at some point. And how else are they going to learn that than, you know, the guy who was just up there and kind of took over the moon, right? So for me, I have Enel in guaranteed, but I know that is maybe a little bit more debatable. So anyone got some strong thoughts on Enel?
That's crazy. I think I would probably go maybe very likely, but at the same time, if I'm going to like guarantee for Urouge, and especially if in fact Urouge was the character that Enel had taken care of, that was like from Burka and stuff, like, because there was that one warrior that apparently stood up to him and everything, and if that is exactly the Sky Knight and stuff, then it's
whatever it is.
Yeah, so it's very likely that there is that connection. I feel like if one's going to come back, the other one coming back here would make the most sense. Especially, I think he'll probably come back a little bit later or soon. Like I always envision, Enel's gonna come down with the Noah's Ark and stuff, and then come back with all this information after the fact. So yeah, I'll probably lean more to like very likely.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, Enel's another one of those weird ones, and it's funny because like so far we've talked about Kaido, Big Mom, Shiki, Urouge. It kind of feels like this is Stampede where like everybody's just showing up here on Elbaf. But I understand it. Like Enel is another one of those characters, and I feel like for Urouge, we don't really know what he can provide to the story. We have a lot of guesses, but we don't really know. For Enel, we do have some sort of an answer because he saw the writings on the moon. He knows about a lot of history about how they were moon people and they came down to the sea and all that crazy stuff. So like Enel could play greatly in this arc. I think the problem with Enel is just his whole character. Like, how does he interact with the crew? How does he interact with Blue Sea people? I think whenever people get hung up on Enel, that's kind of where they're stuck at. And then, of course, his powers, right? Like, if you bring him back into the story, like, he's probably going to have Hawk. He's probably going to be a lot stronger. And he's just... It's kind of like bringing Kaido back. It's like, he's such a force of nature. Like, how do you write him in and make it feel good? As far as, like, likelihood, I'd say if Urouge comes in, the chances of Enel coming back in, because, of course, their Birkin connection, I think goes up by 2. 2 times.
Okay, so it's twice as likely if Urouge pulls up.
Yeah. Can't have one without the other.
And the one thing I hope, kind of like a little bit of what you're talking about there with like his powers, I hope that, now that we have the situation where Luffy, we know he's immune to him, and Luffy already did defeat him, it's like if Enel comes back, will he be threatening in a general sense? Yes, because lightning is like devastating, but we're not going to be like, oh, he's unstoppable because Luffy can just defeat him, right? Luffy's always going to be there, but maybe Enel will be our first Logia awakening in the story. And maybe that'll happen at Elbaf because they're afraid of fire and lightning, right? That's like a big thing in Elbaf. And so if Enel were to come down and awaken his lightning fruit and there's lightning everywhere, I think that could be kind of exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Enel being the first Logia awakening, I'd like that because he was like the most impactful Logia awakening Logia we've seen early on in the story. It just kind of sucks that it wasn't like one of the Admirals, I think, which maybe there's some bias coming in there, even though I like Enel, but I wish Kizaru awakened. All I gotta say.
All the coolest Logia is like lightning itself, man. Just the prospects of what it could, like what they could do with it, man. And especially a character like Enel, bro. It's like
he might turn Elbaf into Raijin Island, which would be another Urouge connection. Yeah, Urouge visited there, right?
Yeah, and for all we know, he's probably the one that did create Raijin Island. He could just send like crazy shots somewhere, and it's like, here you go, I just made an island just like that.
Yeah, and I think there's a reason why Punk Hazard and Raijin Island were kind of like on the same like section of the log pose, right? Because like you can go to 3 different islands, and the crew went to Punk Hazard. Well, I think they like heard the call or whatever to go to Punk Hazard, but Raijin is one of those first islands that you can get sent to from the log pose, and I think there's a reason why Oda's like, oh, hey, here's Punk Hazard, which has been environmentally changed forever by 2 admirals. Oh, and guess what? Nearby, here's Raijin Island that has lightning everywhere. Like maybe we should make a connection that, Logia has caused all of it, so.
And then, of course, there's, Eni's Lobby, the Land of Eternal Light.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty tough name, by the way.
Think it could be Kizaru. Or, the past light fruit user. All right, so are we happy with very likely for Enel? Is that a good spot? Anyone have any strong disagreements?
I agree with what Sai said about I do think you get one, you get the other. I think that thematically he had the Norse mythology connection with naming Elthor. So Oda clearly had some kind of setup there in relation to here, and then Burka ties him I think more ways than we might think. Especially we're finding out that Elbaf is they have so I brought this up in a stream with Sai before, which was that Loki's not methodology, but at the moment what we believe is that he wants to take down the tree to a certain extent. He wants to break the heaven realm and sun realm, whether it's to expose the sun, we don't know what result he believes is necessary for him to become the sun god, but at the end of the day, that Ragnarok, etc., that feels like it's lined up. And the thing about bringing that down and those things being propped up by clouds is that's exactly what Enel wanted. Enel believed that it was unnatural for people to be living on the clouds up there, and it was they need to bring him down. And the thing is, like, yeah, Enel's a crackhead because, like, if he could have just like created like an immigration system to just like, hey, like, you could just take the arc to like down there and I'll facilitate it. Just don't live up here, and then I don't have to like nuke you. And that's all he really needed to do in his storyline, because that's all he wanted. He was like, just live down there, right? Oh, you want this belt? Well, I don't care because I'm going to the moon. Like he really didn't need whatever they wanted, and whatever they wanted, he very easily could have facilitated the move. So whatever, Enel silly, but the point is that like the logics line up, and Elbaf has the same composition that Enel would like look at and basically vomit and want to, like, I forget what the move was called, but he'd want to essentially Black Death ball it. And so Rygo, yeah, that's the one, right? So he would want to do that. Now, I agree a lot with what Sai is saying. Like, I feel like there's a weird thing where Oda could have used Enel to show us those murals up there just for the sake of, hey, the murals are there and I need someone to show it to us. This is how I showed it to you guys, right? And that could be it. And the reason why that could be it is because and I've said this so many times for Caesar. Caesar's power inherently is insanely broken, but Oda did the genius, not the genius thing, but like he had to do it. He had to make Caesar a literal clown who isn't like a fighter, because if he like used his power in any like meaningful way, he has the control over all gases, that's insane. Like,
just suck the oxygen out of the room every time you fight anybody.
Yeah, and like apparently he just has like a limitation. Well, like, people train their limitations and then awaken. So like, yes, let's put the broken fruit in Caesar, and then we don't have to worry about it. I'm not worried about the last saga into scope of, oh my god, what if Caesar shows up and throws out like mercury smog and just gives everyone poisoning and everyone ends up Roger? Like, I'm not worried about that, right? With Enel, it's not the same. Enel was a unit, and that unit is like energy, and that energy is like literally the currency of what Vegapunk was like pitching, right? Like, why would you need Mother Flame if you just had a, like, if I was the world government, if I was Emu, I would like have a cow factory and it would just be Enel. Enel would be milked every day, like insane. You wouldn't need Mother Flame. You would just need Ace and Enel. And that's the other thing. Like, if Enel shows up because of the fire and lightning thing, I would like not Ace, Sabo, sorry, just Ace in my mind, but. The Mera no Mi hired and doing that stuff. Like, if we pull all the strings together, then it's like we have to bring all those things. So I don't know. It feels weird. Like, we already have like Ragnar bringing down lightning strikes. Like, Enel shows up, and I feel like Enel gets Lil Bro'd instantly. He can't do anything.
Becomes a Zeus character.
Yeah,
Zeus
like Nami.
Arden, give me those balls, brother.
Yeah, Nami eats him up. Loki makes him forcibly discharge. Like, every time he hits Ragnar, does Enel just go and just like get blurted out, and then Luffy could just like rubberize him, and I don't think he'll like that either. So like, I don't know.
That might be why the awakening has to happen, maybe, because he does get Little Bro the whole time, and he's like, well, guess what? The lightning fruit's better than all your mechanisms.
Yeah.
It could be that, or he could just stay up on the moon and be like, you know what? It's safer up here. It's
I'm
chill
chilling
up here. Yeah, this is my life dream. I'm not going back.
I wouldn't blame whatsoever.
I mean,
even if he comes back down like as a born again Christian or something, bro. Because like, I don't know, like, would he have that like God complex like going on for him like for second time in a row? Like, nah, man, I found something else, bro. Like, I'm good, bro.
Him suddenly being a sun god worshiper that would be an interesting plot line, right? Like, that would make like, whoa, what did you learn up there? Like, what happened to you?
Oh my god, that would be a great bit.
Kev, do you have any thoughts to share?
If Enel starts throwing doing the Running Man, the Nika run, I don't know if I like that.
Oh my god,
that would be kind of
It was
awesome,
sad. I just got an image in my head, and it looks raw, but like I'm just like shaking my head at the same time. Like,
I get it, but I don't want it. It's one of those things. I get it.
It would be incredibly satisfying for me to have this antagonist that got completely sunned by Luffy to turn into like his most devout worshiper, I think that would be incredibly satisfying. Because I love when Oda brings back we all do. We love when Oda brings back characters and like gives them a new spin. That would be crazy if Enel's just a complete joke. Because, like, realistically, Nami just is Enel now. Nami can just do exactly what Enel did in Whole Cake Island. And that was, like, 300 chapters ago, probably. Like, it's crazy. With the big beam from Zeus, obviously.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, Luffy with Gear 5, I feel like he would just destroy him again. And exactly with Ragnar as well. Because Ragnar was fire and lightning. It just caused it immediately the second he struck it the tree. So I don't know. I think
sorry, just adding on to that, like people bring up like, you know, Sai brought it up, but I know like he understand what I'm saying. Like people like, oh, he's gonna show up with hockey. How? Against who? Who did he train against? The moon?
Right.
The
automata.
I mean, it's just
automata.
It's one of those things.
Yo, the automata teaching him hockey would be hilarious though. Like
it would remind me of the Kung Fu Dugongs learning hockey in the anime, but it's kind of like the flip of it, right? It's like this army of like otherwise weak things. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Everyone learns differently, man. Like that would be a hilarious way for them to learn, but you know.
I could see him getting the gag of being really lonely because he's just with these automatas. So he's just like, you know what? I was messed up. I should be with people. Like that could be it. I just want
should
friends.
be alone on this rock up here.
It's not even that. He just wants yes men. He doesn't want friends.
No,
The robots are boring. They automatically listen. Like the humans, I gotta subjugate. Like that's more entertaining for him.
Well, maybe think about it like this. What if Enel sees those robots in their cold, hard shells and their automaton hearts, and he's like, you know what? I miss the genuine article. So when he comes back down to Earth, like Laz said, he had a come to Jesus moment. He's like, you know what? I love people. A warm-blooded person? Yes. Like there is crazier things have happened.
But all right, the next one I want to talk about. Which this one is, to me, very hard to nail down, is Shanks. Because, I mean, he's already technically been here this arc, so I don't know if that kind of already counts, but I would say it doesn't. But obviously, since he already left, and then we had Shamrock show up and already leave, it's kind of like, okay, is Shanks gonna show up this arc? He's obviously very closely tied to this island, but since he left, he'd kind of have to, like, turn around and come back, which feels weird. So for me, I think appears during the arc, but not on the island makes the most sense, where he's going to be very, very deeply tied to this arc. He's going to be shown a lot, but I don't think he's actually going to physically come back to Elbaf. In my mind, I think the Shanks versus Blackbeard fight could make some sense to happen here, potentially. So maybe that starts during this arc, but just on a separate island. Maybe we see him, going for the One Piece. Maybe that's where he's going right now, and we'll just see him. Not that we'll see the One Piece, but maybe we'll see him, show up there, or maybe he doesn't have the last rubbing yet, so we see him meet the man marked by flames. Something like that, I think, is going to happen. But what do you guys think about Shanks?
I think I agree with you, where it would feel really weird if Shanks left Elbaf not a couple chapters ago, but like 40 chapters ago, and then he came back right away. Right? I think that's odd. Kind of like how, me and you, Dax, we talked about like how like Scopper might entrust the Straw Hats with Colin's life. I like to imagine Shanks would trust Luffy with Elbaf. Like, oh, like Luffy's there. Like, I don't have to go back. Like, he can handle this. Especially when Shamrock isn't here. Right? If Shamrock was here, if Garling was here, I think Shanks would come back. But as it stands right now, like, leave it to Luffy. He's a Yonko. Like, let him do his thing. And then as far as Shanks showing up in this arc, but not on the island, I agree with that. Whether it's a flashback, which I guess is like the cop-out answer, but I think Shanks having a flashback here makes a lot of sense since all the Giants know him, right? I mean, hell, even when the Giants were describing the Holy Knights, they're like, yeah, like it's a guy that looked like Shanks. Like they know this guy. Like they've hung out with Shanks. I'm sure we'll get Yasop flashbacks here as well. And then as far as like getting something current day, like you said, Blackbeard matchup, in a weird way, I feel like that might be too soon. I just feel like Blackbeard and Shanks, that's like a death flag for Shanks. Like, if they were to fight, even though all logic points to Shanks winning, I just feel like he would die in that fight. I don't know what it is. It's like how, you future sight, like, oh, I'm just going to stroll about my day, and then you future sight somebody stabbing you. You're like, okay, wait a minute. Maybe I don't walk outside. That's how I feel about Shanks meeting Blackbeard. Like, maybe please don't go there. Not yet.
I agree with
yet.
everything you just said, and that's kind of why I think Shanks versus Blackbeard, like, it might be the right time, because, you know, what you said about Luffy protecting Elbaf, or like Shanks not worrying about what happens because Luffy's there, I agree, and I think part of that logic is, you know, Shanks always told Luffy, like, come find me when you're a great pirate. Like, it's kind of reading like, when you're on my level, Luffy, then we can meet again. That's like kind of the setup, right? It's like, don't talk to me until, you know, we're on like even terms or whatever. And we know that the only person who's been able to stop Loki was Shanks. And so I think Shanks is thinking, all right, if Luffy's able to go to Elbaf and beat Loki or tie Loki back up or whatever, because he probably knows Luffy's going to free Loki because Luffy's just a crazy guy, you know what I mean? So I think Shanks is like, if Luffy can go to Elbaf and
liberator
and not die, like, he can handle that situation, re-lock up Loki, take care of the God's Knight, save everyone, whatever. If he's able to do that, then he's ready to meet me. That's what I think Shanks is doing. But how powerful would it be if Shanks dies before that happens, and then so Luffy never gets to meet him? And I know that's like really sad, and I feel like people think that's sacrilegious, but for me, I think that would hit really hard. Like, none of us thought Ace was going to die, or, I mean, if you watch the story, you know, after that happened, you probably saw the anime episode title, so you probably knew that was happening before it did. But generally, people didn't go into that thinking Ace was actually going to die during Marineford. They thought, because it's shonen, you know, the good people always, not always, but 99% of the time escape.
Shonen magic.
But he didn't. And I think Shanks is very similar to Ace in that way, where he's so close to Luffy. And remember, Blackbeard captured Ace, and that led to Ace's death. And so with Blackbeard having this rivalry with Shanks, I think it's already setting up that Shanks is going to be the Ace of the post-time skip, and he will die, and that'll be a big moment for Luffy to kind of motivate him and stuff. So I think it might be the right time for that, for the reason you said, because he would die, and he would die right before Luffy was going to meet him. But I know that's a hot take also, so...
How about this? So Loki knows where Shanks is going, apparently, right? He says he knows the location. That's not a fib. Imagine Luffy goes to that island. We don't see Shanks for a while. Like, we don't see him here in Elbaf. We leave the island. We go to Shanks' mentioned island to Loki. And instead of seeing Shanks there, we see, Walking Dead style, we see 10 pikes. And on each pike is a head of the red hair crew. Shanks, Yasopp, Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman, you know, like all those, like, they're all dead. Blackbeard beheaded them, and then we start a Shanks versus Blackbeard flashback. I think that'd be cool. Of course, like you said, sacrilegious. I think everybody would hate that. But I'm down
honestly,
for it, dude. Get brutal, man. Why not?
Even just Shanks is on like his last breath or something, and Shanks is like, it's kind of like where Ace was like thank you for loving me thing to Luffy. Like, you got that like final sentence out. I think we could see something similar with Shanks. Maybe he's tied up on the cross like Nekomamushi and Inuyasha were. Well, I guess they were like, it wasn't a normal cross, it was like an X. But regardless, you know what I mean. They're getting crucified, and maybe then Shanks, like, you know, he's on like his last breath and then dies, kind of like Yasu also. But yeah, anyone else got any thoughts on Shanks?
Yeah, it's just like, it's one of those things for me where it's like, you know, going back to what you guys were saying before, like him spinning the block back for like, oh, I forgot something. Oh, by the way, let me get rid of my brother that I've never met in my life and stuff, whatever. I would love to see the interaction between him and Shamrock. I just don't know if that's going to be the case, especially the fact that Oda is purposely moving him away from the island. So it feels like something's going to happen. I've always been of this belief that with every single passing arc, Blackbeard is going to get stronger and stronger. And, you know, for the very first time, like before I was saying that, you know, if we find out the location where Shanks is going, assumingly that's probably where we're going to end up next after Elbap. But realistically, this is the first time that we're actually like going into something where we have no idea what the next island's going to be, like theoretically, until like, you know, something's said at the end of the arc and like this is where we're going to end up going. But the idea though, that like of Shanks and Blackbeard possibly fighting in the background while all this stuff is going on, because again, the thing with Louis Arnot saying, like, you know, you don't stay in Elbaf for too long because things are just a little different, right? It could be a hyperbolic time chamber for all we know. Time has passed on the outside of the world, and then all of a sudden, like, we get like a news coup that's saying, you know, Shanks has been dead for X amount of whatever, right? And it's like, wait, how much time has actually passed while we've been on here or something, right? But I also do like the idea. I do like the idea too, also, that the same thing we saw in Marineford, where everyone got to broadcast what was going on. That possibly this is how Cross Guild gets into the mix, is that they're going to be showcasing the fight live on pay-per-view between Blackbeard and Shanks, and that's how Luffy's going to be watching everything that's going to be going down. Because I feel like him being there, it's like, when you think of like that character, like, you know, you're not trying to watch your idol, your brother, whatever it is, get killed on the line of duty. You're jumping straight in there, regardless if you feel you're confident enough or whatever. So I feel like if Luffy was being in that moment, I don't think Shanks would go, or like there was something would have to happen that's gonna like segue that from going down. So, but in pertains to Shanks like being here on Elbaf, it would have to be something to justify why he would be there. Like, is there something that he was supposed to do? Did he keep his word to something with Loki that we don't know of and stuff? And I do think if he was to show up against with Shamrock and everything, I think that might just be for that purpose and reason to fight with his brother. But like at the same time, they don't really have that relationship because we know that he's been like, you know, gone since he was like a year old. He doesn't really know anything about it, presumably. But I would say he's closer to like flashback than anything else, because I would assume by the end of Loki's flashback, we're going to see that interaction of Shanks going into the seas, capturing him, locking him up, and then telling him something that's probably been kept on Loki's mind.
I totally
up
agree.
until the present time.
Kev or Par, any outstanding thoughts here on Shanks showing up?
Okay. I think it's definitely going to be like he shows up, but not on Elbaf for me, because he's got to. I really like Oda's like structure. He started in Egghead, where we're just kind of following other groups for a little bit and taking our time away from the Straw Hats. You know, as heretical as that might be, I like seeing the massive world of One Piece as well as our main characters.
Me too.
It's the best of both worlds scenario. So I personally think that's going to happen. Where exactly he's going, I don't know. I don't really have thoughts on that, because I also think it's a bit too soon for the Blackbeard Shanks thing, but maybe that's what Oda is like trying to get us to think, like, oh my god, it's happening right now. Like that's one of the moments, you know, for I assume all of us and, you know, many people in the fandom, like the series is coming to an end when that happens. Like this is like a one of the death knells, you know, that's like Zoro Mihawk or Luffy meeting Shanks. Like it's one of those moments that have been built up forever. So it would be kind of crazy if that was what was going to happen. I think what's possible is we see Shanks heading somewhere and then we see Blackbeard ship like following him. I don't think we're going to see it happen immediately. Like the setup to it could happen though. Yeah. I think that's possible.
Yeah.
But,
and you know, Kev, right after Egghead, like during like the transition chapters between Egghead and Elbaf, we saw this panel where it had Shanks' ship leaving Elbaf. It was like them like setting sail, finally leaving the island. And adjacent to that was Blackbeard's ship leaving his island. And so I think Oda's already kind of visually hinted like keep these guys connected in your mind, right? Like they're both heading out and sailing right now. Now Blackbeard is back at Hachinosu now, but obviously his group has been in like 4 different smaller groups, so his is a little bit more confusing. But regardless, I think Oda's 100% hinting like, hey, both these guys are heading out, doing things. They might be meeting up soon for sure. Par?
Yeah, I think like, is it likely that he'll show up on Elbaf? No. If he's gonna show up in the arc, then yeah, I could see the Blackbeard situation, but and like I think like the thought that came to mind, and you know, it lines up with what you're saying, Dax, is that like I'm kind of thinking like Enies Lobby, Water 7 was like a situation where there was like a long running scheme to take over like a power that would have helped the world government, and you know, I guess like Egghead kind of follows that too. But in this way, they have to kidnap them, and Robin was kidnapped, and who is doing it? It's the undercover agents, the Holy Knights, that are like insanely cracked. That like they almost like when we saw CP9, they felt foreign to the series because they were just like these masked characters in suits. They don't feel like pirates. And then when they showed up, they did the weird paper arts, the all that stuff. And we're like, what the hell is this? Are they all using devil fruits? And then they all use Tekkai and all that stuff. and it kind of feels like what the Holy Knights are doing is just like with magic. Obviously we know about magic and all that stuff, and you know, whether they succeed or not in taking some, I feel like they need to have some W, kind of like on Egghead with the Gorosei getting some W's. Point is that in between all that, you know, like Kev was saying, I like that Oda's expanded on this kind of like this recipe for an arc, which is that after the Straw Hats finished up, what did we get? We got the fight between Ace and Blackbeard, but he didn't die. And it's not, you know, it's not JJK, so it's not what Sai was saying, oh, we're going to get them on the pikes, all lined up, execution style.
Yeah,
that was every other
It's a
chapter
good
in
idea.
JJK.
People-
Not specifically the Pikes.
And you know, maybe I should have said Vinland Saga, but like
There
I
you
don't
go.
know,
That's a better example.
But
Wait, I gotta hop in. Par, I was gonna make
The
that
Walking
exact
Dead.
same joke earlier. I'm so happy you said that.
yeah, like it's just, and I get the appeal of it, but the other part of it, if we are to bring Blackbeard into the equation in Oda's, you know, style, is the like, it is. I feel like Blackbeard's a character of revenge. And so the characters that mainly foiled his dreams and aspirations at Marineford, well, his dreams and aspirations, but made him look a little sillier than, you know, he was like a power tripping. He was like, I'm the strongest man in the world. And then like Old Man Garb comes up and Shanks end the war. And it's like, ah, damn, I guess like, yeah, I'm going to walk out. You know, it's like, it wasn't like, it, you know, it kind of put a fizzle on it. And who does he already have? He has Garp. And then the next part of the thing would be Shanks. So then you'd run it back with the two people that kind of like, you know, on both sides, pirate side and marine side, kind of put a hamper on, you know, Blackbeard's power trip. And I feel like that would be, yeah, like having them as hostages somehow. I don't know. Like that's a thing about, I always bring up this joke, and it's not a joke. But there's no world where those chains held Roger, even if he was dying that minute. Yeah. There's no amount of wooden handcuff that could keep the guy restrained. That doesn't. If he can walk, those things are coming off. He chose. We get that, right? I feel like that part in, you know, when the Straw Hats found out, like, wait, like he turned himself in. It's like, yeah, no shit. You think that he walked? They were restraining him when he walked up there with just the chain. You think one of the strongest people can just be held like that? He doesn't have a devil fruit. What are we talking about? And I feel like Shanks and Garp are just silly like that because they don't have devil fruits. So I don't really get, like, I guess like Aokiji just constantly freezes their ass, like, you know, just keeps them locked up or some shit. I don't know, but that's kind of what I feel is like, you know, Blackbeard. I've always felt like Blackbeard has to, or not has to, but is going to redo that scenario. And but the thing is, what he said was very different. But it's not different in the bigger scheme. It's that he wanted bargaining chips to join the world government, and apparently, like when York said, "Oh, I'm gonna be Celestial Dragon," we were like, "Ha, stupid! You think that they just let people become?" And then fast forward to Loki, it's like, "Hey, you want to be a Holy Knight?" It's like, "All right, okay, maybe they are just trading it." So like, surely, you know, the world government, maybe not for Garp, but Shanks, because they do care about Shanks to a certain extent. He is for Garling. Yeah. But so maybe that's the chip, and whether Blackbeard knows that or not is a separate issue. But going back to it, yeah, I feel like maybe not on Elbaf. That would be crazy. That'd be such a waste of time. But like maybe like the theory is right that Shanks has like instant teleportation, like I said. But logically he shouldn't be here. And if he's gonna show up in the arc, it's gonna be separate, and that's where Blackbeard is gonna be. And yeah, I could see him going south.
Well, then let me ask you. Oops, sorry. Then let me ask you this, Par. What about Blackbeard? So obviously, and whenever I know it's a picture of Blackbeard, but let's say it's kind of the Blackbeard pirates, because they obviously split into different factions. So maybe Blackbeard does go and fight Shanks, but maybe like Lafitte comes to Elbaf or something. So I'm curious. You know, we kind of talked about Blackbeard specifically a lot. I think we all kind of agree. Like, I mean, Blackbeard's making a move. Blackbeard, we're gonna see him doing something during this arc. Will he be here on the island? Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but I think he's going to be relevant in one way or another. I mean, even during Egghead, we saw Blackbeard do like 5 separate things, right? He went to like Amazon Lily, and then obviously we had the Hachinosu battle, and then some people showed up to Egghead, and Lafitte was over at the Umit shipping thing. So like they're everywhere, and so I guess I just want to hear your guys' thoughts. Like, what do you see the Blackbeard pirates doing during this arc? Will some of them come to Elbaf, or will they all go together to fight the red-haired pirates? Because he probably needs everyone to do that. Or what do you guys see happening?
I think there's one character I would actually add into the mix there, and I think Jesus Burgess, I think, would make the most sense of the Blackbeard Pirates being there, just because of the wrestling theme that we see going on.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Within the arc, and not to mention the fact that he's no longer wearing the mask, assumingly based on what happened in the events of Baltigo. We'll actually get to see what he actually looks like, and hopefully he'll actually be able to put up a better performance than what we saw in Dressrosa. Unfortunately, he had to go up against a pretty tough individual in Sabo, but if he can hold his own against the Giants, that'd be good. But I think it also has to do with the lateral stratum, or like the laboratory that they found there. There's probably information and stuff that, again, Blackbeard's going to find anything and everything he can use possibly to get himself one step closer to the One Piece. And I feel like there's probably something there on Elbaf that he physically can't be there, because I do feel like the end game is that he's going to end up going to Wano to get Pluton. I think that's like the big thing that I would presume what he's going to be doing. But for other characters within his crew and stuff that I could be doing whatever, I think Burgess would make the most sense to be put on to Elbaf. And whatever, again, the laboratory, something else that he finds there, I think that's like a likely thing. So I'll probably say there's potentially have a chance of being there.
Yeah, I would love to see the strong fruit versus the karma fruit. That'd be interesting.
That would be something, yeah.
But
I think I was just gonna say that the way the Blackbeard Pirates move and function, they remind me of a Korean esports team. They're just so efficient with all of their movements and what they do and their micromanagement skills, and they always succeed. I do think the Blackbeard Pirates will come to Elbaf, but not until Luffy leaves. They are opportunistic. They know that they would lose certain fights. They are known for ducking fights they can't win. I mean, we saw Marineford, right? They left the minute Shanks showed up. They left the minute Rayleigh showed up at Amazon Lily. They're not dumb. Why would you want to involve yourself right now when Luffy's here? Why not wait until after the God Knights and Luffy run amok here? Right? Like, let's say Luffy leaves and then the Giants are reeling. Maybe they lost the battle against the God Knights. Maybe some of them are fine. Maybe some are injured. But that is when I think Blackbeard will come up. I think he will show up shortly afterwards and take all the benefits. Same with Wano. Same with Whole Cake. I think he's making a lot of moves that are smart. He's probably going to go to Whole Cake and Wano for the Ancient White. Well, he doesn't have to go Whole Cake, but he'll go to Wano for Pluton. And that is when Kaido's not there. That is when they're at their weakest, pretty much. So I think Blackbeard's just going to wait for the perfect time to come here. And I do like what Laz said. There's the whole wrestling thing with Burgess. I think Burgess is really strong now that he has his Devil Fruit. He lost that fight against Sab, and that was horrible for his optics. That was a rough day for all 5 Burgess fans out there. But he has the strength fruit now. Right? He's a changed man. But I believe in him. As much as I believe in Bad Bunny playing that Spider-Man luchadora, like I think he's gonna run amok. I believe in Burgess.
Thanks.
Also, in 10 minutes, Randy Troy is going to be joining us, so we have that to look forward to. Oh yeah, definite legend.
Dope.
Nice.
But yeah, with the Blackbeard, with the Blackbeard stuff, it's interesting because earlier I was saying like he, unlike a lot of the characters, we don't really know. Like obviously, Vegapunk's like everyone's going for the One Piece, right? For what does that mean for cross guild when they don't have any of the poneglyphs? They're like the wild card. And with Blackbeard though, Blackbeard's less so of a wild card in the sense that he did tell us why he, like when he was talking to Kobe, why he wanted Kobe. It was that he wanted to collect a bunch of bargaining chips to essentially make his own nation, and he wants to negotiate with the world government. And right now, especially after Egghead, where Egghead, they suffered, like, maybe not publicly in the public eye, they didn't suffer, but realistically, yeah, they didn't win over Luffy, and they didn't get everything that they wanted. and Blackbeard's crew showed up in an interesting way. We still don't know the motive behind that one, but luckily that guy died. So like I don't know if they relayed that stuff to the rest of the people. So the thing about Blackbeard is that like, hey, if people don't think that the Holy Knights can win out against the Straw Hats here, there's like he is in a really good position to lend some aid. Hey, like I can help you out. I don't know what that would look like, but there's many fronts where that could happen. Another front would be the food situation that is extremely dire, and they have Lafitte looking out and basically analyzing it, and he's in a position where he can be an observer or he can be a participant. And if he were to be a participant, then he would be helping the world government. There's no reason for him to help the Revs. They don't like the Revs. They literally destroyed their headquarters. So if we were to use Lafitte's situation and the position he's in, and think that the most likely scenario is that he helps the world government somehow from there, then I think across the board, a lot of the things that Blackbeard's going to do at the moment are all going to be kind of coded in things that he can do to help the world government, kind of like what he did before Marineford, right? He helped them until they didn't. And the thing was, like, it was me, Sai, Brago, Cole, and I think Zonin. And, you know, I think, like, and Brago, I think me and Cole were on the same side, but, like, it was kind of like the world government would look so stupid if they believed in Blackbeard again, especially after Marineford, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is like, maybe they don't have a choice, right? Like, they're dealing with Nika now. Like, it's all or nothing. And if they help them against Nika at the moment, like, yeah, like, today's friends, maybe tomorrow enemies, but, like, I think, like, to a certain extent, like, they might need to fold. What, are they going to mobilize all the Gorosei and all the Holy Knights again? Well, then we're just getting repetitive. I feel like then it would make sense that we need someone else. And right now, the world government's greatest ally outside of themselves, and we just used the Buster Call, so it's not the Navy. Navy can't do shit either. So what do we look at? It's Blackbeard, I feel like. And that's why I bring up, like, the point that, like, Blackbeard's title is an Admiral. So, like, it would be crazy if he has, like, the Darkness Logia. Well, not, yeah, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, the Logia of, that's not, like, a real Logia. But the point is that maybe Oda's setting up a way where, you know, he's kind of like what pirates were, where they were privateers, right? Like, that was the term, that they were sanctioned by the government, like the warlords were. Well, they lost all the warlords. Maybe they need a Yonko on their side, and that Yonko, it's not going to be Buggy. They would like it to be Shanks, but it's not Shanks, and they just fought Luffy. So Blackbeard kind of fits as far as, like, who can the world government rely on besides the Holy Knights? Like, sure, I want all the Holy Knights to be, like, insanely cracked characters that push Luffy's buttons, but, like, I don't think that's the case. And I don't think many people feel that Luffy, Zoro, Sanji can't take the current Holy Knights that are on Elbaf. And then the question is, do we just sacrifice the Holy Knights PR again, just like we did at the Gorosei? All the Holy Knights assemble, and then they lose, and then it's like, oh no. Okay, Imu's the last battalion, right? Like, I don't know. So that's why I think that Blackbeard will be helping the world government in all fronts. And does that mean Blackbeard's going to show up to Elbaf himself? I don't know, but his team has a lot of cracked powers that they could probably lend assistance without that. Like the warp fruit, right? Like that fruit shows up, kidnap all the kids instantly.
Yeah.
Boom, gone.
True.
I was also added too for what Par was saying as well, because we're on the Blackbeard thing, because you also have to remember Imu does have an interest in Blackbeard, going back to the pictures and stuff that we saw with before we had the one with Vivi and everything. So I do think that if there is something that, like, that's probably the biggest hint that there could be something there of a connection that, you know, they could just use Blackbeard from that. And not to mention the fact that too, the Blackbeard could also be like the current day, I guess, like, you can say, like, successor, to a better word or whatever, to Zebek. You know, if Luffy's supposed to be the Roger, he's going to be the Zebek, and then, like, I don't know, Law's going to be like the whatever, like, in that equation or something, right? But you kind of see that instead of, like, how the world government just got rid of Zebek and whatever, they probably could have used him for something, but, like, if the guy was dealing with the taboos of the world, and like you're not going to work with a guy like that. But Blackbeard is definitely someone that would probably do that, knowing that he's going to get something out of it. And then even at the same time, it's like, again, they're just trying to erase as much things as possible. You don't want to get rid of an asset that know it's going to help you out in the long term. Even if that thing could come back to bite you, they would rather take that chance than try to like hit the bee's nest and then having to deal with all the bees that are coming out just to attack you. So
So on the Blackbeard stuff, I definitely don't think he is going to show up, because I completely agree that he is going to just keep being like a kiss ass for the world government. He needs to be on their side. He needs to schmooze his way in there. That's all he wants right now. He wants to be the king of the world. That's his whole dream as far as we know at the moment. So I feel as though I really like the idea of using Shanks and Garp both as bargaining chips, because not only are they obviously incredibly strong characters, but they both represent kind of the big good of the One Piece world when it comes to the Marines and the Yonko. So I think that's really cool. And I agree as well with Blackbeard being like the in when it comes to the world government with the Yonko, because they have no connections with any of the Yonko. They obviously aren't connected to Luffy. They might be connected to Buggy at some point, but I kind of doubt it. And Shanks possibly, because of the scene. We don't have confirmed if it was Shamrock or Shanks, but there's still a possibility with that. But they still have a vested interest in him because of the Figureland stuff, regardless. Because Kaido and Big Mom are gone, they have no in whatsoever. So they need someone to, be under their thumb in a way. And Blackbeard will gladly be under their thumb just so he could prick them like the little annoying thorn that he is. But here's what I'm thinking. Blackbeard is going to use this stuff. Obviously, we think he's going to Wano. We know he went to Whole Cake. But who just so happened to join Blackbeard's crew at the perfect time, seemingly, and wants to be of such great assistance to Blackbeard? Caribou. Now, you think that all the information is going to be the ancient weapons. No. It's going to be exactly what he did in Wano again. Oh, is there conveniently this massive feast filled with food on Elbaf happening right now when the Marie-Joie has no food whatsoever? How easy would it be for Van Augur and Caribou to warp in, take all the food from the feast, warp up, and you think that they're going to be, furious with Akainu after they see these steaks the size of islands? No, they're going to be absolutely loving every single thing that has to do. And they're probably going to think it was like Shamrock or something, because Shamrock just appeared from Elbaf, but in reality, it was Blackbeard who offered them all the food. And that's a way to get them, super positive towards Blackbeard, because, we need our little piggy celestial dragons to stay alive in order to keep the world being awful and keeping the status quo going. And obviously as well, the bargaining chips with Garp and so on. But I think the food Caribou thing, that's immediately where my brain went the second that he joined up with Blackbeard, and then the feast started.
Yeah, because even if it's not the feast, even if they just go to where the Umit shipping stuff is, he could just absorb that and then go up a safer route, right? Because they can't take the food up the Bondola is the problem, because they keep blowing up, they're sabotaged or whatever. So I completely agree with the Caribou food situation, 100%. We'll talk about another important character real quick, which is Eustace Kid. Now, the thing about Eustace Kid is
our guy.
We know he's there. We know he's near Elbaf. Some people want to say he's dead. I don't think he's dead.
By.
He could be under.
Yeah. Personally, I think there's no chance he's dead. I would be beyond shocked. I don't know if anybody here thinks he's dead, but I think he's definitely alive. And even if he's alive, kind of the more so question I guess I'm asking is will Kid be a very relevant and pertinent person to this arc? Like if he gets pulled out of the water and leaves, that doesn't really count. You know what I mean? As him being involved in Elbaf. But I think he's going to be extremely, extremely important to this arc. I think we're getting into the Kid, backstory, maybe some of I think that his magnet powers have let him travel the world a lot easier than other people. He's probably been to Lodestar already. That's probably how he even knows that the road poneglyphs are a thing, because he already went around looking for them. So it's where did he find out? Maybe he just went right to Lodestar because, he can sense where it is or whatever. But I think this is going to be the Kid arc. We're going to get into, his past with Shanks and Shamrock, or which, if maybe he mistook Shamrock for Shanks, and that's why they have this feud, because maybe Shamrock did something to him or his family, and something like that. So I definitely think he's going to be super relevant. But Sai, what are your expectations for Kid this arc?
My expectations for Kid. So I think, obviously, like you said, I think Kid is alive. I don't think Kid would kill a supernova like that. I think all the supernova are alive, even like Hawkins and Drake, and well, Drake we know is alive, but Hawkins, for example. But for Kid, I think it makes the most sense for him to appear here in Elbaf. I think out of all the characters we mentioned, right, Kaido, Big Mom, Shiki, even Urouge, I think Kid, in my opinion, has the highest probability, and that is simply because we last saw him, like you said, off the coast. Like, he was literally right there. Like, even if he was drowning, there's always a chance that he washes ashore. I mean, we saw that with Big Mom, right?
Yep.
Marco kicked off the ship, Big Mom fell in a whirlpool, and then next thing you know, Big Mom is off the coast of Wano with
Even
amnesia.
Luffy, the same thing, right?
Yeah, even Luffy. Like, there's something about you crashing your ship or falling in the water next to an island. You just so happen, in One Piece, to wash up on that island. I think Kid is here. I think he will be a very unexpected card. So right now, as it stands, we have the God Knights versus the Straw Hats. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Loki and Harden, they're all on the bottom floor. And I think somehow, some way, Oda's going to make it to where they don't show up until the very end. And right now, we have, of course, not the strongest Straw Hats up top of the Sun Realm. If they do need help outside of just Scopper, I would actually love it if Kid showed up. I think a lot of people hate Kid, and they would, they probably just barked at that idea, but I think Kid running it back and just helping out the Straw Hats while Luffy and Zoro and Sanji are not there, I think that'd be great for his character, and I think a lot of people might end up liking Kid because of it.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
And I think going back to what you were just saying right now, Sai, is just like, I think the hate for Kid, I don't know if it's pertaining on Kid himself, but I think it's more on how Oda's utilizing him. Because for me, like, Kid is a character I was so excited for to see everything about him. When we got to Wano and him and Law were going to be the focus and stuff, he would have something. And then, he had the tag team and everything on Big Mom. That was great. And then the stuff happened with Shanks after. And it's like, presumably you would think, okay, Oda's going to start dropping off these supernovas. But if the idea that he's still alive, because same thing could also be said for Bartolomeo, right? Like, the way he got smoked by Shanks, we assumingly in normal stories he dies, but we don't know. Again, like, we're not going to write him off. But if Kid is to be alive, it's like, what is his purpose going to be? Like, what is the full, like, what can we get from him in this arc that's going to justify him not only surviving a major, like, a fight that happened with Shanks and stuff, but, like, what can he be able to do? Honestly, like, outside of the flashback and stuff, because again, I was pretty pissed at the SBS, like, telling us this stuff, like him and Killer in his past and just all that. It's just like, why would you do that? Like, what is the need to do things like that, bro? Like, this story is gonna go on past 2030. We're not dumb. It's not gonna end in 5 years. You have enough time, and you could pick your moments properly. There's some things you could be shown, some that don't need to be. But if Kid is gonna come back in this arc, I would say the chances for me possibly, I would say very likely. The only reason, again, I can't put guarantees because, you can guarantee with Oda, your guarantees are out the window. But I think it very likely, in terms of what he could do, I'm going to leave it in God's hands, aka Oda's. So
I agree.
Oh,
is that,
No, you go.
is that Randy Troy down there?
He heard Kid and he had to jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah, his favorite character. Tell us.
I think Randy's still setting up.
He's in the shadow realm.
Yeah.
He's in the shadow
Yeah,
realm.
he got shy. He's like, I can't drop my Kid theory here.
He's waiting to get to the
I had a crazy theory with Kid. And, this might be just some crazy headcanon, but we saw Jinbei utilize Cloudwater, right? He used the shoulder throw. What if Jinbei needs more water? What if he goes off the coast of Elbaf and does another shoulder throw? But since that's like ocean water he's using, he pulls Kid up by accident. Like a shoulder throw to hit the God Knights, and then Kid and Killer just show up. Kind of like how he used the shoulder throw to send Luffy to the Admirals. Kind of like how he used the shoulder throw to send Crocodile and Mr. One to a marine ship. He unintentionally brings Kid and Killer into the arc by using just another goddamn shoulder throw.
That'd be great.
Personally,
Do we want more Fireman Jinbei?
I was literally about to say that, Randy.
That would be fair, though,
like, don't get me wrong, the Jinbei fireman thing is cool, you know, it's cool seeing him being a firefighter, but it's not cool seeing him be a firefighter over and over and over, you know, because
2 arcs in a row.
it's like
Well, we had an in between them.
yeah, but no, Randy, I said the same thing during my stream. I was like, all right, I get it, this is cool, I get this is Jinbei's thing, but like last time it was already kind of sketchy. Because we had Zunisha there. It's not like we needed Jinbei to do that. It was kind of forced a little bit. And you also had Raizo's scroll thrown in, which that's a whole other thing.
Assist.
But I was like, Oda, like you could have had Zunisha do it, and then you could have had Jinbei be the firefighter here in Elbaf, and it would feel more fresh. But whatever, you know.
No, the funnier part is that there were firefighters here, and they just
And they couldn't get the job done. Like,
yeah. And the other part is like, if fire is your island's greatest weakness, you'd think you'd have more than 3 hoses running on max, bro. Where's the sprinkler system at,
That's
brother?
what I'm
We got
saying,
a whole
that's true.
sun. Where's the heaven? Let the heavens rain down. What the
There's
hell?
no,
Bro, can you
there's
imagine? They
no
had
first world sprinklers.
like Harold invested so much into making like Elbaf like this thing of trades. Couldn't it get like a damn like fire truck, like unlimited supply to tap into the water, like something, a big hose.
I mean,
Like-
Vegapunk visited there not that long ago. Like, just ask him, like, Vegapunk, maybe.
Yeah,
like,
Vegapunk
can you
would
do
go-
a sprinkler system?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's enough time to do it. Like,
I thought it was over when the Draugr hit that one. I was like, oh, they hit their only fire truck. What are they gonna do now? And then Oda just like magically teleported these guys perfectly to the fire with like it looked like a Dragon Ball Z capsule core like hose machine next to them. I'm like, where did this shit come from? but it's just funny because none of that mattered. It was Jinbei, and you know.
Well, I
at the end of
remember
the day-
during Wano, when all of the fire was going on, like I started a joke called Fireman Jinbei, and then it happened. And then
Yeah.
when all of this fire was happening, I brought the joke back, and I was like, "Oh, is Oda gonna bring back Fireman Jinbei?" And then he did, and I was just like, "Well, I don't even want this."
I wasn't even serious. I didn't want this to happen.
It's
I was
not
joking
wrong.
because I thought it was a bad like theory. You know what I mean? Like it was too obvious. But then Oda's like, "Nah, I got you, Randy." Yeah, man. Yeah. When I saw that in my reaction, I was like, "We can't. We gotta." Oda, please. I love Jinbei. Please, just anything else. Like whenever he rejected the Soul Pocus and Whole Cake, I was like, oh, Jinbei's a boss. Like, oh, Oda's got so much in store for Jinbei. But then now we got the Firefighter twice in a row. So
yeah.
I don't know. Randy, we were just about to finish up our discussion on Eustace Kid. So do you have any big expectations? Do you think Kid's going to have a big role this arc? Do you think he's dead? I'm going to presume no, but
I would love if he was. I don't think that he has much to offer to the story at this point. But it's One Piece, so he's probably not dead. But I think that his role in the story is conditional for me, because it's like, I don't believe that Big Mom is dead, and I do feel like there's more story to tell with her. So if she comes back, you know, like there might be some things that we can milk from Kid's story, but at the same time, it's like I don't need a redemption arc for him. I don't need him. I don't know what he provides if he comes back. I can't. That's the one thing that I can't wrap my head around. But if it is a thing where, like, the newspapers have been saying that he's the one who took down Big Mom, you know, then some giants that don't like Big Mom go ahead and fish him out. Like, they may, you know, like some people that are, you know, like, basically, yeah, Shanks took this guy out because he was going to attack Shanks and his crew, but this guy also defeated the enemy of the giants. So it's like, I would rather see someone who's misguided as a giant, like, dive into the water, pull him out, nurse him back to health, and, you know, someone who's, like, personally affected by Big Mom, and be like, hey, look, I just want to thank you for what you did. And then Kid goes on being, like, an antagonist that Luffy has to take down. Like, I don't need him being Luffy's friend.
mm-hmm.
We've got enough friends. So unless it's something like that, like, he needs to stay at the bottom of the water.
yeah, I
Well,
agree
I
totally
think
with
the
what you
best
said
case, best case would be would be that Gerd gets him and then tells us, oh, it's gonna take months, maybe years for him to recover. That would be, if it's gonna take Loki that long to recover, then surely Kid's gonna take longer, and then the One Piece will be effectively done by then, right? Right, Oda?
Oh, you know the fight thing?
Something
Because
like
we just
that.
talked about Shanks possibly returning or whatever to the island. His sole purpose of returning was to make sure to finish the job. Because he was told,
Kid's
that he
still
did
alive.
die.
Turn
I have
around.
a job to complete.
Do a 180, boys.
I think something really funny.
It'd be the
would
equivalent of the Big Mom ship falling off the waterfall twice. Like if Kid just
Yeah.
gets up and he's like
Yeah,
walking through
completely.
town, and then like he just gets one shot by Shanks again. What's the so Dak? You didn't tell me, but like, what's the topic of this video? What's the title of it? Like,
yeah.
what are we doing?
It's who's all showing up to Elbaf. So I made a whole list of all the people that I could reasonably see showing up or having a role, even if they don't come to the island. So far, so Kid's the one we just did. We have him in guaranteed. So the tiers here are guaranteed, very likely, potentially, no shot, they dead, and then appears during the arc but not on the island, which right now we have Shanks and Blackbeard in that category. So like they won't physically come there, but they might fight or go out in the world and do other things, which in Egghead, I mean, we saw several different places outside of Egghead, but it was kind of during the arc, so I think Oda might keep doing that.
I don't know. I feel like we need another antagonist.
Yeah.
We need a real one, because I don't think that the Holy Knights are going to be sticking around too long. I don't think Loki's built to be a main antagonist. So it's like,
I got one for
we
you, Randy.
need
I got one for you, and I want your thoughts on this one specifically, because I heard you're a fan of this organization, the Cross Guild. What do you think? Are they pulling up? I know you and I have. Well, you've done the video, and I've co-signed the entire thought about the Davy back fight potentially happening soon, but with the Cross Guild, that could happen this arc. It might show up. I think there's a lot of other fun things that could come out of it. Maybe this is where Zoro and Mihawk happens. I don't know. But what do you think, Randy? What are the odds the Cross Guild pull up?
I think that they're the most unexpected one, so that's why it would be interesting. But for me, I think it's also conditional, because it's like, I feel like the Cross Guild has more to offer if Vivi also shows up, because then you're building a parallel to the Alabasta saga, because now you have the Giants, you would have Mr. 3 Galdino there. So it's like, I feel like I need both of those situations to happen to involve the Cross Guild here. And if Oda does bring Cross Guild to Elbaf, it's total nostalgia bait for the fact that there's dinosaurs and giants here, and then we would have Baroque Works, people on the island as well.
So let me ask you this then, Randy, because I kind of agree with your thought on Vivi, and that was going to be my next question. So, and these are the two I really wanted to get your thoughts on, so we might as well just dive right into it. For Vivi, I feel like Vivi's guaranteed. I know you guys can't see the stream, but I just dragged Vivi into the guaranteed section because of the Little Garden, the Little Garden connection. I'm like, if there's and Vivi's traveling with Big News Morgans right now, she needs to go find a home. She's not going to be safe anywhere else, right? Like the government wants her, trying to capture her. Where's she going to go? The safest place is the Straw Hat Crew, and she has the perfect ship to take her there, literally a flying one. So she's going to be safe, presumably getting there. So for me, I feel like Vivi's locked in, and I kind of agree that if Vivi comes, that does build the nostalgia argument with Cross Guild. And, there's a lot, like we said, the Davy backfight thing, or there's all sorts of fun angles there that could come out of it. So let's start with Vivi. Do you think Vivi's guaranteed to pull up?
I mean, I want it to happen, obviously. I want the nostalgia for Little Garden. I've been saying Vivi in Elbaf for years. Like whether or not she arrived before or anything like that, she would be here just because of Little Garden.
Yep.
But I'm a little worried now with the newspaper, because the newspaper seems like a call to action and like a a help me type of thing, like come find me. And so that's, I need a little more context on what the purpose of the newspaper is, because obviously Oda went out of his way to make sure that the only people that saw it were the people not involved with the famous goodbye.
Right, like they don't know what it means.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like, when do we get that breather moment for the rest of the crew to read that newspaper and see that? Or is it a Marco's message thing and Vivi arrives and it's like, did you get my message? Told you I was like on my way. You know,
Yeah,
and,
I'm just like, oh, okay.
it's like, I don't want that, but you know, hey, there's precedent in the story for it, right? It's the nostalgia's there. I think that all of the, like, there's nothing against it happening other than the newspaper. But the newspaper has me slightly less than guaranteed right now.
Okay.
And probably more like whatever the second tier is, like very likely.
Yeah. And I agree with that. And then do you think maybe Cross Guild would be like potentially that's the next tier down? Because I don't know. Like, would you put them in the same tier, or do you think Cross Guild's a little lower? Because I
put them in a curveball tier because it's like that's both of, like, if this was who do I want to show up, like they're in the S plus or whatever, like, because
Agreed.
my thing is like I'm really enjoying Elbaf right now. Like I'm loving it, but it's missing something.
Yeah.
And one of those things is an antagonist that we care about. We're in the final saga, and we need something that's going to tie us to the rest of the story. And I mean, now with all of the, like, you know, the Zebek connections here with Loki in the last chapter, like, I feel even more convinced that, like, it should be Blackbeard. Like, we need to up the danger. And sadly, the Holy Knights aren't really giving that to me yet. I think the potential is there, but it's like, I need things to really get disrupted. And I don't think that the Cross Guild can be that disruption.
Okay.
But Shanks or Blackbeard could be. So I actually would put them above Cross Guild right now. I know that Oda's like got to have some sort of a plan for the Cross Guild, but I don't know if it's this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyone got any more thoughts on that? Because I do have a idea for the antagonist that could show up. But before I move on, anyone got thoughts on Vivi and Cross Guild they want to share?
I think with Vivi, it's like if she shows up, I think that like the likely scenario where it's like, because I don't want her to just kind of just show up and then it's like we gotta halt everything, and like, because again, Vivi coming back is gonna be a monumental thing. That's gonna be beautiful.
Yeah.
Like her actually being back with the crew is gonna be great. I think it'll be very impactful if it's like the end of the arc where like they're about to get into this party, this fiesta, after finally just liberating the islands and, you know, going back to whatever their ways or just at peace and stuff, and then that's when you segue Vivi in there, and then that's when that's when I feel like you get that, like, the early grand line, like the Alabasta field, them just being back all together, all that stuff that was a culmination of, you know, when they first met each other, going from Logar and all that, all the way to the Alabasta, but seeing that actually happen in the New World on Elbaf as a culmination, I think that would be the ideal time, having her show up at the end of the arc. And I also think with the markings and stuff they're showing with the X's, it's realistically for the Straw Hats to know, because she can't openly tell people, hey, I'm good, you know, whatever happened at the Reverie was whatever, because, again, Imu's on the hunt. Imu wants Vivi for reasons, whether it has to do with, you know, swapping bodies, possibly because of Lily and everything, and that's my whole belief that Imu's possibly having the host of Lily, and they're probably going to switch over with Vivi, which is why there's that interest. So yeah, I would think that that's the best scenario. She's very likely, but it feels like almost like a guarantee, because I don't see any arc afterwards where her coming in would have such a huge moment where it just stops everything in total. So I think having her come back at the end of Elbaf for that reunion with the Straw Hats, I think that would be the way. So I'll probably say very likely, close to guarantee, but mostly very likely.
One thing that I think would make it more likely for her to arrive is, and this is sort of like another thing that I'm a little concerned with Elbaf, is you have the Holy Knights, and they want to capture these kids and take them to the Holy Land, right? For whatever reason. We don't know what the reason is yet. And if that's the case, then now that's pushing us to like do this like rescue the giant kids that the Holy Land storyline, which I'm not entirely interested in. But if that's the way we're going, then we need a quick way to get there. And Kuma would be the person to like slap us over there. But, you know, I still want Vivi to get Kuma's fruit. And the only way to get slapped somewhere is if you've been there already. And the only person that's been to the Holy Land out of the crew is Vivi. So then you would get, if Kuma sacrifices himself for Bonnie against the Holy Knight, something like that, yeah. Kuma dies, we get the fruit, Vivi gets the fruit. She arrives, then we can actually go to the Holy Land fast because she'll get, you know, the fruit that I believe belonged to Lily in the first place, and then, you know, you get that poetry. That's the only scenario I see.
Yeah, I like that. I could also see Vivi pulling up at the end, and let's say like the kids do get captured or something. I could see a moment where Vivi kind of pulls up and like, because they're trying to get Vivi as well, right? Vivi's probably a higher priority than these giant kids are. If she did pull up, I could almost see a thing where like she swaps herself with the kids. Like, hey, don't take the children, take me, Straw Hats, you come get me. Like, I trust you guys to come save me or whatever, right? Because she's always like, you know, like she's a diplomat in that way. And so I could see her pull up. We only get her for a little bit. And then she's like, no, we're saving the kids. You know, I'll sacrifice I'm not worried about my life. I'm more worried about everyone else's. And I think that would be, I think that'd be kind of compelling, but.
Yeah. And even just to add into that real quickly too, because I don't think Shamrock is out of the islands as well, because we do know that they were asked about, like, you know, are you going over to Harold's grave anytime soon? And I think that we're going to still see that moment. Whether it's up, you know, Dak, if our belief is, you know, Rouge is up in the heaven realm, and that's how he meets him, that would be great. But I've also been a big belief as well that Shamrock may actually be Bonnie's dad, given the fact that we know that she is half Celestial. And if Oda wants to really mess around with certain things, I mean, you go back to Bonnie, like the SPSs, when they show the drawings of like what they would look like, right? And obviously, of course, Bonnie's resemble almost like that of Shanks. And again, with Oda, it's like, yeah, he could swap out images and stuff, drawings, whatever, for different characters. You could do that, whatever. Artists do that. But if it's intentional for a reason, that could be a possibility. And I think it would up that factor for me of the danger that happens as the light beams on me, because maybe I'm talking too much because of Emu. But I think Shamrock's thing in this arc would be good because of the antagonistic factor. Because if it's just killing him, Summers, and then Gunko, it's like, it's cool, but there's something missing. Unless more of the God's Knights would.
That's my problem with what I was saying earlier, is because it seems like I think Shamrock actually has left. I want him not to have, because that's a danger that is interesting now. But then Gabon also said that he only felt the presence of 3 individuals.
Oh, that's true. So, I mean, I guess theoretically, like if Shamrock went up to the Heaven Realm, maybe Scopper like can't detect it because he's too far or something like that. Well, what I wanted to ask, Randy, I don't know if you can hear me, but you know, you talked a little bit about the lack of antagonists, right? And like it'd be ideal if Shamrock stayed, or can we get another threat? What if the rest of the God's Knights just pull up? Would that be enough? Because we kind of have that precedent a little bit with the Gorosei, right? In Egghead, it started with Saturn. We saw his form, and it kind of felt like, okay, we have the Marines here, an Admiral, and a bunch of Vice Admirals, and now a Gorosei. It kind of felt like that was the threat. But then all of a sudden, the rest of them pulled up. And we know that the God's Knights can also teleport, right, with the same circles. So what do you guys think about that? Like, are the rest of the God's Knights going to... Maybe the operation doesn't go as planned and they call in backup and then we have to face all of them. But then Oda's also introducing this new threat and kind of revealing it all now. And it's like, okay, well, what else you got? Because like if we beat the God's Knights now, we've already kind of tackled the Gorosei. They're not defeated, but like I don't feel as threatened by them as I used to. And I just feel like, what else do we have after that? So I think Oda would save the rest of them, just so there's more.
He's going to save them like he did in. This is Water 7 Eni's lobby. Like, we're only being introduced to Lucci, Khalifa, Bluno, and Kaku right now. And then what jumps us from this island will then introduce us to, Jabra and the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we won't beat them here, too.
Sense.
I was saying that earlier. I think like what's interesting about earlier talking about like Vivi coming to Elbaf, like I feel and like the vehicle that she's in, the logic that I would use to figure out where more Big News Morgans goes is like where do they think the next scoop would be? Does Big News Morgans want to go to Elbaf because Luffy's there? And like Randy had said, because they had left that message that she's fine, it kind of feels like, hey, like we're not going to meet up with them right now. Otherwise, that message would be kind of like, because Luffy's not going to have a chance to see it until like after the arc, because when would he have the time? And the other part of it though is that there's a lot that Vivi can do with Elbaf outside of like power stuff, but like, you know, the whole I think like when think about Vivi, the diplomatic part of it, like there's a whole section of Elbaf that like I think that the Giants are just kind of like going over their head, which is like their government. We don't know who's governing them, because they apparently all the guards died, the king died, Loki's in prison, Ja Rule is Biden. Like we don't know. There's no
and they didn't pick a new king, right? They don't have a sovereign.
So there's no information source of what happened in that castle that day that we know of, besides Mosa, who we don't know who he is, where he is, or other than possibly a noble. But like there's a lot of things regarding Harold's actions. It's like, what was he doing? And maybe Vivi's the type of character to look at what he was doing and figure out like, oh wait, hold on, let's look at the paper trail. This guy may not have been looking at Elbaf's best interest. And I feel like that's like the perfect thing for like a Robin or a Vivi type character. We do have Vegapunk, but like I don't know if Oda's gonna go the route of like not dumbing Lilith down, because of like, you know, it'd be overbearing to constantly write the world's smartest character always present with the Straw Hats, and then we kind of have proof of that because she got lost, even though like they technically had been there, but I guess like Vegapunk's body was like whatever. They had the knowledge that they saw, but they didn't have the knowledge of the island. But like they said, because Vegapunk's real body was still there, whatever. The point is that Vivi I feel like Vivi makes a lot of sense to show up for so many reasons. But I feel like if we were to figure out where Big News Morgans would want to go to next, maybe it'd be Lulusia. That was a whole mystery thing that like even the Navy is like, yo, wait, what? Like the kingdoms are like, our neighbors are gone? What? And like maybe going towards Lulusia, or going towards like, I don't know, the what's it called? The barricade, the food stuff, the food shortage that's going on. It might be that the other characters kind of collide on that front, where again, I don't know why, and I you know, I'm jumping off of the point where you said like maybe the rest of the Holy Knights show up. But like, is the rest of the Holy Knights minus Shamrock? Because then it's like the same thing we said about Shanks, where it's like it's weird to have Shanks be there, leave, and then show up again. That doesn't make sense. So it makes more sense that he's outside of the arc. With Shamrock, he is a force to be reckoned with, an actual threat. If he was still here, I think everyone would hold their reservations about all the Holy Knights and be terrified, right? Like not even Luffy can handle Shamrocks. That's kind of the idea. But then to have him leave, and then for the threat to rise up, to then bring all the other Holy Knights, it's just kind of weird, because we're at a place where we don't even know where the Holy Knights are. Like, why? Where have they been? What are they doing? And apparently, the food shortage situation that Lafitte is sitting on a rooftop and he can very clearly analyze is so much of a big deal that Shamrock himself has to go, rather than, I don't know, 3 Holy Knights. I don't know, they have more than that. So that's where it's like weird, and I fall back on the, like, I like the Cross Guild as a wild card, but I feel like Blackbeard is in the position to be the more of an ally to the world government on all the fronts. And so if we were to have an enemy, it would be the Blackbeard pirates. But that's where I also fall back on that Elbaf kind of feels like the water, like what I was saying earlier, the Water 7 thing, where we had fights on Water 7, but it kind of fizzled out and they had to leave, and then we had to pick up the scraps. And right now the world government has more than just the kids. They have Mother Flame, they have other stuff too. They have York. Like, getting those things are also really important. Those are also objectives that Lilith and the other Vegapunks probably have. So it might be that we do get like a Water 7 into something else, but we don't know what that something else is. And I like what Randy said about like I think like what's weird is the transportation part. I don't know if we have to put it all onto the Kuma thing, because we have the Sunstone, but like the Sunstone's also like really odd, because that's just like, that's kind of like, I don't know, you can go anywhere, I guess. The Sunstone's kind of funny, but yeah, that's where I'm at. Like, I don't like the Holy Knights all coming. I think it'd be really bad for them.
I agree.
Yeah, it'd be too much too. Like, all their powers are insane already. I can barely wrap my head around killing him. Like,
and they're still doing more. Like, we haven't seen their bag of tricks yet. Like every chapter, I feel like they do something new.
But I think that's a good point though, Sai, and kind of what Par said, because I feel like kind of like with the issue with the God's Knights, Shamrock, I feel like we all kind of feel threatened by, but the rest of them are just, I don't know if goofy's the right word because they are serious, but like they don't. I don't think we feel as nearly as threatened by them as we do Shamrock. And so if they bring the rest of the God's Knights other than Shamrock and they're all kind of the same way, where they're like, we don't feel super scared by them, then it's going to make it all feel a lot worse. Like, it's kind of better to save the God's Knights till later and have them just be like a cool reveal. Like, oh, hey, here's all these other powers I didn't show you yet. But make the antagonist this arc be something else that's like way more serious. I mean, it could even be Loki. Like, if Loki ends up, being against us for a certain time period, because I feel like he's going to get on our side eventually. Like, him and Luffy are probably going to get along, or they already kind of do. But, like, him even, maybe, he said if he gets freed, he'll take out one person by request. He hasn't been totally freed. If, like, Kid comes along and frees him the rest of the way, then maybe Kid's like, destroy the Straw Hats for me. Then we get a Straw Hat versus Loki thing. But, yeah, generally I agree. I don't want the rest of the God's Knights to pull up. I didn't want the Gorosei to show their forms last arc either. I wanted those to be saved, but...
I feel like with the Gorosei, right? We had so much build-up for them that just one of them felt like this gigantic reveal.
Right.
With the Holy Knights, we just were introduced to them in the grand scheme of the story. It feels very forced. It would feel insanely forced to have all of them at the same time. Like, to be fully honest, we don't even know who these people are. It's just like grabbing an OC off DeviantArt and expecting us to believe, like, this is the guy we're supposed to care about. Meanwhile, we've seen Saturn and Mars and all these people forever. We've seen them every single time. It's like, these are the imposing people. These are the guys you should care about. And then when all 5 of them show up, we're all like, oh my God, what is happening right now? Like, this is some end of the series stuff. We care, right? And for the Holy Knight, exactly. No new friends. And I feel like with the Holy Knights, I assumed they would just be like revolutionary fodder, to be fully honest with you, because Dragon was the one who was introducing them, and now we're talking like these are the Straw Hats' final fights, and I'm like, I don't want the Straw Hats to fight these guys in the final war. I want to see them fight the Gorosei or someone like I know and care about. Like, I feel like it's not that serious at the end of the day, and I know it's not, because when Sommers is introduced, who personally I like him a lot, I think he's pretty cool.
His Delph crazy.
But he's introduced half naked. Like, how am I supposed to take you seriously when you're introduced half naked and constantly making fun of this other person on your team? Like, they're all like very CP9 coded, like very jokey, but they are serious at the same time. And Shamrock is obviously like the head and the most serious one that we should immediately be like, this is the guy. This is the one we're focusing on. So it's making me feel a bit conflicted, I do feel like Elbaf needs a villain.
I want to emphasize that, like, and this is a smart thing or whatever, Oda's using it to his advantage. Not the only reason, but the main reason we feel afraid about Shamrock is because he looks like Shanks. So we just assume definitely. He's Shanks. Right. So, like, but think about, think about the amount of time we had with Shamrock. Like, if he didn't look like Shanks, we wouldn't really also, like, there would be no threat, right? Even with 4 Holy Knights. And even with that crazy, insane, nightmarish Cerberus sword thing that he had, that's still like, it's a very, I don't know. It's not like, oh my God, this is gonna end the series because his sword, like, his 3 dogs and spits flames and jettisons. And I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't do that. But he looks like Shanks, so, like, he's terrifying. But the thing is, none of the other Holy Knights, I shouldn't say none, but, like, the other Holy Knights won't have anything close to that.
I mean,
So-
well, Par, wait. Well, what if what if Mihawk's dad or something, some Mihawk connection? That's all that's the kind of stuff that Oda could do, which would make me be like, oh my god, this is crazy. I feel so threatened right now. Mihawk's dad is here, and it doesn't have to be his dad. I'm just I just want some God's Night that we can look at and be like, we have a frame of reference
to
for the
burn
seriousness. What's that?
You want Twitter to burn down? Oh, Mihawk is greater than Zoro.
Do I want Twitter to burn down? Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Par. I actively do want it to burn down. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do you know how bad it would look?
Valid.
Do you know how bad it would look? It would be like, oh my god, Shanks' brother is stronger than Mihawk's dad? Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
He has the paintbrush and everything ready to for the sword. Oh, it'd be beautiful.
My entire stream would be like, but Par, you haven't explained how Mihawk is greater than Shanks, and I'm like, just end it, end me, like literally.
Yeah.
Oda was doing great with Gunko, and then now she's probably going to end up being a Brook fangirl, and it's I get why that would be like funny, but this is supposed to be like
The menacing, like.
Yeah, so I don't know.
My hope is like she's gonna ask for some kind of unreleased song from Brook. Brook says no, and then hopefully that's when like shit just goes bananas afterwards, and then like
never meet your heroes.
Never meet your
I mean,
heroes.
the
That's the
ideal-
best example,
The ideal is that Gunko acts like a celestial dragon and wants to keep Brook as a slave. I feel like that's the win-win, right?
Oh, that's interesting.
I want Gunko to sing the lyrics out loud. I just need her to I just need the validation, confirmation that she's is
Uta
listening
part
to the
two.
lyrics.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where it's those songs that are very obviously about some kind of some kind of systemic problem, and then the person just doesn't get it. It's what were you listening to? The song, it's there. The artist's there. What do you mean?
That I love that part because her being afraid of Nika but liking New World specifically is a little bit contradictory, right? Because the song's about a man. It's a man who's gonna become king. It's about Luffy becoming pirate king essentially, and being Nika. Those go hand in hand, right? Like him awakening the Nika fruit and saving the world, and being the pirate king. All those things are weaved together. So I feel the same way.
And not to take this detour on the Holy Knight state of this situation right now, but
State of the world.
state of the world, right? But me and Sai had been parking every chapter where the Holy Knight's at. And obviously you guys know Sai likes the world government and celestial, that as a character antagonist position in the story, right? But the point is that it's weird that for example, they didn't just assume that Luffy was here because they knew that Luffy was going here. They literally Saturn and the 9 vice admirals they deduced it. Should we go to Elbaf to go? No, stop it, don't do that, right? Oh, we'll send the Holy Knights, and
I wonder where all of these giants are gonna go.
Yeah, and so for the Holy Knights to be I get the take that they're so cocky and arrogant that they just don't care.
Yeah.
But we see their powers, we see where they're at, and we still not very whatever that fearful of it. There's that. They can be cocky, they can be arrogant, but they should know Nika. They should know Nika. They should when the flyers went out. If the Gorosei didn't at least tell the Holy Knights, they're yo, this is what Nika looks like. This is Luffy, and then Gunko's my biggest fear is Nika. And then Luffy is the person in the song. If she doesn't know that Luffy's the person in the song when Brook is I am a Straw Hat Pirate. I am being pursued by the world government right now in my tour. And she can't put the 2 and 2. I don't know if they know ABCs or 1, 2, 3s. I can't. It's I lose a lot of faith in there. And I get it's silly, whatever, but that kind of stuff does worry me because then we can't just flip a switch and then they just know shit. I really hope it's beyond just a fangirl type of thing. You know what I mean? I hope that there's some kind of that's where I don't really believe this revolutionary spy angle, but I do hope that there's something like that because that would be much better than her being a fangirl and just being disillusioned in the world government, but that's her favorite song, and she's listening it on a mission, stealing children. And even Sommers called her ass out. Like, what do you mean you want a new world? That's kind of like,
what's wrong with the current one? Yeah, he said something like that.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of weird stuff, and we can section that part out, and there's still a bunch of weird stuff. And you know, that's just to add on to, like, you know, Randy's sentiment, and I agree with it, that like at the moment the three holy knights are not like an antagonist. I'm more scared of Loki dead still. Like like he swung a hammer with like less life than, like, Zoro was like, bro, he was on his last stand. If that was his last stand, I'm afraid of that guy. That guy's a threat.
Right. Yeah.
Hiredin might have been right. Let's kill him.
That's why I think him fighting us is I think it's a real chance.
I feel like Loki's the pink-haired princess, guys. I just feel he's gotta be at this point. He's
has
so
purple
like
hair,
he's so jokey with Luffy. Like that scene of him being like, "Get away from me." Yeah, it's just like there's so many.
It's Cologne, man.
I feel
That's
the same
princess.
But he also, I think, too, at the same
He's the
time,
the arc.
yeah, like I don't know if he wants to redeem himself per se, but I do think he wants the truth to be out there that he didn't intend for things to happen a certain way. Because you know how it is, like they were believing this whole prophecy and stuff that he's this child of evil and da and stuff. And like, yeah, again, that you can believe in other things, but at the same time, that's also going to be covered up for like Harold as well and how he was going about things. And not to mention too, environments are always going to create the person that you are, no matter how good or evil you are and stuff. It's the environment that you're around, the people that you're with and stuff that's going to shape the person you will become. And then eventually it's up to you to decide, do you want to stay as that person or not? And I feel like with Loki, it's like he unfortunately had to stay in that mentality because that's like, bro, a child of prophecy is being called of evil and stuff. That you're off rip. You've been taken away of any chance of being able to mold yourself into who you want to be as a person. And maybe there's that small, deep desire within him that maybe wants to be that person that he always wanted to be. And maybe even just being with Zebek, because I feel like just that meaning alone, because like obviously Elbaf was going through that whole change of like, we're not doing war, we're not doing that and stuff. And he meets that one guy is literally the epitome of violence, carnage, diving into taboos and stuff. Is everything that realistically, when you think of Elbaf, you would imagine that's the ideology. That's the guy that's right there. So
yeah, and you mentioned a little bit. Camped. Oh, go ahead, Sai. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, Loki, he really did get spawn camped. Like he is the Prince of Elbaf, but I think from his birth, people did not really enjoy him. Right? Mm-hmm. Like his mother got special treatment that Hardin's mother didn't get, so he was already ostracized by his brother. Right? He's an ancient giant, so he's already bigger than other giants. And then people see him as a trickster and a prankster. He got the Usopp treatment. Like, people don't like him anymore. And it's very unfortunate. Well, then again, Usopp's people, they liked him, but they just knew that he was always fibbing. But for Loki, it's even worse. Like, they actually want to chain him up and kill him in a way.
Yeah.
To be fair, Usopp didn't burn down houses. Or herd all the wild animals of Elbaf to raid villages.
No, Par. You're looking at the story as a brain dead man. You got to think about outside the box. What if that guy in the house was cold and Loki simply gave him warmth by setting his house on fire?
Possible.
Then
as far as the animals go, the animals were lonely, so he brought them to the
dumber than
village.
Gunko singing the song while being a celestial dragon.
It's
That just sounds like
people,
Odin to me.
people are
Yeah, but he never went to the Walrus
We love
School.
about
He's never been to the library, so it's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah, like the school is only
That is a
20
good
years
point
old.
about I do get the Odin thing because I've read that Odin coded, but also Loki feels like not smarter. Odin wasn't dumb, right? Like when it came to the whole Kuro's like the deal and the dance or whatever, like he's
less naive.
had foresight. But I would think that like Loki's less naive, a little bit more put together, isn't making like I think there's also like a directive that he has, right? Like he doesn't care about hostages or whatever like that. Mm-hmm. So it is kind of Loki is in a weird spot though, regardless of his portrayal, which probably will be overturned. I mean, he did say oh wait, Randy. Wait, did you hear what the trees are saying?
The trees?
Yeah, about Loki.
Oh my god.
Because you read the official. So when Hiredin and Loki were talking, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking
Loki was talking about the like, you really believe what all the other people were saying about me, and then it was essentially translated as, do you hear what the trees are saying?
Yeah.
That's what it said in the Viz, but like what we got translated was, can't you see the trees for the forest? Like, kind of like, can't you see the bigger picture?
Yeah, you're missing the forest for the trees, right?
Yeah, that one.
That was a bar though. I ain't gonna lie though.
Yeah, it was dope. But then when I saw the Viz translation, I was like, do you hear what the trees are saying about me? I was like, oh my god, that's crazy.
I think he says, like, look at the woods, and that's it. Look at the woods. Like, okay.
Maybe
Cool.
the trees are what Elbaf calls the streets. Like, oh, you hear what the streets are saying?
what the trees are saying?
Well, that's what I thought Par was saying.
Yeah, well, I guess in Elbaf, the tree
streets
branches are the streets, and right, because you travel on the branches. Like Gunko was literally talking about like the route on the tree branch, right, to like go wherever. So it's kind of like their highways, honestly.
That was just one of the funniest things I've seen in a while.
Well, real quick, Randy does need to get out of here kind of soon, but Randy, I wanted to set you up with one more question. Vivi and Crossy were the two specifically for you I had to hear, but there is one more that I am super excited for, and I don't know if you have any big thoughts on this, but for me, I do, and I just wanted to see what you were thinking. What about Bege and Lola and Chiffon, probably, because they're all a unit at this point? Do you see them pulling up? Will Lola come to this arc and talk to Loki, and will we get that, will they reflect on the marriage thing? And, it would be kind of interesting if Gotti's her husband now, right? If Gotti was also there, like we had Bege and Chiffon and Lola and Gotti, and then Loki gets to meet Gotti, and it's like, well, what does he have that I don't have? There could be some funny, moments there, but what do you see? You think Bege is coming?
I think that's more interesting than a lot of other options, just because it's been set up. But again, I think that's conditionally if Big Mom shows up, because then you would want Big Mom and Lola to sort of reconcile in some way. Like, not that everybody needs some sort of a redemption arc or anything like that, but it's like it's just, I want Pudding to, which is the other condition of it all too, is like I feel like Pudding needs to be there if Big Mom's there. Dig in, utilize her ability, make her see the memories that she's been blocking, change her ways a little bit. Maybe it's some sort of big sacrifice play or whatever, but then she actually shows compassion for her children, before the end or something. Like, it's you want to get some of that stuff out, but I also don't think that it's like as necessary as someone like Enel showing up.
So do you have Enel in the guaranteed category? I'm just curious. Because we did that one already, so I'm just, because we have him in very likely, so I didn't know what you were thinking. I have him in guaranteed, but we kind of reasoned on very likely. But
I think if he's ever going to show up, I think it's here.
Yeah,
and it's he is our way to the moon. But the thing is like, and I was just talking about this in my last stream, because people were asking me like, like what rematches do I want to see in the story, and I'm like, I don't really want to see any rematches. Like, I didn't even care about the Lucci and Luffy rematch.
I agree.
Ultimately, like, I started thinking about a bunch of stuff, and it was just like, I don't want to see Luffy versus Enel. We don't gain anything from that. Like, there's no story there. The only rematch that I ended up saying like has a little bit of story would be Luffy versus Kuzan rematch. Like, that's the only thing that I think would actually end up being a little interesting. But if Enel comes back, my theory, the way I want to see it, is that he's done a complete 180. Like, the only way to make him interesting is that he went to the moon, he learned the true history or whatever, he changed his ways, and like, it's like he believed that he was God, he got beat by God, and then he needs to return and kind of like prostrate himself to God. Like, no, you're like you're crazy. God, and it's like,
and then Luffy will say he's not. He'd be like, "No, I'm not. I'm just Luffy."
Exactly. Right, but it's like that would be one of the most interesting things, because no one's actually told Luffy straight to his face yet that he's God. So it's like, if Enel was that person, like he came down and he's the one to sort of give Luffy all of that information,
That'd be great.
Then that's interesting. That's character development. It's like, I don't want Enel back unless that's the Enel we get. Like, this dude is giving us information. He's telling us about how we need to get to the moon. He's talking about the void history. Like, he's giving us information that Robin doesn't know and all that stuff, because he, take it back to that scene where he's with Robin in Shandora, and, she's talking about things, and he's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, I just put the gold in the Maxim. But now he's like, if he comes back, he's like, yeah, well, this, in 784, this happened, and then this, and now, like, for 2 years, like, that's what he's been doing, and now he's the guy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's very compelling, right? Like,
I don't want it. I don't want any other reason.
Yeah, if Enel came back and he's trying to fight Luffy, we're gonna get the same thing. It's gonna be like, okay, well, I'm still rubber. Like, nothing changed. Like, you're still gonna lose, right? So
right.
So
and
yeah,
everybody knows you're not God. So why are you still trying to be God?
Yeah, no, I love that. I completely agree. And we talked earlier about Urouge coming back as well. Urouge obviously is a priest type guy. They both are probably from Burka and all that stuff. I think it'd be pretty cool if they were once like antagonists, maybe, or not antagonists, but antagonistic to each other, where Urouge maybe worshiped Nika and wouldn't worship Enel as the god. And then Enel, and so maybe that's part of why Burka fell. And then maybe Enel comes back and he's like, you know what, Urouge, you were right, my bad. Like, I shouldn't have done that. Like, Nika is the god, and, and then they can kind of connect over that. I think that's all super, I think that's very compelling. And one thing I wanted to say, I know you got to go, but just about the Lola situation in Bege, one thing that I think makes me feel like they are going to show up is, remember how Bege got sucked up into that thing in the sky in the time skip, and we still don't know what that is? A lot of theories have pointed towards Shiki potentially tying to that, because he's obviously the float fruit guy, and so, like, What better way to have something weird floating in the sky and sucking things up to it? Like, maybe Shiki's related to it. And we also talked about Shiki maybe pulling up. And I just think, where are we going to learn about that Bege thing? Is Oda going to save that all the way to the end of the final war, and Bege is just randomly like, oh yeah, during the time skip I got sucked up into this random thing, I totally didn't mention it? Or is he going to...
Probably something Oda forgot about, to be honest.
Which that is like, is Oda going to go that route? Or if he does have a purpose...
I don't think that's ever going to get addressed.
If it does, I think it has to be here, but I agree, there is a chance it might just not, and it might just be like with Apu walking on air or whatever on the island, and they didn't know. So
I think Oda just did a bunch of like wacky things in that moment to just do it.
Just make the world feel busy, and
to make the world feel bigger. It's the equivalent of drawing circle rainbows and like just weird stuff in the Grand Line. It was never addressed by Bege in the arc where he was focused on. I don't think it needs to come back in any sort of way unless it related to the moon. He was abducted and went to the moon. But then at the same time, like, that, why are you holding on to that information?
Yeah, you should have said that a long time ago, brother.
Big Mom should have known about that. Just trying to be king, queen of the pirates, all that.
Yeah, very true. Well, Randy, thank you for joining. I know you were busy today. Anything you want to say before you head out? I'll definitely be plugging your channel and everything down below. But
yeah, I mean, that's about it. Sundays we read the chapters, and I don't know when this is going to come out or whatever. But if Dak and I have already talked, if you want more, Dak and I are doing another theory for theory, and it may or may not be out by the time you're watching this video.
Yeah, it'll be very close. And either way, I'll link it below, whether it's after or even if this comes out before, I'll come back and link the VOD, because that we have some history in the theory for theories of cooking up some serious business. So definitely check it out if you haven't.
Yeah. Great seeing everybody. Sorry I can't stay longer, but I gotta run.
All good. Appreciate you, Randy.
Have a good one, man.
Later,
Thanks for stopping by.
Have a good one.
Later, guys.
All right. That was awesome getting Randy in here for a little bit. I really wanted to get his thoughts on Cross Guild and Vivi and all that. But
he kind of feels like Shanks, just in and out.
Yeah, exactly.
You never see him for too long.
I wonder if he'll come back. Wonder if he'll come back like Shanks and Shamrock. He came, left. Maybe he'll
come back to
turn around.
Elbaf.
Yeah.
Please.
So I want to speed run a couple options here because personally I feel like they're a little less likely. And by the way, anyone watching, I'll fix size camera in a second. I know that's whenever Randy left, it messed everything up, but all good. I want to run through a couple quick ones because I feel like they're a little less likely, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on them anyway. And talking about, the lack of antagonists in this arc, I did come up with some people that could maybe show up. Again, I don't think they're likely, but just interested in your thoughts. First, could the Gorosei come back? Because we already saw them last arc, and we already saw their forms. And I get at first that might seem really unlikely, Oda saving them for the end and whatever. But we don't know Garling's powers yet, and this is a God's Knights focused arc. He's the new Gorosei. Could Garling come, which would count here, because now he is a Gorosei? Could he show up, or the other ones? But I think Garling would be the most likely, if anyone. And that could be another antagonist here in this arc. So what do you guys think? Any chance the Gorosei come?
I hope not. And if they do, I hope that it is Garling, as you said. I think Garling makes the most sense because even though he's a Gorosei member, he's still the supreme commander of the Holy Knights. Mm-hmm. When we saw Shamrock, it just said commander of the Holy Knights. He's not the supreme commander like Garling. So I think it would make the most sense if he came here, if we had to bring one in. But I feel like with the Gorosei, the way I feel about them is the same way people feel about Kid. They just disappointed me, man. I wish they were more. I wish they were more impactful. I wish they were a little bit stronger even. And I feel like they will be strong when we fight them individually, but I just don't want them to show up.
I agree. Anyone feel differently?
I feel like if we had gotten more casualties out of Egghead and stuff through their own actions, them coming back would be great in the sense of because of what they cause an Egghead, going to Elbaf, it's there's a chance that people could die, and then that's where we had a chance you kind of could stop it. But the fact that only Emeth was the only one that really bit the dust, and that's not a human connection confirmed that you can have and stuff. For Joy Boy, it's just in the Heaven Realm, he's like, damn, bro, my boy got. But I can't care because I wasn't in the second world and stuff, so I don't have that connection. But I think if they done more, it would be great. But Garling, I think I would accept. The problem with that is it just depends on the matchups that you have for the end of the story and stuff. Because assumingly the Holy Knights and stuff, they're going to be going, or the God's Knights should be going up against the Revolutionary Army. We assume Garling will be going up against Dragon, and then everyone has their individual matchups there. So if you have the Straw Hats going up against them and everything, the only people that really would benefit would be the Straw Hats. Because I do feel based on the showcasing they had an Egghead and all that, they still need to have that one fight that's going to make me believe that individually they're going to be okay going up against Blackbeard, because that's going to be their final fights in the story up against those pirates.
Right.
And if you were to tell me right now, if we go up against the Blackbeard pirates, am I confident that this crew outside is going to be able to go bar for bar with them? My answer to you is no, because I don't think they're good enough yet to be able to go stand toe with them, right? The high ends could probably, but not the Usops. That's just why Elbaf is here for him. So, but I think you do a lot more harm by putting the God's Knights up for the Straw Hats, and then for the other ones that are supposed to matter for them, it's not going to matter as much. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone think they'll show up? Oh, go ahead, Par.
If I could see that they could show up. I could, but I wouldn't want it. I think it'd be terrible. And I don't even think it's from a power perspective. I don't even think all that. To me, again, it just goes back to the decision-making stuff. Why command Shamrocks to leave and then send reinforcements that were equivalent to Shamrocks, less than Shamrocks? If it was just, he was already there, right? And again, I feel and even if I were to extrapolate here, I feel numbers would be more valuable in dealing with the barricade that the Revs are setting up and the food shortage and the situation, rather than one guy. So if you were to make the decision of okay, let's send Shamrocks back. We already sent 2. They need 4 more, right? But we could have just dealt with it with just Shamrock there. I feel the choice to keep the 4 and let Shamrock go back would have made more sense. But where we are now, they already just cut him out. And again, Randy brought it up, Scopper kind of confirmed that he's not at least in an active position right now. Right. So the reasonable thing is that he left. There's a world where he stayed, and surprise, he's still here. But I think that it just comes to the decision making thing, because it goes back to the part where they should know that Straw Hats are here. It should not have been a surprise when they sent reinforcements. They should have been with the knowledge that they had already seen the Straw Hats. In fact, I think that when Gunko teleported the Holy Knights, they had flown over, and that's presumably when she made the map and saw the ship. So she might have already seen their ship when she made that call / brought over the other two. So it's like, what's the deal here with like the disrespect? Like, what tier are you guys gonna underestimate it? And it comes from the standpoint that the main leverage of advantage that the world government has is that they've been in power, and they should be like not less necessarily all knowing, where wherever you stand with Emu's all knowingness is omnipotence, but like it should be like, yo, like we know where people are going, we can track them, we have this. Like the fact that Big Mom has better tracking around her Totland, like she has underwater snails, right? Versus when Sabo left the capital, they had no clue. They were like, bro, where'd his ass go? Did they not tell us the one way up to the thing is the Bondolas, and then and I get it, like he left on other ships and whatever. Stop the ships. Look at the ships, do stuff like that. Like, it's things like that that are just like, they keep piling on. They're small, but it gets to a point where there's a connection. And the connection is like, for Elbaf here, if the help comes from within, then that's just all around bad on all their fronts. Garling, the Gorosei, because the order came from the above, right? Yeah. Technically, we don't know whoever made that decision to send more back. Like, what do you mean? You just got washed by Luffy on Egghead. One of you guys did. And so if you guys are going to continue to disrespect the entire crew like that, that's on you. You fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, right? Like something like that, right? But yeah, or I had it flipped, something like that. But you get the point. You get the point is that I strongly feel like the antagonist has to be outside of them. And that's sad to say, but it's not necessarily. And the thing is, the one way that Oda can skirt it is like he can make it that the Holy Knights are objective focus, and it's like, all right, we're not here to fight the Straw Hats. We're here to take this, and we're out. And if they can successfully do that, respect. I respect that. You know what I mean? If they can do that with the people they have, that's awesome, because they took like at least 20 giant kids. That's insane. That's already insane. To take that under the nose of all the giants and the Straw Hats, wild, right? So Oda could do that. Will he do that? I'm not sure. Gunko's in a interesting spot. And then we're not even throwing out that, like, Scopper's here too. Like, you have whatever they have to bring, it has to be like greater than a Scopper too. So
and I also think at the end of Egghead, like we talked about it earlier, the Vice Admirals were talking to Saturn, like, should we go to Elbaf and chase the Straw Hats? And Saturn made the choice not to. And then if they bring the Gorosei later, it's like, okay, like, you guys really suck at planning. Like, you got you had the chance with the ship right in front of you to just go chase them, and you said no. And I mean, I know Saturn got killed, so maybe that's why maybe that's part of why, because he keeps making bad decisions. But even in general, I feel like, I don't. And from Oda's perspective, I don't think it would be smart to keep having every big threat be government focused. Like, we need to have some outside of it, because like we know that the final war is going to be all government focused and Marines and stuff. Like, we know that's coming. So Oda's got to find some other ones. So I think Loki, being coerced to fight us and then eventually join us is pretty likely. Like I said, Kid could save him, and Kid will be like, please destroy them. And, that starts a fight. Like, I think something like that. But generally, I agree. We can't keep having, government people come in to save the day, or Oda can't keep making those be the antagonists every time.
And they got to stop losing, too.
Akainu makes a boss call himself. Like, Akainu just says, screw whatever the government's doing. I think we need to go and get these guys out of here right now. And he's the one that leads the charge. I think that would be, like, if you're going to have that danger, like the guy finally getting off his damn chair and that desk in his room and finally doing some work, I would be in fear, because the fact that this guy apparently in a year's time can find the One Piece is going to roll up on that island and bomb it. This is a guy who went and destroyed a passenger ship off the strength that there was somebody there who could read the poneglyphs. If he is that confident, because like he is waiting for a moment to defy the world government. You saw like in the conversation he had after Dressrosa with the world government and with the Gorosei and stuff. He's like, "Yo, you taking orders from like whoever? Like, do you not notice like the situation, what's going on?" So I feel like if he's in that position to do so, he'll do it because like it's not like Imu's gonna be stupid enough to go and just nuke the Marines after, because then you would pretty much be telling the whole public, "Hey, man, like we're not who we say we are," and their image is the most important thing to take care of. So I think if the police, in the sense, the Marines are going to make some kind of action, I think that would be a good idea for another antagonist in the form of Akainu being the one to lead the charge.
Yeah, and that was actually one of my next topics, because I want to go through all the antagonist options, and the Admirals, or it can be Akainu, or if you want Kizaru to come back, I feel like Akainu is maybe more likely, or even Green Bull or Fujitora or something. But I do have the Admirals on this list, and so Sai, I want to know your opinion, because I know you're a Marine guy. Are we gonna have an Admiral showing up?
I wish. If I had terminal cancer and the Make-A-Wish Foundation came to me, I would wish for the Admirals to show up, and just one of them. People love Akainu because of the Ohara connections. I like that. I think that's too much, though. Personally, I think the character that could flex the most, and I got this from Brago. It was his idea originally, but Green Bull. Green Bull coming here and merging with the Atom Tree would be nuts.
Oh,
like,
God,
I love that.
Yeah, like, dude, this is Green Bull's. Everything is set up here for Green Bull to be fantastic. I mean, he's already really tough. He has like this fire-resistant wood. He's like,
which could be helpful.
Hard as wood. Yeah. I mean, I guess. But if he merges with the Atom Tree, like, think about the power he would get from that.
And
my God.
And something I'm thinking about, we talked earlier about Logia Awakenings. What if we have like several on the same island? Because you think about Punk Hazard, there was 2 on the same island, so Oda's already kind of introduced that idea a little bit. And we talked about Enel awakening. Well, imagine Green Bull shows up and he awakens, and then because that might be like he turns into a tree. I don't know, like. I mean, we don't know that much about it, but like, can he already merge into other trees, or can he? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really know how that works. But with Awakening, I mean, there's probably we don't really know how that works, but I'm sure he could then. So I love that idea. I never thought about that, but it would fit.
I feel like if Green Bull were to awaken, it would be very much like Baron Omatsuri from One Piece movie 7, where he starts like absorbing people into the tree.
Oh, that would be
because he already does the
awesome.
sucky
And that's how
with
he
the
can get
vines.
like his own powers or just keep him hostage or something. That would be man.
Yeah. He just keeps on feeding on the life force of Elbaf, and the giants, which would be crazy.
I love that.
Too broken, but crazy.
I'm here for that.
Yeah, like I'm not a Green Bull guy, to be honest, but I am so here for that. I never thought about that, but it's such a good fit with the Atom Tree and everything. That's crazy. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, I did want to ask about another Marine. I guess we'll just stay on the Marine trend here, because I have several to go through, because there's a lot of Marines kind of floating around in the story right now with different agendas. And so Parvision, I'm going to need to hear from you about a certain character that maybe you guys haven't heard of before, because he's not all that relevant. But Mr. Bogard, is he pulling up to Elbaf, Par?
Par's so sick of this series.
He didn't come to Hachinosu to save his boy, so what's
true.
he doing?
Well, hold on. Whoa. You can come out the fire, but yeah, he went there and he followed the mission objective, save Kobe. It was done. But as far as what he would do from there, right? It's kind of an interesting spot to be in, because when Garp's teaching is essentially you leave the old guy behind, right? So you leave the old guy behind, but what's next? What does Kobe do, right? You have to think about what is this character aligned with? If we're contemplating whether the Admirals or whatever are showing up, it would be they would need information that something here is worth us intervening, which one significant point is that technically they don't have jurisdiction, because they're not a world government affiliated country, which is kind of the part where Akainu was telling Green Bull not to go in a little bit, and and Green Bull was being super disrespectful because he could be a little bit lawless there, but also from a taxpayer perspective, he shouldn't have been there because he's a waste of our money, that kind of a thing, right? So technically they wouldn't really it's not really needed, and they should have their hands full with the Revs, starving the Celestial Dragons. And where it comes to is if the theory, at least, and I don't even say my theory on this part, but like I think there's a greater part that thinks that like, you know, Sword is an expansive group where, you know, Bogart's a character like Bogard could be a part of Sword. Where is Sword gonna go? And that's where, you know, something that we hadn't addressed in this conversation is the man marked by flames and the Scopper realization that like Scopper, Oda kind of put Scopper as the old guy and the dad and kind of all those the mystery characters that kept on cropping up, and then he gave us a little scar, and it's like, is he the man marked by flames? Okay, but why does he have the poneglyph? If he has the poneglyph, does that mean does Shanks have it? Did he not tell Shanks? Like, it's all weird stuff that comes from that thing. But like that, the presence of that poneglyph, the presence of Scopper, that does change a lot because, and I didn't put out the video, but something that I was saying, at least on stream, and I would consolidate into another video-esque type of thing, would be that Vegapunk put a target on characters that were associated with Roger. If you were the Roger's Pirates, you were already chased. But you were not chased because you knew the truth of the world. They thought that the treasure was just in one place. But then Vegapunk was like, no, they know the truth of the world. All of those Roger Pirates, they have it. And that puts a target on any character that wants that treasure. Or not the treasure, but the One Piece. Because now it's like, imagine Blackbeard with, if he knew that Rayleigh knew all that stuff on Amazon, he didn't know that then. Blackbeard would throw everything away and take Rayleigh, right? But he knew that after the fact. It was not common information. Imagine if Blackbeard and Luffy and Usopp were at Sabaody when Rayleigh was saying that. Usopp would be like, can I hear it? Luffy would be like, no. Blackbeard's like, zah, and just fucking eat him, right? Like, that's immediately he would take the One Piece out from his brain. That's what would happen. And now that he is pudding, it's even more so. So, like, that's where Scopper and his presence and, like, where is he, like, do people know about him? Does the Sword know about him? Like, because they knew about Rayleigh. I'm not they, but, like, Garp knew about Rayleigh. And, like, a few people knew about Rayleigh. So do they know about Scopper? Surely they probably know that Scopper's been staying in the same place for the last 20 years, right? That's kind of obvious. And, oh, maybe did the guy, like, a world-renowned threat just travel the Grand Line to meet Crocus, another threat? Like, that's crazy. And so when it comes to those things, it's just like, you know, we're bringing up the man marked by flames and that stuff. If that stuff's relevant and Bogard is with Sword, then I can see that coming in. But the problem is, it's not like Sword shows up. It's not like they add to Holy Knights because like they're antagonistic, and like even Drake was like immediately, well, CP0 immediately run the fade with Drake, right? They're like, oh, I know who you are, and he's like, damn, what the hell? And then they just started poking his throat, right? So like it doesn't help them, but Kobe does have the directive, and he did say, I can't let you get the One Piece. So if that is a prerogative, they may be a neutral gray area antagonist to the Straw Hats, to Loki, to Scopper, etc. But as far as the amount that like I see that happening, I don't, mainly because like it where we saw Sword last, I don't feel like they're moving like anything away from Garp. You know what I mean? I think Garp is still the focus. It's just kind of a question of like, what do they do about it? And I don't see them going on a detour while this is happening, like a One Piece detour at the moment, which is odd and interesting. But if you were to, I think Bogard would be better set where Lafitte is. I think that's where I would see Sword and Bogard.
So you would see him like appear during the arc, but not on the island, like that section that we on the tier list. Kind of like he'll be relevant, but maybe not physically come to the island.
Just more Blackbeard tracking type of stuff.
Yeah, because two things I thought of. One, based off something you were saying there, you know, Kobe Kobe and Rayleigh kind of have a connection because they were both an Amazon Lily, right? Like they both kind of helped save Boa in a way. Like Kobe ended up getting taken, but you know what I mean? Like they kind of were on the same side, like serendipitously during Amazon Lily. And now we have Scopper, so you have the other wing of the Pirate King being here in Elbaf, and then instead of Kobe, who's like another good stand-in for him, maybe Bogard instead of Garp's, protege. You have Garp's like number 2, his best friend or whatever. And I think that kind of connection might make sense. Rayleigh and Kobe being like a group, and then Scopper and Bogard. And then also, we talked about this at the very, very beginning, but probably even before I started recording, but Bogard was also at God Valley. So if this becomes a God Valley 2.0, that might make sense to have him here just for that reason.
True. Yeah,
Because my thing with him going for Blackbeard, which I think makes sense, it's just that they were just there, and they just got Kobe out of there. Are they going to go march right back in and have another war like that? It feels weird. Like it makes sense, but just it feels weird to just redo the same thing. Let's have Sword go after Blackbeard again. So I don't really know what he's going to do. I kind of like what you're saying there, where like he's going to track Blackbeard. I think that makes sense, because then it's not like a confrontation. He's just like feeding info to somebody else who could help.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, and that's the other thing about where Kobe was. And again, you asked me about Bogard, but I put I think even without the sword, like you said, he's Garp's right hand, and Garp announced, "This is my future." So, it is imperative that Bogard stays with Kobe, protects Kobe, guides Kobe, whatever you want to have from there. So wherever Kobe goes, I see Bogard going. And thing about Kobe is he, Blackbeard did the villain thing. He did the one-man monologue. Let me tell my sworn enemy my plans, because why does that matter? And so he kind of told Kobe a lot more than probably he needed to. And by doing that, he could, there might be other stuff. There might be other stuff that Kobe had seen or heard or knows about that Blackbeard may have done directly, indirectly, or his goofy crew that gets drunk might have spilled the beans and Kobe just pulled it out of them. And it could be, and Kobe is now technically a spy, so I wouldn't put it past him figuring stuff out on his own. So that is kind of his job. So it might be that he knows where Blackbeard's gonna go, and he could run a counter against him.
Yeah, I love that.
Which would be wild.
I really like that. He's just gonna try to foil his plans, not even fight him. It's just so Blackbeard's gonna do this and this probably because of that goal. Let me go foil that before he even gets there, type deal. I think that's smart.
Yeah, because I brought this up with Dak before, he knows what to talk about, because when we were bringing up the names of who we're going to put in the tier list and stuff, Bogard was one stuff, right? And if I had to put potentially for him, because I think if he shows up, Sword's going to show up, but I do like the idea that maybe it's not a given, because again, with Ace and stuff, Luffy was given an opportunity, go and save Ace possibly, so maybe Bogard, because he's the right hand with Sword and stuff, is going to say to Luffy, hey, listen, your Gramps is not doing good right now, and we need some kind of help. We can't rely yet on Drake, because he's still maybe recovering, whatever. I mean, that could also be an option. They just wait till Drake recovers, because I don't think Garp is right now with the Blackbeard Pirates as far as we're concerned. Is he? Or because I think last time we saw him, he was still in Hachinosu, so I don't know if they left him there or took him with them. Because if they just left him there, that's what I'm saying. If you left them there, then it's hey, Drake could just show up there and just go get him. Fair enough. But if he's with them, he's probably gonna ask him yo, can you come and help us out, because we can't do it. We can't obviously ask Akainu, because it's political stuff or whatever, right? So I could see that being an option. Then Luffy has to decide, Ace was your brother, but this is your Gramps. So we have to see what that mindset is for Luffy. Realistically, I don't think he does do it, but it would be interesting to see now that your actual blood is out of the line. It's how does he what does he do there in that moment, right? So I think there's a chance, again, if I think Akainu's going to show up with the Marines, maybe Sword comes in underneath and has their own agenda, which is to go and try and convince Luffy to come and help them out, possibly. But so I'll probably put him in the potentially.
Kev, any thoughts? I think you tried speaking a couple times.
I think the Sword stuff is really interesting, because obviously a lot of them are regrouping in that one hospital. I think it's G8 or
G8 or
GS.
G18 or something. Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah.
G5, I don't know what it is.
Something like that, yeah.
G number, whatever it is.
Yeah, but I really think that's a cool setup, because we know that, okay, all of these guys are together, even Drake, who many people thought was dead at the end of, the last section in Wano, but no, he's back as well. it would just make a lot of sense for Sword to basically have this massive, get together thing for their future role in the story, their grand hurrah, their need to come back very strong in order to, their mentor character is gone. And obviously a lot of people expect Luffy, because Luffy and Kobe obviously are meant to parallel each other. It would make sense if both their mentor characters were in a big predicament at the exact same time. So that I didn't even think about that earlier.
Yeah.
So that's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
So I like that a lot, and I like for
Right,
exactly that'd be really interesting. And I feel like my one thing is, you say that Sai, we're still talking about Bogard, by the way. Thrilling.
Oh, really?
Bogard.
We're still on the Bogard topic?
We're still on Bogard.
I guess hope we moved on earlier.
Yeah, side left. Like, I don't want to hear this Bogart stuff. I'll come back whenever it's done.
No.
Yeah, we dropped more dialogue than Bogard ever has.
True.
When I bring up Bogard, Sai has instant flaming diarrhea. Instant.
Yeah. I mean,
Same
I
here,
have
though.
like IBS, and just mentioning Bogard, I just had to go.
True.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Bogard. Anyway,
I think you would have liked my logic though, Sai, had you heard
Yeah, well,
it.
Sai, I will
I
say
don't know about that.
I started by just throwing Bogard in the appears during arc, but not on the island category, and then after hearing all the arguments, I did move him up into potentially. So
No, I don't even think we're gonna see him in a Garp flashback.
we might not see him ever again. Period. To be honest,
Bro, what do you?
I might just put him in
Sai
the
is
he dead
so-
category.
Died at
Why is
We're not
he
even
sea.
gonna
so
see him in a Garp
disingenuous?
flashback, dude.
We saw him in a Kuma flashback, my guy. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, as background fodder, and we don't even know if that's. You know what? I'm not gonna make this argument. we don't even know if that's
background
him.
fodder?
Look,
Dude,
Panda
the
Man's got
goddamn
more
hat
appearances
covers his
than,
eyes
than
every
That
single
is
time.
facts. That is facts.
For all we know, Bogard could have like a twin brother, or just another guy with the hat could be on the crew, and it could be him, and we just have no clue.
I
Dogard
just
or
want to
something.
point out that Sai said that
He's so
Bogard in the
fodder.
God Valley flashback was the same background fodder as Rayleigh and Rox. Rox wasn't even there. I guess he's not even background fodder. He's just fodder, according to Sai. I think that he's a fraud. Sai thinks that he's fodder. I don't know who you want to get mad at, but like that's crazy, Sai.
Well, it
Wow.
No, the thing
Wait,
is that you could ask anime onlys about who Bogard is, what is his character, what's his role, and I promise you, 9 out of 10 anime only people would just not even know. They'd be like, "Wait, who's that?"
Wait, Sai,
It's
you
just a
know
random
there was an
marine?
entire arc that the only
And
cover story that they
lasted
did was
one
Bogard's cover
episode.
story.
Bogard's cover story. Wait, are we calling it Bogard's cover story now?
Bogard's cover
People
Wait, hold
would
on.
rather
Hold on.
remember Gaimon than
literally
Bogard.
To save Ace, yeah.
Garp literally trained told Bogard to train Kobe. That was the whole
Naguri
thing. And then
had more
and then
impact than
Bogard trained
Bogard
him.
did.
And then Garp was like, "Yo, these kids are cracked now." It was all Bogard. We know this.
So you're
And
saying
Bogard, guess
Bogart's
what?
a better
Bogard
trainer
didn't
than
talk
Rayleigh?
once.
And that's what's so amazing.
I
He
think
just-
the Battleship Bags are better trainers than Bogard, personally.
That's crazy.
And we know that Garp
That's
didn't
crazy.
instill that in Kobe. Kobe did that on his own. Everything
Exactly.
that happened with Kobe in those 45 days, my guy Bogard, bro.
That's like saying we had impact on One Piece because we read the manga and we boosted
I
sales
mean,
or something. Like, the
listen.
impact that Bogard has had so far is so negligible.
Listen, I'm just
breaking
gonna
the
throw it
fourth
out
wall,
there.
we had more impact.
I'm
Is
gonna throw it
Bogard
out
given
there,
his
Sai.
official name yet? Like, wasn't it in the anime credits only?
I'm just gonna throw it out there that I made a video, and then 3 months later, Bogard did show up exactly how I said he would, and maybe that's an impact. But I will say, I did have an impact on us mentioning Bogard to come to Elbaf, because that's insane. Why is this on the list? I didn't ask for this. You did.
Well, now
you gotta
on
talk
to the
to
next
Laz about
topic.
that
We
one.
got to talk about Rox the Unicorn.
So what?
Getting Bogard on
Alright.
the list.
He's a Pegasus.
Well, I mean, listen, I
He's a
thought about the
Pegasus
idea because it's
style.
like, listen,
sorry.
man, if someone's gonna go and help out Garp, whatever, is their number one guy and stuff, man, he's the only one that's gonna be able to do it. Because
He didn't help out Garp when he was there.
Well, that's the thing. Save the best for last. That's what we're doing for Rooster. We're doing for Bogard.
Whoa,
Maybe he
calm
didn't
down.
eat dinner that day. He wasn't ready.
So,
Go back home.
Bogard,
He left his sword.
Bogard graduated from Garp's lesson. That's what it is. Anyone
No.
who doesn't understand it failed Garp's teachings. That's all
so
it
true.
is.
Here's how
Garp
Bogard's
said
gonna pull
exactly
off. Right?
what the mission was, and he said how to complete it at the very beginning of that chapter, and somehow it flies over people's heads, but not Bogard.
I'd have more respect if he just ignored Garp's lesson and just followed his own path.
But I mean, hey, this is the right hand. If Luffy asked Zoro to die for him, Zoro would. That's how it is.
Oh my god. We're on the
But Zoro would be
Instagram
able to
watches
save
right
Luffy, or at
now.
least try.
It's facts though. I don't know.
Well,
I do gotta say, here's how Bogart's gonna pull up to Elbaf, right?
With Conqueror's
I figured
Haki?
it out. No.
I just want to
even
throw out there,
better.
I did not say that Bogard would show up. I was talking about like Kobe and Sword potentially, and if they'd show up, whatever. But my take, just to slate out, because I was mentioning, to be clear about what I'm saying, is that I think that it makes more sense that Kobe is tracking Blackbeard and running counter to Blackbeard because he knew Blackbeard did the villain monologue, and that's what it would be. Okay, and then if Kobe's going that way, Bogard would go because the last thing that Garp said outside the mission was, "This is my future. This is my legacy right here. Protect it." That's what he said. And then what is Bogard gonna do? All right, Captain. Boom. That's it. That's the simple logic. No rocket science. Sorry, Kev. Continue.
I got you.
Abandon
So,
your friends.
one of the things that Elbaf is very synonymous with is size differences, right? Giants, humans, Legoland, whole bunch of crazy stuff going on with like scaling and stuff like that, right? Now, here's what I'm thinking. What's the biggest thing on Elbaf besides Elbaf itself? A sword. A sword. So wouldn't it make sense if Sword showed up to this place, but not just any sword member? Mr. Bogard shows up, he touches that massive Elbaf blade and is like, finally, it's mine. He pulls it out.
I have my sword back.
effortlessly.
And think about it like this, right? Garp had the Galaxy Impact. What happens if we see for the first time in history? Continent Impact. I promise right now, we start off, we lower it down the scale. We go to the continents and stuff, and we're gonna see some madness happen.
Hey.
I just want to throw out, this is exactly what happens when I say my thing. Someone goes, "Oh, Bogard's gonna pick up the giant sword from Elbaf," and that's what Par said.
No, I'm
and that's
pretty sure
what
you
Par
said
believes.
that, Par. I'm
Par's
pretty
theory.
sure you said that.
It's right up there with Par's
But
other theory
you
about
can't
Ross
tell me that
being a
won't be
fraud and a
fired,
weakling.
I will co-sign the continent punch from Garp, but I just want to point out the slippery slope with that some of my ideas create. Where, I just on the record, Bogard and that sword, they ain't touching. They ain't touching it, bro. That's
Look, sometimes,
Hey,
sometimes
if he slices a cloud, they'll be fired.
Sometimes we see the Parvision, and we just we get off the rails with the Bogard talk.
It's like Gojo in his Infinity. Whenever Par spits a theory, we're just like we become
You're just stuck in
catatonic.
it, yeah.
So next Marine I want to talk about, which probably won't be as controversial, but still might be controversial. What about Smoker? Because this man needs to have a role, man. Like, this guy has to do something. Is he gonna, like? Because honestly, like, I would feel safe defaulting to appears during the arc, but not on the island. But I'm gonna be honest, Smoker has been so irrelevant over the last half of the story that I don't even feel confident with that. So, like, I kind of like. I think there's a good chance he comes, but I feel like no chance is probably what I would lean towards. But But what do you guys think? Because he's got to do something, man. I don't know.
I think his chance would have been easily an Egghead. If that would have been the almost perfect time to bring him back, and I feel like if he doesn't come back then, he's probably gonna come like in the next arc or so. Like, we'll probably like see what's going on with them, but like serve an impact on Elbaf, no chance for me.
Yeah,
I feel like if Sword is in this arc at all, like whether they're at that hospital or whether they are on Elbaf, right? If Sword is there, Smoker is there with Sword. That is like the only way I can picture him showing up, to be honest, because I personally feel like Smoker's going to that hospital with whatever he's got in that magic little box. I think it's Law, but whatever he's got in that magic little box. So I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah.
I feel like Smoker Sword could be something really cool, really interesting. Because that would be a great way to evolve his character with the blurring the lines of working with pirates and stuff. So I don't know. That's just me though.
In Par or Kev, sorry, I was about to set up Par for the next thing, but Kev, actually, I want to respond to something with what you just said because I never thought about this. But let's say, for example, an admiral or even vice admiral, some branch of like the real normal Marine shows up, and then maybe Smoker shows up separately, and then maybe Sword shows up separately. So we have 3 different types of Marines that are all working for their own independent reasons, and maybe they all show up to Elbaf and see each other. And they're all like, what the hell are you doing here? Right? Like maybe a Kainu sees Smoker's like, I didn't tell you could come here. And then all the Swords there too. He's like, who are you guys? Like, what is going on? Like, why are you're not supposed to be here? And like, there would be this kind of cool thing where like they delve into like the different, branches, not branches of the Marines because they do have different branches, but the different kind of ideologies of the Marines where we kind of tackle that. Like, so you're here for this reason, you're here for this reason, you're here for this reason. They're all different reasons, but we're all in the same organization. How is that happening? Right?
That could be cool if you do those vice admirals from Egghead as one of the groups, right? Then you do, let's say Smoker isn't with Sword. You could do him, and then Sword, obviously. That would be really interesting. Because why introduce all those vice admirals if they're not going to be plot relevant, So that could be a cool way to shoo them back in.
Yeah, I like that. I never thought about that, but I'm actually a fan of that. Any
it would
other
be
thoughts
cool
on Smoker?
if I would love to see Smoker. I feel like Oda left him off on such a mystery with that box and the fact that he's going to visit Sword. Personally, I think there needs to be, I'm sure you guys have all seen one back in like high school or college, but like an army recruiter. I feel like we need one of those guys, but for Sword. Like I would love if Smoker approached Bluegrass, Red King, Urban, all the vice admirals we saw in Egghead and said, hey, like, are you guys happy with how the world government is set up? No? How about you join Sword? Like, I would love if they started growing their faction more and more, their influence starts growing. Because I've always been of the mindset that one day, people might not like it, but I could see the Marines defecting. Because while there are some bad apples in there, a majority of Marines do want to make a difference. They do want to save civilians. Of course, there's assholes like Nezumi, right, taking advantage of Kokuyashi Village. But I think for the most part, like, they're fighting for what they think is right. And with how Saturn treated Doberman, right? Doberman talked back to Saturn. Not even talked back. Doberman spoke his opinion. Saturn blew his head off. Like, surely every other VA in that room is like, hey, our boss just killed our buddy. Like, Doberman's been on the force for freaking 50 years maybe, and he just got done in. So hopefully that's like a wake-up call, and Smoker's that guy who's like, hey, let's, we got to put boots on the ground. We got to join Sword.
Yeah, and that point about Doberman's interesting because I can't remember exactly what he said, but it wasn't like he even questioned it mightily or like accused him of any. It was like a pretty normal question if I remember correctly. And even earlier in the arc, which was in like a couple anime episodes ago, remember at the start Doberman's talking to Saturn and he's like, "Well, wait, what about Lucci and the Cypherpole agents?" And he's like, humans are like insects and they can reproduce even when their numbers are really low. Doberman's like, okay, bro. All right.
What about me?
Okay.
What about my family?
That's going to go sold in next election. Like,
like, oh, man.
That changes your vote.
Yeah, like, oh, that sounds great. That is what I wanted to hear.
Wasn't his question, does that imply that the things that Vegapunk said are true? I'm fairly certain.
Yeah,
it was like
so that is a pretty crazy question to ask.
But it's like he doesn't know.
Lied.
But it's just like I feel like it's a normal response, right? To like he's not asking what the information is. He's just like, oh, so is that true? It's like dead. It's like, well, everyone's gonna wonder that. Everyone's asking the same thing.
It's like, oh, if you keep denying it so much, then it must be true. Exactly.
Though the fact you just sniped him kind of tells me that maybe you don't want us having that answer, which is an answer in and of itself.
Exactly.
Well, the next person I want to talk about, another Marine, is Sengoku. Now, this one I think is also a bit unlikely to come to the island, but I think being involved like in the arc elsewhere is very likely because we saw him very concerned over the cross guild stuff with T-Bone, remember? And so I think what's happening is I think Sengoku is probably the most likely person to plan something to save Garp. I think he's like, they're like kind of homies. He's also retired, so like he can kind of do whatever he feels like. So and also with him tying to the cross guild stuff, I kind of see a world where Blackbeard sells Garp to the Cross Guild, but Sengoku's going after the Cross Guild because maybe he kind of sees the writing on the wall, and then that's how he saves Garp, is like he intercepts him from the Cross Guild situation. Something like that. But I just think Sengoku is definitely having a role, set up here by Oda. I'm not sure what it is, but it's kind of like with Garp, where like Garp is now kind of sending off the new generation, right, to like hype them up. I think Sengoku kind of has to do the same thing. But where Sengoku is connected is through Law and Corazon, and we know Law is missing right now. So I wonder if there's a world where all of this interconnects, and maybe it's all a Cross Guild thing. Maybe Law and Garp both get taken there to be sold or whatever, or maybe Law even joins them because he was also a warlord. And I don't know. There could be some way where that all weaves together, and Sengoku, teams up with Law or something because he wants to support like the inherited will from Corazon or whatever. But what do you guys think? Is Sengoku gonna have a role here soon?
In the sense that you're bringing it up right now, though, Dak, I think that's probably the likeliest scenario. I mean, like, you bring up the thing with T-Bone. I don't know why this image came to my mind, but him just, like, crying, like, eating rice crackers, thinking about T-Bone, going, "Ksa, my boy," and just, like, I don't know. Just so that's an image I could see Oda maybe doing. But in terms of, like, him trying to go and save Garp, I think that's also a likely situation. Like, I know, like, his appearance now kind of tells me the guy is completely retired. He's not about the trenches anymore and stuff. But, like, I would imagine if your friend is in that kind of danger, and obviously, morale, like everyone's like kind of like moved on to different areas, like Sword's doing its own thing, Akainu's doing something, whatever. So like if you feel like you have to go out there and do something, then that's gonna be the case. But I feel like the moment he does that, the red flag would go up of his death after, and I feel like that's an opportune time where if Blackbeard were to see him in that moment, then I think then Garp would end up witnessing one of his friends end up dying, which would be a huge moment in the story, right? That the guy that was the former fleet admiral and everything was just taken out by the Blackbeard pirates, and it kind of just puts a greater danger on Blackbeard, where it's like it's not just territories and stuff, because that's the biggest thing about his character right now, is that he's making his name known throughout the world, not just off just killing people, whatever, but just taking things to show his dominance out there. That would be a huge statement, because for the people like civilians looking at it, it's like the guy that was running things, the Marines, the people supposed to protect us, he's gone. Right, and even though we don't trust Akainu, we don't like him and stuff, but for someone to lose that, it's like they will look at things a little bit different. Like the Marines, it's like, how do you respond and take care of that after? And I think that would have a huge effect also on Garp, on Kobe, just about everyone, to the point what we were talking with Sai earlier, just like the change that could eventually come afterwards, where if you lose a big figure like that, it's going to click something in the minds of like a Fujitora even further with his beliefs. He wants the three great powers to change, or the world system change. This is the opportune time to make the Marines change if you lose a guy that literally should have still probably been in power, realistically speaking. Like, even after Marineford, he should have never left his position. Because now it's like you put things in a worse situation under Akainu, because he's not going to care about any of that stuff. Okay, you lost him, whatever. That gives me more reason to get off my desk and then go back in the trenches. We're trying to prevent that kind of stuff from happening. So I think that's the thing. I think he'll appear at some capacity, maybe not to the island, but probably lean to his own demise, to Blackbeard.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on Sengoku?
Yeah. Personally, I would love it if he would to go save Garp. I think that makes the most sense. I know he talked about Cross Guild and Garp, and then it's kind of 50-50. I think it'd be funny if we saw Akainu and the world government, they learn that Garp has been captured, and they're like, hey, can we mobilize and fight Blackbeard? And imagine they say, no, we're not going to save Garp. He's a loser. He's a old man. He did this into himself.
He doesn't listen.
He's not even active. But we cut over, and Sengoku and Suru also get captured by Blackbeard, and then they're like, okay, now we have to go. Like, now they got 3 of our former guys, or, well, I mean, active guys even. And then I guess that could force the hand of the Marines, which would be unfortunate, because that would mean that Sengoku and Suru's first real fight would be an L, which I don't know how I feel about that right away, but you could say the same happened with Garp, right? Garp, the first real run-through we've seen with him, he ended up losing on Hachinosu. If you want to use that term. I know some people are like, oh, there's nuance there, but at the end of the day, he is captured, so.
Right. And, I mean, I guess we saw Sengoku, box the Blackbeard pirates and kind of cook them at Marineford, but that was, like, so brief, and the Blackbeard pirates succeeded that day still, so it doesn't feel like he won, necessarily, so, yeah, I agree with that. So I do have another one to talk about. If somebody wants to talk about Sengoku, feel free. But I am very curious what your guys' thoughts are on, could Emu potentially show up? I know that we're talking about a threat, and I'm not saying Emu's going to come and be the main antagonist. Like, we're not beating Emu this arc. You know what I mean? But could you imagine? Like, we know that they want to catch Vivi, right? They're trying to retrieve Vivi, or Emu specifically wants Vivi. Could you see a world where, like, maybe the Gods Knights do fail their mission, and maybe Vivi is there, and so, like, everyone's like, you know, like, the government's mad because, like, wow, Vivi was right there and you failed. I'm so mad. And then Emu's like, screw it. You know what? I'll just go do it. And then Emu just pulls up an Elbaf. Any chance that, because again, it's not that they're going to fight. This could be the first Emu reveal to the crew, because they don't know Emu exists yet. You know what I mean? And I don't know if that moment is going to happen at the very end. Like, I don't think them finding out about Emu is going to happen seconds before the Emu fight. I would imagine there's going to be like a earlier indication, so then the crew is kind of thinking about it, or they, you know, reflect on it a little bit and all that, and Luffy can, you know, because we've seen Luffy like box Blackbeard like briefly, like in Impel Down, for example, but it wasn't a full fight. So I wonder if Emu could show up and they like feel how strong Emu is in the hockey and stuff, and they're like, oh my god, that who was that? And then so we're kind of left wondering, you know, for the rest of the time. Any chance that happens?
I have a little thought, right? So there are 3 faces, I would say, that we need to see. And that's Rocks, Emu, and Joy Boy. Those are like the 3 that I feel like, okay, we need to know what these people look like eventually. I feel like in my heart, we need to see what Rocks looks like first before Emu. I just feel that, right?
I agree with that.
Because he's a far more present, you know, like not literally present because he's dead, as far as we know, hopefully.
Pegasus.
But no, or in all seriousness though, I do feel like Rocks should be revealed first, and with him just being shown in the last chapter with Loki, I really feel like this could be ramping up to be like the reveal finally. So I'm very excited for that. But I feel like Emu, especially because they are inherently connected to Joy Boy, would probably be shown around the same time, if not slightly before. So personally, I don't think so. However, something I do think could be cool is, what if, like, say Emu doesn't show up physically, but Emu's like influence, you know, is felt, right? And this is going to go into like a bit of theorization kind of stuff, but one of the still big mysteries is like, what the hell was those things in Thriller Bark, like those big weird black like creatures that were like shown at the end of it. What if that's like Emu summoning like a projection of themselves to a location or something, because they look somewhat similar. They look somewhat similar, so that could be a cool way for them to be present but not literally physically there. Well, that could be cool.
Well, and also, one thing I want to throw in there, Kev, because now you really got me thinking, maybe what happens is we literally just have the return of the Thriller Bark monsters, essentially, right? Like, where Emu does appear in that form. And so we see these giant, you know, black monsters off into the distance. They'd probably be, like, leaning over Elbaf, but they'd be so giant, like, it probably wouldn't be where we, like, see Emu's face or anything, but we would just be like, oh my god, it's the monsters again. Where'd they come from? And then, the reason why I think that's likely is we talked about Lola earlier. The one person who saw the Thriller Bark monster was Lola. Like, nobody else was paying attention. Yes, because whenever the Thriller Bark monster appears, I just did a video on it, so like this is all super fresh in my mind. Whenever the Thriller Bark monster appears, everyone on the ship is like talking. They're actually talking about the Straw Hat's tail, which I was like, okay, laugh tail. As the monster pulls up, somebody's talking about Luffy's tail. Like, that's okay. That's definitely something. But yeah, Lola is like looking off into the distance and sees the monster. She doesn't like react or anything, but everyone else is talking and like they're partying and stuff, so they weren't paying attention. So Lola's the one person who actually saw it. So if we're gonna bring Lola back because of the Loki stuff, when's the better time to have the Thriller Bark monsters back? I don't know if there is one. So I like that.
There was one thing I do want to mention, because Doc might know where I'm going with this. And it's going back to that exact chapter with the Thriller Bark monsters. You remember, I think it was me, you, and Sunny. We talked about this with the building. So, like, right after you see, like, in that chapter where, like, the monster showed off, the very next page after shows, like, Mary Jawa. And there's a specific part of the building that's darkened completely, where the top where normally that's where Emu and them and stuff are. And in my head, it's like, when you think of stuff like that, it's like they could have just teleported in and out basically, and it's like one of those like you wouldn't notice unless you like really pay attention to it, or you really like just have headcanon to believe in such an idea. And even like small things too, going back to like Doflamingo and Aokiji back at the end of Punk Hazard. If you look at one of the shadings on Doflamingo, they're literally it's almost like what's the thing you fear or whatever it is, and you see like what seems to be EM on the thing, which is just like little things like that. But with M, I do feel like there is a chance we're gonna see them like in the flashback for Loki. I think that's probably gonna be a major thing because it's like with Herald, it's like for the Gods Knights to have some kind of like connection to them. I feel like it's gonna stem back to like Emu for sure. So like if that's gonna be the case, maybe we're gonna see like a silhouette, like a better like. I wouldn't say the full appearance of what M looks like because I think that's gonna be saved for like a very pivotal moment in the story where it's like okay, once they're seen, it's like okay, shit's going up afterwards. So yeah, I think, and then also depends too like what's going on with Gunko because I know she's the only one of the Gods Knights that hasn't been dubbed like Saint, this and that, whatever, no last name, nothing, right? So there's been people saying that she's probably a proxy, someone that's like kind of like Emu's like eyes and ears basically around Elbaf to see like what's going on, and the second that something goes AWOL, she probably ends up taking control afterwards. So that could be like the case scenario, but I think there's a chance like if we're gonna see him in this arc, like not on the island, but probably whatever ends up happening afterwards, we're gonna like see something like closer and closer to the big reveal after.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say that's for certain is we're gonna see Emu reacting to things a bunch because like during Egghead like we would see Emu like freaking out about Joy Boy or what, like it'd be small things. I'm sure that's gonna continue, like Emu hearing what's happening at Elbaf and giving an order or whatever. But I hope this is the arc where Emu actually moves and like leaves the room, or like we see a transformation. I don't know, something like that. All right, so next one I got a handful more to go through. I feel like these mostly are a little less likely, but I want to start with this one, which ironically shouldn't feel unlikely, but at the same time might be the most unlikely because of Oda's tendencies lately. But what about Dragon and the Revolutionaries? Is this the time where they finally make their move? Dragon was talking about, oh, well, things don't get serious till the Gods Knights move. Okay, well, Dragon, the Gods Knights moved, so we're ready for you to move now. It's time to stop looking east. Unless Elbaf is east of where you're at, Dragon, then go feel free. But what do you guys think? Any chance we see the Revolutionary Army pull up? We also have the Gunko goggle thing, so people bring up the revolutionary ties there. And if Shamrock is Bonnie's dad, that goes back to the whole Ginny thing. So having Dragon show up when Shamrock is there and have that kind of moment, I think that could hit. So what do you guys think? Is this Dragon's time?
I think we always play this game like on Onigashima and on Egghead, like who's coming, and I think the Giants was probably one of the best reveals at the time. But I remember prior, like when I think it was after Saturn's reveal. I mean, we were kept on asking the question, but like we were just kind of like looking at the playing board and just casually just weighing it. There's no power scaling. It's just like on Egghead, it was just like, yeah, Luffy plus all of these assets that he has. It's like Kizaru and Saturn don't have it alone. And at the time, I was just like, is there a world where we bring in Holy Knights? And then it's like, maybe we bring in a few Holy Knights. And then the next chapter, we see the teleportation. And then I'm like, oh my God, the Holy Knights. And then he brings the Gorosei. And it's like, oh, okay, that's different. But I feel like the reason why I bring that up is because that logic tells you that like the Straw Hats don't need more, and on Elbaf they currently still don't need more, and Dragon would be too it not only just too much, but like it would also detract from like all of what's happening at the moment, which is like Loki's story and Elbaf's unwinding and the lore and all that stuff. I don't think like right now we dive into like Luffy Dragon stuff even remotely. Maybe we can like introduce it some ways, like maybe they met Dragon, maybe Saul knows Dragon, that would be really cool. Maybe we set the stage for their meetup eventually. But I feel like Dragon showing up here when they're currently sieging the Holy Land is kind of interesting. I think that the way he, like, if he were the commander and he was looking at it, he'd be like, all right, cool, there's 3 less Holy Knights guarding what we're trying to siege right now. That's good enough. We don't need to go out of our way to deal with that. And I think that, like, as far as Dragon showing up to Elbaf, it's not. I think it might be like the lowest on my tier from a standpoint where like not only don't want it, but like also it's not needed, and also like I think that the only time I would entertain it is depending on who is the adversary that shows up next, right? So depending on who on this list comes out, then it really depends on who comes next. I still feel that Dragon, no matter who you throw onto that list, Dragon's still like the lowest. Like it wouldn't really.
Let's say Garling does show up. Does that to me that would be the?
It kind of does.
Like that would be the ultimate. I'm like that's a Dragon fight type deal. Like I don't even know if they would fully fight, but at least kind of do the Shanks and Blackbeard standoff thing from Marineford, just like get them to stop being a threat. I think that because I agree with you, Par. Like we don't need help right now. Like if we need to like regroup and stuff, but like it's not like the crew is like outmanned right now. But if Garling pulls up and then maybe there's some other, I don't even know what it is. Maybe Big Mom and Kaido do pull up and that causes some just distractions and stuff. Like I could see the argument where we would need a Dragon. It would be like Rayleigh holding off Kizaru a little bit. Like I could see something like that. But generally I do agree that like we don't need his help. So like I don't want him to come unless we are prompted for something like that. And I would also say, they just attacked Marijois, and kind of like some of the things we talked about earlier, I don't know if it makes sense for them to just go back. Like they were just there, and like, are you going to go do another attack right away just because? Like you planned the last one because of the Reverie. Now, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's really time for them to go back either, so I don't know what Dragon's going to do otherwise. So I think it is kind of likely that Garling will pop up and Dragon will pop up right after to kind of match that. But at the same time, like, just the idea of both of those guys showing up just seems kind of crazy, so I don't know at the same time. But yeah, generally, we need more threats before Dragon comes. I agree with that.
I feel like when it comes to the Revs, I'm still so sold. Like, why would they make a commander of the Revs who is a giant if there's no intention at all of having any connection to Elbaf and the Revs? Like that, to me, it's just like it's right there. There has to be something at least. It feels like it's so obvious, at least for me.
And Kuma, I guess, might be getting saved, and so like having Dragon get to talk to Kuma, that seems like something that should happen. And if this is God Valley 2.0, Ivankov was at God Valley, and so having Ivankov, Kuma, like all the God Valley people together again. And for all we know, Dragon might have been there too. That's been my theory. I know I'm not the only one who said that maybe Dragon was at God Valley as a Marine because he would have been like 17 at the time. So maybe he was like a newer recruit, and maybe that experience is what made him leave the Marines. And so if we're able to like intertwine all of that, I mean that would hit. But kind of like Par said, if Dragon just pulls up and there's no like prompting, it's just like he just just willy-nilly, then it's weird. But if Garling comes and Kuma gets saved, then I can start to see why the pieces are there for sure.
I could also see another side that can end up happening where it's like, if they have the God's Knights where they come into Elbaf and stuff, right? You would think about it like at Marijois, Im doesn't, all they have really is the Gorosei that's there to protect Im and stuff, right? So I think that would be the opportune time, I would imagine, that Dragon would go to Marijois when they have the least amount of forces there to protect them. Because it's like, at the end of the day, you got Sabo, Ivankov, whatever. So they're going to be able to try and do what they can and stuff, right? Sabo was able to survive whatever happened with the Gorosei and everything. So to me, it's like he wouldn't die necessarily, and he'll be able to at least withstand himself for the moment in time, especially have the rest of the troops that are there. And I think that could lead to the confrontation finally that I want to see the most in the story is Dragon and Im. Yeah. Right. Depending on whatever that that thing is going to result in. I know people have theorized the idea that, if Luffy's mom was like a celestial dragon or something, and Im has something to do with that, possibly. Dragon has a direct reason to confront them, and it's probably the motivation why he left the Marine to become a revolutionary after. Going back to what you're saying, Dak, if there was that moment in time that something major ended up happening in God's Valley that led to him to make that change, probably for sure involved Im, probably involved Luffy's mom and all that. So yeah.
Sai, it sounded like you were going to say something earlier.
Oh yeah. I was just going to say, like, Dragon had so much time to move already. Like, we talked about it in our video, but we saw Dragon say, we're going to make a move when the Holy Knights make a move in around chapter 950. So much time has passed since then, and Dragon still hasn't done anything. Like, that's why I'm just like, I don't know what his goal is. I don't think he's going to show up on Elbaf necessarily. I think he will show up at Marie Joie. But even then, it still feels weird, because it's like, okay, he's destroying the food, the Celestial Dragons, the God Knights, they have to make a move. But even then, Sommers had no clue what move they were making. He showed up here on Elbaf, and he said, hey, about that food situation, like, are we handling that? And then, obviously, it got cut off because he was on a Den Den Mushi at Marie Joie. And it's like, yo, like, is Dragon's plan even working if the Holy Knights aren't even making a move about it? Like, it's been... Obviously, One Piece doesn't say, oh, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. But the Reverie happened during Wano. It's been a while.
It's been a couple weeks, at least.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
So I hope Dragon shows up. I hope he does something. Here's the thing. With Dragon, we can't really ask for too much. But all I'm asking for, the bare minimum, please, when we see him next, don't let him be on Kamabaka Queendom still. Put him on a different island at the very least.
Even on a ship. Just...
Even on a ship.
Even something, so we know he's doing something. Like...
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree, because, you know, and I think we've all kind of noticed this, but it's like, Oda's, like, kind of purposefully making Dragon look like he's doing absolutely nothing, right? Like, he didn't go save Jinny, now he's not moving. Like, Oda's doing that for a reason, and I kind of agree, like, it's been funny. There's been a lot of memes, but I'm ready to, you know, to cash in on my stocks that I've been diamond handing for, you know, eons at this point, you know. So
Dragons right now, it's like Bitcoin, bro. It's like Bitcoin has dropped so badly to the point now where it's like, if you buy it, you look like a fool. But if he ends up hooping, my God, the houses, man.
Yeah. Which, by the way, speaking of hooping, you know, the Cavaliers did lock up the #1 seed, Laz. I don't know if you saw that, but playoffs
I'm
are
waiting,
around the corner.
I'm waiting for that top 4 pick for my Raptors. So that's
about
what
to
I'm
say, waving the white flag for Cooper Flag, right?
Facts.
Let's go ahead and talk about Louis Arnot next. So he was obviously mentioned earlier in this arc, but now the question, and he was also mentioned in Little Garden, right, with Bragman. He's the one who named Little Garden. And we know because of that Louis Arnot was alive at least in the last 100 years, because otherwise he wouldn't have seen Dorian Broggie there to name it Little Garden, right? Because he called it the Garden of the or the Garden of the Littles, because like the giants were so big or whatever, right? So he could be alive, but he also could be dead, because maybe he went earlier in that time frame and has died since. And so I think it's, you know, we don't know for sure if he's alive or not. So this is probably the most legitimate option for they dead in this entire thing, because nobody has made it in that category yet. But personally, I think he is alive, and I do think he will show up. I think he's going to be really old, and he's going to have some wise words or something. But I feel like the fact that it was the last 100, which isn't that long, right? Like Kureha is 140-something years old, which we're going to talk about her in a second too, by the way. But with Louis, I feel like, you know, the fact that he was mentioned earlier this arc, we know he's been to Elbaf. I think there's a good chance we're going to meet him, and we're going to get a lot of, you know, talk of the past, kind of. Like, maybe that's even a time when him and Brooke could talk a lot about the old past of the world, and we could get up to date on a lot of stuff because of that. But like I said, we don't even know if he's alive. So guys, what do you think? Is he going to show up, or is he long gone?
Louis Arnot, I want to say he's not going to show up. I think he's dead.
You think he's dead? Kev?
I think he's cooked.
I've been thinking more about like his phrasing of don't spend too much time here. And obviously a lot of people speculate, oh, is there some like time dilation on Elbaf? Is there some like weird time kind of stuff? But it could simply be like we were talking about Loki earlier when he looked like a little kid, and someone brought up he's 25 in that scene. Like, if I saw the passage of time be as slow as that, I would have no idea how, you know, how much time passed, obviously. He probably just stayed in Elbaf so long, he didn't realize how many times for, like, humans passed, and he passed away. It could be that. it could be cool if he does show up and he is alive. Like you said, he's really old. That'd be interesting. But for me, I think it's just the warning of like, because these people stay here for so long, they don't see the world change around them because they're just stuck in this one location. So I'm leaning more towards with Sai that he's probably dead.
Par?
Louis Arnot is a special character to me because one of the last videos I posted before the hiatus was saying to watch out for Elbaf because it's likely that Louis Arnot, or rather that I was saying more so that if the theory is relevant, it would be through Elbaf mentioning Louis Arnot, and then we got that whole like insanity that line was for all of it. And so if I were to stay true to that theory, my idea would be that he is, I guess he could be alive, but like so I was basically saying in that video that Louis Arnot and the Bragmen, like Bragmen being a group of people, that Louis Arnot would essentially be the guy on Roger's Jolly Roger, and or so the Bragmen being affiliated with that person, because we don't know who that person is. It's just like some random guy with like a really crazy mustache. And so if that guy was that person, there is a world where he's still alive. But based on Scopper, I would be like, nah, he's dead. He's dead. But that's not to say that like the Bragmen aren't still alive. So like kind of like if you were to have a Nolan situation where Nolan, there's the original book and then there's the descendant that which the book had affected him. And obviously Bragman in a lot of ways is kind of like, it's a similar thing. It's a story of the world that was like had propaganda behind it, but the difference was Bragman was like the cover says a romantic adventure, a romantic fantasy, whatever it's called. So like the story being Romance Dawn, we're reading a romance about Luffy chasing his dreams. Yeah. And so I don't think it's that crazy that person would be like Roger's like Roger Scopper Rayleigh, that era. So I think that person is dead. And it might be possible that Scopper is the person that tells us more about that situation, because it might be that like kind of how like if Sanji or Zoro like were to talk about like at like fast forward Luffy, Zoro, Sanji 20 years, like then they'd probably know a lot more about Shanks and stuff like that. So like I'm sure that maybe Scopper has some info on all of that, and he likely knows about the book too. So that'll be interesting, considering we skipped kind of like the main places where that book would be relevant, which is the librarian Saul and the librarian Ange. So there's all that. So like it's possible that Scopper's the person who brings it up to us. Yeah. And that would fit Sanji, because the thing is that they're supposed to be like two peas in a pod. And Sanji's the one who's like, oh, that's that devil fruit book I read when I was a child. He's always bringing up that book, and then like there's all that loophole. So like maybe Scopper has a book for us.
I think that'd be really cool. Laz, do you think Louis Arnot's dead?
So I have a joke answer for them being alive, and they're probably the bear that we saw that Gabon was walking around before we got the whole like message and stuff.
Oh my
so
God.
That's one. But listen, I would love that. That would be like such a twist. But the actual answer though, I do think they're gonna end up being like this Dawn Freaks like character, like of One Piece, where like they've been around for hundreds of years, writing stories or just keeping notes of stuff. I do like the idea, like if you want to like kill two birds with one stone, that they're possibly the person that Loki was on the Dendemushi with Shaggy Moza, because we kind of saw the thing that happened before with Gabon where they had some different name for him, and then it's like, no, that's Scopper Gabon, like what Yasan, like whatever. So maybe that's something, that's how the Elbafians kind of like refer to Louis Arnot, because like maybe they don't want to like let them know like, hey, there's a very famous explorer that might even know information about that laboratory and stuff. Because, like, I mean, if they've been there for like a long time, the person that knows anything about the First World that's on that island right now would be Louis Arnott. And if they are Shaggy, Moza, they've had time to meet Loki, had time probably with Harold, and seen everything there is to be when it comes to the island. That's why they're so specific on why they say you should not spend time here, because you're gonna be stuck. The world's gonna be passing by you and everything. They could also even be a person that had the Opi Opi no Mi fruit used on them to allow them to be able to go and do all these explorations and stuff. So that's probably gonna put my money on. I think they're probably gonna be Shaggy or Moza, like that character that was talking with Loki.
That's so smart. I've never even thought about that. But if like Louis Arnott, no matter what, if he was alive, would be really, really old. So he'd probably have like a giant beard or whatever, right? And we saw that snail have a giant beard, and that might be why he's Shaggy, because maybe he grew his hair out because he's just so old now and has been living in essentially the wilderness here in Elbaf for his whole life, right? That actually makes a lot of sense. I love that idea. And so he would probably know a lot about the world from all of his travels, and that's why him and Loki are talking about important stuff or whatever. I think that's actually a great idea. I'm going to leave him in They Dead just because I know we had 3 votes for that, but I'm not going to lie. I like what you just said there, Laz. I might co-sign that one.
That was off the fly too. I didn't even think about that until you asked me. So
that's amazing. And so there is a character that deeply, well, maybe not deeply, but in my opinion, deeply ties to Louis Arnott, and that is Masked Deuce. All right. So this is my pick for the man marked by flames. So obviously we'll talk about Deuce here, but if you guys want to talk about, the man marked by flames, like if you have a different guess, let me know, because I feel like this is the arc where the man marked by flames getting revealed, even if it's not who they are, at least knowing where they are or how the mystery started. I feel like we're going to get some man marked by flames content this arc one way or the other. And personally, I think it's going to be a full reveal of it, and I think it'll be Masked Deuce. So regardless of the man marked by flame stuff, the reason why Deuce ties to Louis Arnott and why I think him showing up makes a lot of sense is he read Bragmen in the Ace novel. Like it's like his favorite book. He brought it up several times. And he also, in Bragmen, it talked about how you can char the wood for your ship and make it black, and then your ship will be stronger. So that ties to the all-black ship the man marked by flames has and stuff, which ties Louis Arnott to this whole thing even more because he wrote about that black ship idea. But so for Masked Deuce to pull up, I think part of it is that Louis Arnott stuff. Like he's inspired by Louis. If Louis's been here, it kind of makes sense to weave that all together. But also in the Ace novel, we heard that Masked Deuce basically wanted to follow Luffy and Sabo and like report on them only to Big News Morgans. And I feel like with Big News potentially pulling up here, which is actually the next one I want to talk about as well, which, because of Vivi, it would make sense to have Big News here as well. If Big News comes, Masked Deuce is friends with him, he can show up and then they, talk about whatever. Maybe Masked Deuce is even leaking some of this information about like maybe soon we'll hear from Big News that he heard what happens at Elbaf and we're like, dude, who do you have on Elbaf leaking this information? Maybe it's him. But I think we are going to get Masked Deuce to pull up here. We also talked earlier how Urouge has like the same necklace as Ace, and I think that might be a tie that Ace, or a hint that Ace will have a role in this arc in some way. Like maybe he visited Elbaf and befriended some of the giants, and like we'll talk about that at some point and we'll reminisce because it feels like Ace has a connection to like a lot of these islands, like we saw in Wano, right? How he had visited there and befriended Yamato. So I think a similar thing could happen. And especially because he befriended Oars Jr. and the ancient giants have been talked about a lot. So I think Ace has a role to play, and Deuce being the second command to the Spade Pirates, to have him show up, talk about Ace's adventures in Elbaf and how he's friends with them, and maybe even talk to Urouge about Ace because maybe Urouge is also friends with him because of the necklace. I think there's a lot of reasons where Deuce could come into this arc and have a role, even if he's not the man marked by flames. But I know that I'm the Masked Deuce guy, and probably nobody else cares about him as much as I do. So does anyone else think it's possible that Masked Deuce can show up?
I hope and pray for it.
I love it.
Are you hoping and praying because you want him, or are you hoping and praying because you want you want Dax to get the W?
Yeah.
Yes.
But it would be cool though, just because like Doc and I talked to us with Recon and everything about like what he could offer to like Luffy and stuff. Just telling him like more stories about like Ace and stuff, the time they spent and everything, and also just to see another perspective of like, you know how with Sabo, it's like the reason why he didn't remember everything was going on because he had amnesia. Where it's like, I guess in the case of like with Deuce, it's like, you know, he was off somewhere else and couldn't actually be there to help out his actual boy, like his man's, when that all happened. And let's say like he went through his own like depression or whatever it was, but found like his own like reason to keep on going and stuff. And if he is connected to Morgan's and distributing like information and stuff, which is why I feel like I put it as a joke to Doc earlier, but the Albatross post delivery service, I feel like is going to be the way the Straw Hats at the end of the arc are going to find out information about what's going on, because they're kind of like this private postal service that can give like information and things that maybe the government doesn't want to be tracking. And if he is working with Morgan's, that's going to be a way for maybe the Straw Hats are going to like learn information. Why? Because it's someone that was connected to Ace, someone that's connected to Luffy, and then yeah,
it makes sense.
It would be a really great segue to finally see Ace's grave, like that, because that's got to happen before
it has
the end game of the story. I feel like that'll be the thing, and then final war. You know, because he could easily see it at the end of the story. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like he won't, because Ace is a far more important character than a lot of stuff in the story. So.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be good for him to get that little push of motivation, like that extra layer of like, I mean, he obviously he still loves Ace and remembers it, but just getting like a physical reminder of like, you know, like, not that Luffy be thinking this, but us readers, like, hey, you know, last time we got to this point in the story, Luffy wasn't able to save his brother. Like, now that we have this big war coming again, is Luffy going to save everyone this time, right? It's like that little reminder for Luffy to have like that extra motivation. I've always wanted that, and I think it will happen at some point.
Yeah. Not to mention just in the fact of like being like for the readers too, but like for himself, like that moment of him going to the island and paying respects to Ace's grave and just telling him like, listen, man, those 2 years ago, that was rough, but I've came a long way and here I am. Like I kept on going with my dreams to become king of the pirates, and like I'm that one step closer, but I never gave up. That pain's still in there. You know, I haven't showcased. I think just that moment itself, I think it'll be beautiful. You just get it from like Deuce, and even just if again, like me and Doc talked about this before, but like with Urouge and stuff, I feel like anyone that could talk about like just life and death and all that. I know he got that from Jinbei, but to get it from a character who deals with that kind of stuff will be like the final thing to really show that there is something more to Luffy, like just the inner workings of him that we would never really get to see, because it's always been like the jokes and the roundabout ways of how Oda wants to go about it. So
yeah, I know we talked about that a lot. I would love for Urouge, like the priest, to give Luffy a lesson on like what like people dying and what that really means, and how you kind of honor them, and maybe a little bit of like how he views the afterlife, because also we had the Skypiean trees where their souls go into, and it's like, is there going to be a story there where Urouge is like, you know, when people die, they don't actually die, Luffy, and a little bit of a here you look thing there as well. But you know, I think there's a lot there that Urouge could give about Ace potentially.
Yeah, we're also going to be seeing Luffy's like actual fear in this arc as well, because of what killing him is doing with his Delphi abilities. I feel like that's something we may see. Like, what is the one thing in the world Luffy fears the most? Is probably losing his crew. But I wouldn't put it past it if we were to see some form of Ace in this arc as his greatest fear, and that's something that he has to try and confront, because he hasn't been able, like when he saw the thing with Tama, it's like, you know, Ace is dead, whatever, but people can do that every single day and just like compress their emotions until you see the thing that you need to get past after. So I wouldn't put it past Oda to do something like that to Luffy in this arc.
Yeah, I would love it. But next character, we have 4 more. I know I said we're going to speed through, and I feel like I slowed things down, but 4 more. Big news Morgan. So we know that he's going to pull up this arc at least, or it seems likely, because if Vivi comes, he's going to be there at least for some time period. But if he drops Vivi off and then leaves, that doesn't really count. I'm talking Big News has a role to play in the arc. Even if it's just finding out who he really is. If Scopper comes up and daps him up and is like, dude, it's been forever, that would, I think, feel like be pretty powerful. Because the thing that makes me think Big News should have a role here is the underworld, because Big News was, you know, a big part of the underworld. And thanks to Harold and Mother Carmel, because Harold wanted to do the global trade and Mother Carmel was part of the underworld, I feel like this has to be the arc where we learn about the origins of the underworld. Like, because there's always probably been a slave trade, but like there probably hasn't been like an organized shipping company like Umit. There probably hasn't been an organized like warehousing system like Giberson runs, who's like barely ever been mentioned. Like these are like actual businesses that operate on the back end, and Big News is part of that. So I think having that revealed this arc makes a lot of sense. And I would hope that we find out who Big News Morgans really is, because he's always in albatross mode. But any thoughts from you guys? By the way, Kev went to go get some water, but any thoughts?
I would love it if Big News came here. I think it makes sense. Like, it would be weird if he came here with Vivi, dropped her off, and then just left. Because you gotta remember, his hero is on this island. Luffy is here. The amount of bills that Luffy is paid when it comes to just producing news stories, I think Morgans at least wants to meet him, right? He wants to meet the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who just keeps on giving him the big old scoop. And yeah, I would love it if him and Scopper had that connection where he daps him up, right? Because we gotta remember, it's weird, but Big News Morgans is from the old generation. He was the one who posted the news about God Valley. Like, he was...
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he was there, but he had that information that nobody else did. So I think his reveal... It's odd because there's so many characters we've yet to meet, so many characters that we want revealed, and Big News Morgans is surprisingly one of them. Like, Oda is hiding what this guy is all about, and Big News Morgans is even hiding it, right? Like, even when he's up there in his ship with his people, he doesn't go human mode. So I hope we see him pretty soon. But also, on that note, Dax, I actually have to head out. But I wanted to end it on a high note with Big News Morgans.
Yeah, that's the highest note there is. That's my guy there. Big News. We all get hyped when Big News is pulling up.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, no, Sai, thank you for taking the time. I know we went over the time that we normally go, but thank you for sticking around this long.
Oh, of course.
Anything you want to say to everyone before you head out?
Not really. Make sure you subscribe to Dax. He has great theories on his channel. I mean, if you're already here, I'd like to imagine you're already like subscribed and everything, but I also want to thank you guys for being here too and watching all the way to this point. It's funny because like at first we were like, we'll just shoot pretty low, like 2 hours, 3 hours maybe. Here we are at 4. I'm like, okay, yeah, I love it, but I do gotta head out. So unfortunate. Totally, but you guys take care. Hopefully the conversation keeps on roaring afterwards. And yeah, peace out, guys.
Cool. Appreciate you, Sai. We'll link we'll link the Sai network down below because Sai's got a.
Oh God, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. Just pick one of them.
All right. I'll pick my favorite one, which will be all.
There you go. There you go.
Psyduck's got to be on there for sure.
It's got to be Psyduck. You got to boost the gaming channel.
I got you.
Catch you guys
later.
later.
You'll be the first one for sure. All right, Sai, you have a good one.
Peace out, guys.
I'll figure that out.
Kev, in the meantime, Big News.
Yeah. I didn't know if you had any news on Big News.
I agree. Like, the scoop is so... He's fiending for the scoop that Luffy can provide. Being able to, not just this, imagine this scoop. One-on-one interview with the future Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy. That front page headline. Like, I can't even imagine the scoop. The scoop would be insane. And think about the bargaining chip. I'll give you Vivi if you give me the interview. It's right there. And
Luffy's like, sign me up. Like,
yeah,
no problem.
I'm the only thing he'll say in the interview is, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be king of the pirates. That is the interview.
Would you like to introduce yourself, sir? I am Monkey D. Luffy. I'll be king of the pirates, and that's
exactly.
Interview over.
Like meat, like that's all you gotta say.
That's it. And I don't know. I do agree though. Like, he's hiding his true identity as well. So it would be really cool to see if like there is a crazy reveal of, I actually forgot that he reported on God Valley, so it makes it a bit difficult to imagine if he could be a Roger pirate, but he still could. But it would obviously be a bit difficult. But I don't know. I mean, he's a very interesting character. Every time he shows up, he makes us laugh, or he just like shakes things up to be weird and funny. So I'm very excited for him. If he does show up, I mean, that would be perfect. More literally think about how many newspapers he could print if he just cut down the Elbaph tree after it's ripped out of the ground, or beaten with Ragnir or something like that. That's a lot of newspapers.
Wait, do you think Adam Tree paper would be like indestructible? I don't know if Beaver cards are indestructible, but I was going to compare it to Beaver cards because like they only burn away whenever, because you can cut them and stuff, but they only burn away when the person's actually dying. I wonder if the Adam Tree paper is similar. Not that it would burn like a Beaver card, but just that it would be impervious to certain things.
This could this could be sick though. Hear me out. Obviously, we know that the tree can be kind of like, it can be burned. That's the biggest weakness of it. But what if they find some way to make like books that cannot be burned as a way to contrast like Ohara with the burning of the books? That could be fun.
That'd be great. Yeah, it makes books that can't be. Well, it also goes back to the Green Bull thing, how he can have like a fireproof forest. It's like, I don't know. Maybe we get to, I don't know, some middle ground there.
Yeah.
All right, we got 3 more. We're gonna try to get through them pretty quick. I can barely talk now. All right. First off, let's just go with the one that's actually decently likely in my mind. The Skypieans. So I use Gonfall as the image here, but I'm really talking about. I mean, it could be Gonfall, but also Aisa. That's really my number one Skypiean that I think has to make a return. But I mean, maybe Conus shows up. I don't know if she's really necessary, but Aisa is the number one person from Skypiea. So do we think Skypieans will come back this arc?
It's inevitable they will come back. Like, we know it's inevitable, right?
Right.
I feel like this is the most tenuous. If Urouge or Enel shows up, one of the two, it doesn't even have to be both, but if one of them shows up, it is significantly more likely. But like would I be immensely happy if Wiper showed up in One Piece almost 1,000 chapters? I would be over the moon.
Same.
That would be amazing. But for me, it's like, to me, they are the Final War people. Like, they will show up. It'll be like a crazy nostalgia callback. So that's personally what I'm thinking.
Yeah. One thing I'll call out that might change your mind a little bit is, remember, Gonfall is the guy who told us about the summit of High West. And a lot of people, myself included, think that will be an Elbaph. And I feel like if we find the summit of High West during this arc, we should almost just see Gonfall at the top. Is like, this is what I was talking about, guys. You know, like, and maybe the reason we see him is he's coming down because he's like, hey guys, like maybe something's not good is happening over in Skypiea, or something else I've always thought about is like, clouds aren't stationary. Like, they move, and like, is there a world where Skypiea just moves over towards Elbaph, and then that's where they just come down because they're like, oh yeah, this time of year we're over here. Like there's so many, like, Skypiea is such a weird thing where like very few islands are mobile like that. And we also know like Haradas, he's over on Weatheria, and that just became relevant because of Punk Records. And so, the mobility of sky clouds has only become more and more important with like every passing chapter, I feel like, because also like the flying firefighting ship or whatever in Elbaph, like they've really, or Oda has really ramped up the usefulness of sky clouds. So I feel like seeing Gonfall at the top of the summit of High West would be kind of awesome. But
well, I mean, going back to Aisa, I mean, there was a emphasis point. I don't know if Elbaph yet, but like, I feel like if Urouge comes, then yes, and if not, it's not mutually exclusive. Like, they could show up. I do have my own theories about it that, like, technically I don't want to necessarily share.
No. If you're getting back into the business soon, you share those for the videos. I know you got all the thumbnails stockpiled, so I know you got the videos.
That's particularly that one. That one's the most important one, but I wish I had it before Elbaph, but I think it's almost a good thing that I waited for Elbaph to see the scale, because personally that like the clouds have been so important for so many reasons. I mean, like, that's how with the flooding, it's like, okay, the clouds are a great solution for that. Like, a long time ago, before we knew all this stuff, it all just started fitting in. And now, ever since, I posted that video before, like during Onigashima, about the Pluton cloud ships being a potential thing. That all of that is like the fact that Vegapunk sat back and said the most important thing to save is the Cloud Machine, and next to the Mother Flame and obviously the other stuff Punk that Records, like the Gorosei wanted. Next to that it was the Cloud Machine, and then we go to Elbaph, and the Elbaph is essentially you can't it's not a structure without the clouds. It's a part of the ecosystem. It's so a part of the ecosystem that Vegapunk went there after creating Cloud and a Cloud machine, saying this is a perfect environment for these clouds. So saying that this place is a perfect environment for the clouds is exactly, I think, the bridge to what you are talking about and want, is that, like, you know, that mentionable West Bridge thing coming to the Sky Islands. That's very, very important. I agree. There's a weird thing because the clouds do move. We know that cloud does move, like the Emperor Cloud. And then aside from that, there's also, like, you know, brought up what area, but then also Balloon Terminal. Balloon Terminal is a giant cloud that Urouge is on that's held up by balloons. It's held up, and the balloons gather there because they are balloons that carried such a strong wish that willed them to congregate, essentially, because that's the logic that it had there. And so it makes you wonder, like, there's an interesting like stitching you can do with the various clouds, and it makes you wonder, like, okay, like if Enel burned down Burka or took it down or whatever, then it would kind of imply that maybe it was a cloud place too, and so, like, it was an unnatural thing that he really didn't want in the sky, just like of Skypiea. So, like, maybe Burka in that situation and all of that was connected to Elbaf. And I think a lot of it will be answered, hopefully, with the Heaven Realm. I would imagine if there's any connection, it'd be the Heaven Realm, which, like, I don't know what... Like, it's such a weird place to be in with Elbaf, because I don't know what takes us there. I don't know what, like, is our path there. I don't know when it becomes relevant. I don't know who is, like, you know, who's there, why be there, and everybody, all, like, if you told me Scopper was up there, then I would, okay, cool. Roger Pirate up there, cool. But, like, I think, like, all the mysterious people so far all been pretty explained, and, like, if there's anyone else up there, like Mosa, right, let's just, like, why, like, how did that happen, like, why are you there, like, how'd you get stuck, bro, like, it's just, this is a weird circumstance to, like, be discussing. So but going back to the Skypieans, do they show up? I think that the arc is going to, like, fall apart in the sense of not, like, story, not, like, I'm not gonna like it, more like Elbaf is going to fall apart. That's, like, what Scopper was saying. It's like, oh damn, like, this is this, like, not even say this is the prophecy, but this is, like, foretold, the end of times. And I think that something happens here, and then maybe they return, or maybe this is like a congregating place that needs to be returned to, maybe. I don't know, I'm not really sure, but I feel like they would be a weird faction to bring, because they don't, like, necessarily add power, wisdom, or, like, not wisdom, knowledge, or like, I don't know, like, they're kind of a liability still.
Well, let me throw this in your court here, Par. What if Aisa controls Uranus, and that's why Oda?
I mean, it's the same shit with Enel learning hockey. Who taught her ass, bro? Who gave her that power?
Well, no,
it could be like
it's not that she wouldn't know yet. She might, like, Oda would bring her into the arc because she controls it, not because she's not coming because she knows that. It's that Oda would bring her for some other reason, like maybe she's just on like I said, maybe Skypiea moved closer to Elbaf, or maybe they're going to the summit of High West for a reason, like some other reason.
Well, what if it's just like the voice of all things, possibly too? That's another option as well.
What she already has island-wide observation hockey, like, naturally, and so I think Oda bringing her into the arc because she will find out she controls Uranus. Like, maybe Uranus pulls up and she's like, no, and then it listens, and they're like, what the hell? Like, it's kind of like Momo and Zunisha. Like, we didn't know going into that arc that he could do that, but the situation became one that his power saved us, essentially. So I think Aisa, that might be why Oda would bring her, is like, hey, like, this is gonna be the Uranus reveal, you know, like, I gotta have the Uranus controller there to take care of it.
I could see that, but, like, again, the measurement comes back to, like, bro, you're giving Luffy Uranus now too. God damn, the Holy Knights are cooked. Like, there's no safe, like, they're at the moment, right? And it should be very apparent at this point in the video, is that, like, there needs to be a balancing act, and at the moment there isn't, and none of the current spots that we're in or characters, they're not like, even if you brought Blackbeard, it'd be like, what, Luffy versus Blackbeard, like the Straw Hats face off here. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's not
right?
happening yet, right?
It'd be way too
Yeah,
soon.
so then you nerf that scenario in the sense that it's like we're not gonna get that scenario here. So then the Holy Knights just don't have too much. So then I feel like that's why it's like we have to limit what we're bringing here and kind of figure out what's the second step, right? Like what's the Water 7 to Eni's lobby, Elbaf to what? What's the second part, you know? And that's a weird spot to be in, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, what I could see is maybe the Mother Flame shows up, or some people believe it's Uranus, whatever that weapon is, you know. Maybe, but if it's not Uranus, let's say that weapon shows up, but then the real Uranus shows up, and then you got ancient weapons fighting each other, and then we're like, okay, now, and it's like a hint that, like, okay, we're really going back to the Void Century, because we know the Void Century had ancient weapons just blasting, you know, everywhere, like sinking the world and all that kind of stuff. And so I feel like it would make kind of sense if the Mother Flame or whatever that weapon is going to come into play, then maybe the real Uranus comes in, and then maybe the real Uranus destroys that weapon or something, right? It's like, hey, Vegapunk, good try, but the real thing is way better than yours, right? I think something like that could be nice, but I agree, Par. Like, imagine Uranus pulls up at Luffy's disposal right now with just the 3 Gods Knights we have here. It's like, Oda, like, okay, you know, we ain't. I mean, they're dead. Like, they're dead. But, yeah, I get what you mean. We got to have more threats before we get more help in that regard.
It is kind of funny thinking about it, like, in a meta way. You know, like, this is Elbaf, which is, like, the giant arc. You would think that this villain would be, like, the craziest villain so far. And it's literally 3 lackeys and Shanks' brother. That's the villain so far that we've dealt with. Meanwhile, we've had our last villain was all the Gorosei at once and an Admiral. And then before that, it was 2 Yonko. It's just like, this feels so weirdly small scale in a place that should have these like insanely
That's a good point.
Gigantic foes. Like it's just crazy to think about it like in that kind of way. And I don't know, it's maybe an ancient weapon would be like a good thing to balance it out.
Wait,
like,
did you do your last person on the list yet?
Have I done it?
Yeah, because I got
no.
a wild card that I've been saving up. That's why I've been staying. I technically had to go an hour ago, but
okay. Let's go through these last 2 real quick, because I also, dude, I am starving. I have not eaten today. I was like, all right, this is probably going to take 2.5 hours. Now we're at 4, so I am starving. So let's go through these last 2 because I don't think they're like that impressive. Then we'll get to your special one.
Okay.
Weevil. All right, now I know this seems really random, but I'm throwing him in almost as a placeholder for like the Impel Down breakout in a way, because again, one of the tiers here is appears during arc but not on the island. So like this is kind of saying, will the Impel Down breakout happen this arc? And also, if a lot of the people who break out of Impel Down join Cross Guild, and we're saying that Cross Guild has a chance to show up this arc, then Weevil could literally come to the island in that regard if that is what they do. Like, Cross Guild maybe gets more reinforcements, and then once they do, they think, okay, let's go get the poneglyph rubbings from the Straw Hats, and they go right after him, so they go to Elbaf. Like, that kind of thing makes sense to me, so Weevil could show up. But more so what I'm wondering is, like, do you guys think that second Impel Down breakout happens during Elbaf?
I would say it would be the cover story, but I feel like this Yamato cover story is going to still go for a while.
For the rest of the story, pretty much, because Oda's going at a snail's pace.
Doesn't it?
At least until the end of the arc.
Because obviously, like I think we all assume that the reveal of the end of this is going to coincide possibly with the return of Big Mom and Kaido. So whenever they seemingly show up in the story is when this kind of like what he did with the Blackbeard cover story, where it like perfectly weaved in, where it's like, oh my god, the stuff that's happening on Whole Cake Island is also happening right now with Blackbeard, you know?
Yeah.
So that was really cool and interesting. So I kind of just believe that will be what's going to go on, because I feel like he's kind of weaving the cover story also into the main narrative, like simultaneously as well.
Yep.
So if this cover story does end, then possibly the cover story could be Impel Down too. But if it doesn't end, it keeps going. I think it easily could be like we cut away for a little bit and then come back. But I would prefer. Well, I'm not going to say I would prefer, but I think it would be definitely possible to be a cover story.
And one thing that I think makes this whole thing a little more likely to happen this arc is we saw Doflamingo and Magellan talking about how like some of the prisons already flooding, like the first level flooded or whatever. And obviously with the way Impel Down is built, like if the water level gets even a little bit too high, then the whole thing's going to flood because it's all underwater, right? That's just the way it's going to work. So I could see a world where like the reason that everyone gets out of Impel Down and why it happens during this arc is like, oh, the flooding got too serious. They had to evacuate the prisoners because otherwise they would all die, which maybe is a good outcome for the government. Like maybe they should have just done that forever ago. But maybe they do evacuate everyone for whatever other reason. And that could be how they escape and why in the near term. But yeah, any thoughts, Laz or Par, on that one? You both said the same thing at the same exact time.
That was wild.
That was
awesome.
crazy.
The harmonized.
That synergy.
Yeah, that was
man.
perfect harmony. That was insane.
Well, I mean, I think that Impel Down breakout's inevitable, but do I know when? It's just kind of like it'll happen when it happens. I don't think that it needs to be a specific time per se, but like there is the benefit of waiting, right? Like because like Impel Down, the breakout in its effect to the final or to Marineford, you know, it was like hand in hand, and then what was kind of like, I mean, I feel like it won't be that interesting at the end of the story, but what was interesting was the spontaneous friends or spontaneous allies that were created that like you wouldn't have expected before. You know, crocodiles with Luffy and everybody, like, you know, all these random people. The Whitebeard pirates you know, was supporting Buggy, and like, you know, they're like, what, Buggy, you're God, and you know, it's like that red nose guy, I don't think he's that strong, but I think the people behind him are kind of cracked, so like we should probably just make him happy. And so it's like, it's things like that I feel like were pretty interesting and kind of like a one piece thing. And obviously going towards the end of the story, it's going to be kind of more black and white in terms of like, who's going to choose what side? Well, obviously not going to choose the shadow dictator person that's like a demon hellish monster that Sabo saw, right? Like, I don't think that anybody, I think that the world sees Egghead and they're like, yeah, I'm going with the white goofy kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of how it would crumble. But like, so I don't know if it would need to be by the war, but it's probably in conjunction with whenever Cross Guild gets mobilized, when they are, you know, in the thick of it, then that's when a Doflamingo comes out like, hey, I got a proposition for you. It seems like you need my help. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's a very like, Doflamingo's not the type of person to bend down to join somebody, but when he'll like equalize, it's like a crocodile type of situation, right? That's how I see that, at least.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I do think, for me, you know, I did a whole video on this. I think Marco and the Whitebeard pirates doing this breakout makes the most sense, specifically to save Weevil. And going off what you're saying about Doflamingo, I could definitely see Doflamingo like seeing Marco and like maybe the Whitebeard pirates can't escape, and they're like, and you know, he's like, he starts laughing just like Crocodile did in the prison whenever he saw Luffy, you know, talking to Jinbei and stuff. Then he's like, hey, like, you know, we could work together. And you know, they aren't really like good friends. Like Doflamingo helped kill Whitebeard a little bit, you know, during Marineford. Like he cut off Orange Jr.'s leg and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think, you know, so they are antagonistic to each other, like Doflamingo and the Whitebeard pirates, but maybe not like super directly yet. But I could definitely see them, you know, working together in the prison and escape. And if it is the Cross Guild who breaks in, I mean, that'll work too. I just don't really see why the Cross Guild would risk that. Like, I get why they would want these people to join their crew, but like all the dangers of breaking an Impel Down and the fact they don't even know if Doflamingo would join unless they somehow talk to him first, like for me, I don't really see the reason for them breaking in. I do see the reason for them getting everyone on their team, but I think Marco going in and doing that would make a lot of sense. But I do agree. The timing is the confusing part. Like, this doesn't have to happen like very soon, but at some point it does. Laz, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, with the prisoners itself, Impel Down, I mean, like, with Weevil, the goal on him first, though, I think, like, I would say potentially has a chance, but, like, again, it all comes down to what happens in Impel Down. But I do think there's I don't know. I think there's also a chance, too, that they also may smoke the people in Impel Down because the fact that Dofi having that secret about the national treasure. And it's like, again, I don't know if, like, Im's going to want, like, that monster to come back on out. And, like, after that point, it's like, well, no, what's going to stop me after, right? So if you want to get rid of a possible issue, I think there's more of a chance of him trying to, like, blow Lucia the hell out of Impel Down, just like, screw it, we'll just build another one instead. And not to mention the fact with the way the world is going right now, with the sea levels rising and stuff, it's like, I think they'll just go make another one. But in terms of, like, other options, I know, like, for, like, wildcards, I think the Seraphim, like, we still have to see the Doflamingo, the Gecko Moria, and the Crocodile one that's there. So, I mean, going back to, like, the Marines, if we were to see them show up in the story again, in this arc, I think there's a good chance the Seraphims will come in, and maybe there's a reason why Oda didn't show off those three in particular, because maybe those are the most, like, defined ones, like the ones that were ready for combat, just like the Kuma one was before they went back to the island.
Yeah, the Seraphim, that's a really, really good idea, because since we haven't seen 3 of their powers yet, Moria's and Doflamingo's and Crocs, which, by the way, like, I feel like all of those people could end up in the Cross Guild very easily, right? And so I think them coming to Elbaf so we can see those powers, or at least seeing, like, the flashback, or I don't even know if it would be a flashback. Maybe Oda can make it real time. I don't know how long everything's been, but, like, I think we'll see that Empty Bluffs conflict with the Seraphim at the very least. So I guess they would be in the arc in that regard, even if they don't show up to the island. But that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, last one for me, and then we can go through any other options you guys want to go talk about, and then we can get out of here. I know this sounds crazy. I saved this one for the end because I feel like most people listening are not even thinking of this at all. But I think I would honestly put this in very likely. That's how. I mean, potentially is probably more correct, but I feel very likely is good for this person. Dr. Kureha. And I know it doesn't seem like she should have any connection to Elbaf, but for starters, you guys have probably heard the theory that Dr. Kureha is Scopper's mom, because Scopper went and cut down all those trees and Roger was getting treated and all that stuff. Well, was that on Drum Island? Because we know there's all those, like, peaks that are, like, kind of like tree stumps covered in snow, sort of. And also Kureha knew about that Roger's real name was Goldie Roger. That was our first mention of that. So, like, how does she know? Well, maybe because Scopper took Roger there to get treated, and he's the one who cut down all those trees and all that, and that's where that lesson comes from. So if there is a Kureha and Scopper connection, I think, that would make sense to have her here. Also, to build onto that a little bit, remember, the reason that Chopper is named Chopper is because, like, he had big horns that could knock over a tree. Like, that's literally why Here You Look named him that. So if we're going to have Chopper from Drum Island, and he's named based on the idea of chopping down trees, I feel like Scopper having a connection to the island as well lines up. But also, maybe even the more important thing, I guess, is, we don't know how Kureha has lived this long. We don't know what her secret to her youth is. But remember, the oldest living giant is here on Elbaf. So should we have the oldest living giant and the oldest living human at the same place and talk to each other about how they stayed alive this long? I feel like that makes sense. I feel like that would... When else are we going to have that kind of discussion? Like, Kureha has to reveal this eventually. Is this going to be a one-off, like, during the final war? Oh, I did this thing. And then it's like that. I mean, could that hit? Could that matter? Yes. But I think it might matter more if she comes in this arc, meets the oldest living giant, and they're like, oh, did you do this? And he's like, oh, yeah, I did. And they both did the same thing to live this long. We're like, oh, my God, what the hell is happening? Like, to me, I think that would hit really hard. So, personally, I think very likely fits for Kureha because she's got to come back eventually. But I get that it's definitely out of left field a little bit. So what do you guys think?
So how do you have her get into the island?
I mean, that's kind of the ultimate question.
Right.
It's been a couple days since we left Egghead, right? Or, yeah, I think it was 2 days that it took us to get there. So with the way that traveling has been done in One Piece, like how the giants got to Egghead in like no time, which I know that island's pretty. It took them 2 days to go from Egghead to Elbaf, but they went from Elbaf to Egghead in like hours, right? Because of the timing of hearing the news and getting over there. So, I would say if Kureha just left from the last time we saw her, maybe she just can just sail there and it'll just work out, you know what I mean? But obviously she'd have to go under the red line and stuff. But Kureha is also 140-something years old, so she probably has a lot of secrets, honestly. Probably a lot of friends that are really strong that could help her out. So I don't have a good answer for that other than Oda will find a way. Or maybe Elbaf will take another week and then she'll get there after that, whatever.
Okay. I could maybe see appearing in the arc. I think that's probably a likely thing too. Maybe like something significant happens regarding Scopper or even with Chopper himself. And then we go back to Kureha, because last time we did see back in Egghead and stuff when they were asking about the sea levels rising. Right. She's like, "Oh, there's so much you need to learn about the world." I wouldn't be surprised if something like that were to happen again. We're like, "Yeah, well, you're getting closer and closer," or maybe the secret of how like people were able to live and stuff for as long. It goes back to Kureha, like just a little moment or something. So I'll probably I could see her appearing in the arc. Like, just we'll see her, but I don't know if it'll be on the island.
I'm not too sure about the Kureha angle, but it not like for me, it's a weird thing because sentimentally I feel something, because when we first saw Elbaf, what did we see? Right, like when actual Elbaf, like when the Straw Hats first broke through the wall, and then they started going on that bridge, and there's a snowy place, and Chopper's running on that rope, and it just felt like that's what Drum Island was, and I was like, damn, like that. I wonder, why did Oda make it feel like that?
And all the people who were in that scene were all the Drum Island people as well. It was just the 6 of them.
Yeah, because Oda had them split up.
Yeah, and so I don't know about Kureha per se, but I feel like something relevant to that storyline comes here. I mean, we've always been wondering why is it shaped like that? The Drum Rockies are kind of like Elbafian in a lot of ways, so maybe there's a connection there. Who knows? But Kureha is also an interesting character because she's a doctor, but she's kind of disconnected from the scientist doctors, not the medical doctors, right? I guess Vegapunk is a medical doctor, but Caesar's not really a hospital doctor. He's right. So it is interesting because Kureha's in that realm, but Oda doesn't really put her in that boat the same way. I think when Vegapunk said have faith in the science of humanity or whatever, and the picture was Hiertus from Witheria and stuff like that. I don't remember if Kureha was there, but point being is that she kind of takes the back seat in a weird way, but she could offer a lot of info, and but it all I think where the theory falls for me, not theory, but the potential falls for me is Chopper's been so relegated in the story that everything next to him is also is Drum Island even an island if Chopper doesn't exist? Not really, you know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at with anything next to Chopper. It's kind of
the thing I don't want is for Kureha to come in and be oh, Chopper, you don't know how to cure this guy, you forgot this lesson, and to kind of one up Chopper. That's the thing I would despise. I'm sure Kureha's great. Maybe Kureha is still a better doctor than Chopper. I don't know. But I swear to God, if Kureha came in and out-doctored Chopper, I'd be okay, dude, how late are we in the story now? And Chopper still... I mean, Chopper's a great doctor. But you look back at Wano, and he didn't even try to fix the smiles, which in the SBS, I think Oda mentioned that that Chopper tried and couldn't. But the fact it wasn't even shown made it feel like, Chopper, do you even care about fixing anybody, dude?
Or even show the struggles and stuff at the very least. It's you want to get closer to your thing, but it's just some things are just out of your hands. But going to the Kureha thing you were saying just earlier, though, Dag, just sorry for interrupting, but
you're good.
There's a possible chance that even the flashbacks too, Kureha's been at Elbap before, and maybe Probably how she was able to find a way to keep on living. Again, that laboratory is going to come at some point in time of like great importance. That she may have found something that was there that led to her living after. Maybe it's something to do with the Opionomi, maybe. But I think there might be something that's there, like that's in the DNA, or maybe something they found regarding how giants can live for so long was applied to humans. She test trialed that, and there she is now living at 141 years old, precisely.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what you just said there at the end is like maybe even the best reason is like. We're on an island where these beings live a really long time. Kureha's lived a really long time. She hasn't told us the secret. What if she tells us? And a theory that I've heard before from Always Sunny in Annie's Lobby, so shout out to him. I know, Laz, we did that video together.
Shout out to Sunny for sure.
Yeah, he talked about how it might be Pyrobloin that does it because, like, giants... Well, because the Skypieans aren't massive, so it would be different. It'd be like some form of it, like maybe the tree has some... I don't really know how it would work, but the reason why is, you think about the Skypea connections to the giants, and it's like, is there some... I don't know if it's like a chemical reaction or what, but is there something with the Atom Tree or the Pyrobloin from all these sky clouds that are around them, or is there something there that's actually causing either them to live a really long time or them to be giant, or both, where like they kind of mutate because of something going on the island or like some natural part of it. And if that's true, then maybe Kureha's secret is like, oh, I've just injected Pyrobloin directly into my veins, which like it sounds like really crazy, so it's probably not that. But like, yeah, I think there's something where that she like found a secret from this island that has helped her, or it's just biofeedback, or semi-Kekon, which is also a good thought, I think. But
yeah,
that's very interesting. I feel like when I'm thinking about like the potential with her being a doctor, I think an interesting connection could possibly be the gigantification stuff that a lot of people have been trying to figure out for years. What if she found like not a way to literally become giant, but maybe she found some kind of interpretation of it, and now she lives as long as a giant should live. That could be an interesting little spin,
Yeah, I would like it, but Par, you said you got a wild card choice to throw in here.
Well, it wasn't necessarily on who could show up on Elbaf. It was more so who's the antagonist.
Okay.
And I think we kind of like sort of grazed it here and there, especially on the Louis Arnot note. But I feel like at the end of Egghead and Onigashima, honestly, Onigashima was kind of like, we actually started this video discussing this, like, did Kaido and Big Mom really die? And like the question mark was like the volcano. They were put into magma and exploded. And obviously we're all on the boat that like it's One Piece, the volcano didn't do it, blah blah.
Yeah.
But the magnitude of that volcano, like the natural energy, like the natural power of that volcano was insane. And it's like even there was other thematics like the Zunisha's water or breaking down the walls. The simple geological changes to the place would create like an insane like obstacle that power just can't overcome, like Luffy, Kaido, to the point that like the way Kaido wanted to destroy the Flower Capital was to just drop a rock on it, a big rock, yeah, but like it's just an island. He like that's just kind of comical, but also tells you like, yo, nature's powerful. And then we go to Egghead, and that is an arc that tells us that the world is sinking at a rate that is not natural, but the byproduct of it is a situation that's basically global catastrophe, and we can't like stop it, we can't control it. Like Vegapunk at no point was just like, I've thought of a way to prevent this flood. It's like, no, that you can't. If a global, like if earthquakes are happening and on the global scale and the shoreline starts receding, not even Vegapunk can solve that. No Luffy punch can solve, well, okay, let's take Luffy's punch out of the way for a second, but like no Kaido Boro breath, no, nothing, galaxy impact from Garp. We're not fixing that way. No divine departure. It's not happening that way. And nature being an insanely powerful obstacle that is now presented in the entire world, and the onus being that like, yo, like like Vegapunk is like, I have faith in humanity. In order for humanity to overcome it, they have to come together, they have to work together, and then through that combined effort, they can survive it. It's not like beating it. You don't beat like the Great Flood, and so surviving it is the key. And I was just thinking about how like like nature is still scary. It's One Piece. Like think about the Grand Line. The Grand Line is not traversable that well because of the insane nature. To this day, it's like they don't, like Roger and them, they don't just sail through the chaos. They like have good navigators to navigate around it. That was literally Shiki's entire thing. He stole Nami in the thing that Oda wrote because his navigators were throwing him into a storm. He's like, yo, you're gonna kill us. And that's Shiki. That's a rocks pirate, right? Like you can't just beat nature like that. And who's the opponent? Mother Nature, blah blah blah. Like there's that weird thing there. And Elbaf is like primed for maybe the antagonist might just be the environment. It might be that Louis Arnot's note was like, yo, like this thing is like a keg, like it's ready to explode. Like any certain thing, certain action, something might set it off, and unless something happens before that happens, then you're gonna get Ragnarok or whatever. But the point being is that it might be that the Holy Knights and the Straw Hats are dwarfed by a situation created by Elbaf itself, something that maybe the Giants aren't even really aware of. And that would make it so that like, not only do they like can't fight anymore, but also it's like they have to evacuate, they do other things. That might be the situation. I get like that kind of feeling from like Scopper, for example, right? Like where he's just like, dang, I guess it's like the end of times. And it makes you wonder like what power is Oda gonna put on that Louis Arnott note, like, hey, don't stay too long here. And it might be, like how the climate scientist is like, oh, it's gonna, global warming is gonna flood the earth, and by 2040 or whatever, and then we're almost at 2030 and people still can't believe it. It could be something like that from Louis Arnott, right? Like someone he's making like a forecast, but he doesn't have an exact time, so now it falls short of like, well, I don't know what that means, right? And I was thinking about like that would kind of fit the narrative. It also diffuse a lot of like all these weird tensions where it's like the Holy Knights looking bad, bringing the Gorosei, all this stuff. We could just have them face like a global catastrophe that's would be like a microcosm of what the Void Century or whatever the message that Vegapunk was saying, right? Like whatever Vegapunk said, you can't just ignore. And a lot of people outside of the world, they're seeing it. They're seeing like, yo, we lost our houses, we lost all this stuff. For the Straw Hats, they're on a boat, they're doing all this stuff, but it's like, what might happen to that tree? What might happen to Elbaf? Will it be destroyed by something beyond them? Maybe that is where an ancient weapon thing comes into play. But I just wanted to float the idea that maybe it's not a person that's the antagonist of the arc. Maybe it's the place itself, kind of like Long Ring, Longland, and Water 7, the Aqua Laguna. You know what I mean? Like to an extent, Oda has been putting that like environmental disaster in the background of a lot of these arcs, and it's like Elbaf might be a great one to bring into the thing. You hit Elbaf with like a giant size Aqua Laguna, god damn, bro, what are they gonna do?
I like that. And like whether it's a flood like Aqua Laguna or whatever, like I think those are really fun options. But what I was really thinking about, Par, and what I thought you were gonna say was, for one thing, it could be that the Atom Tree is just the enemy, because think about it, it's named the Atom Tree, so like it's already named after a person. We've already seen in Zoe the Whale Tree, like remember Roger and Odin were like, oh, it's like looking at us, right? Like they felt like it was alive and like was, thinking about them. And I'm like, okay, well, what if the Atom Tree is the same way? What if the Atom Tree could be alive? And we talked about Green Bull and stuff. Maybe there's another way to kind of do that. Maybe you give the tree a human fruit, which I don't know. That's, crazy. But I that's really fun, because I've always said that the Atom Tree has to fall this arc. And if the reason it falls is because it becomes an enemy, and that's why they knock it down, that's awesome. I would love that so much. And because the Atom Tree is also like nearly indestructible, so if that became alive and was fighting, it's like, dude, good luck beating it, because like it's hard to cut. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why the Sunny's like almost indestructible. It's because that wood is so durable, right? And then the other thing I was thinking, Par, this is the very first thing I thought you were gonna say, and the more I think about it, the more crazy it is. But I got to mention it now that I thought of it. Enel's up on the moon, and if you're talking about natural disaster type things, the moon crashing down, or like that could just be a threat like, not that it will happen, because I feel like the world would be completely done for, but just as a threat, I think that'd be kind of fun, because that's taking Skypiea, but in like putting it up like a whole other level, because like the Rygo was obviously really threatening, could destroy islands or whatever, and the Mother Flame can do the same thing, but like the moon, like bringing that crashing down, like that's like Enel like on steroids kind of a little bit. So
yeah,
I like what you're saying there, Par.
Yeah, I think what I also really like about that is that we know that Elbaf isn't just named after, it's named after a god that they view. So it'd be like the gods are like inflicting their wrath on the people for some reason or another. So that'd be an interesting angle to interpret it, if they view it like, oh, their god is destroying us, like, because a lot of them believe the sun god is going to destroy them all. So that could be an interesting way of spinning it.
And by the way, the god of Elbaf, whatever his name is, war god of Elbaf, whatever, I really hope that's Usopp's ancestor. And so Usopp is a descendant of the Elbaf god, and then so they start worshiping him, because like he wouldn't be like a real god; he'd probably be a person that like saved them, so they view him as a god, right? And so, kind of like what Usopp is now. He's called it, but he's not really one. I want that to happen.
I agree. I co-sign.
I see
there's some stuff, in there.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, no, well, maybe that'll be one of the videos that you get out, Par, potentially, because I know you're pumping
possibly.
some out. Guys, I just want to give you all a massive thank you for staying this whole time. I know I was originally planning on like 2 hours or so, which is our usual. We're about to hit 5. I don't know how long this video will end up being, because I'll probably cut a little bit out, but I feel like we had very few stoppages or whatever, so very little edits, honestly. But guys, again, thank you so much. Any parting thoughts for everybody before we head out of here?
Buggy Bash 3, Inevitable, we're back, and Buggy Bash 3 Elbaf edition, he'll certainly be there. But it's a pleasure. We're all here for Elbaf. We've gone so far on the journey, and now we're finally here. It's a great time. Comments. What is your favorite part of Elbaf? Engagement. We love engagement.
Yeah.
And
who's showing up? Who any takes that you disagree with from our tier list here? Let us know. Maybe we'll do a round 2. Probably not a 5-hour round 2, but if once we get later in the arc and we have some more clarity, maybe we can come back and talk about this a little bit more. But yeah, guys, we're heading out. We're all gonna go get some food and relax, because we took a while. But see you guys next time, and have a good one.